The story begins on a late evening at a lavish mansion. A piercing scream echoes through the house. This man is Duke Sophan, master of the Sophan territory. A pleading voice rings out, "Help me, father. Please, save me." There was a foolish woman, despised for her malicious actions, mocked in her own home. A daughter who could do nothing but evil. Even the reason for her death was ridiculous. Her brother's terrible revenge. Ravi Sophan, Duke Sophan's second son. How touching that she died, used as a pawn in her brother's revenge. Duke Sophan steps forward, demanding, "How dare you two harm my eldest son? This crime cannot be overlooked." The girl cries, pleading, "Father, please. Father." He commands, "Take them away." One of his sons steps forward, a smile on his face. The girl screams, "Lewig, please." And the end of this touching story? Mostly at the hands of this man, Lewig Sophan, Duke Sophan's eldest son. Lewig draws his sword as she screams, begging, "I never meant to kill you, brother. Please, save me." The sword descends before her eyes, tears streaming endlessly. And after that there was nothing. Suddenly, she jolts awake in a panic. Damn, how I died today was bloody lucky, but at least I didn't die by the guillotine. She recalls her grandmother, wondering, what would grandma think? Then she steps off the bed. I understand, I can see them. But what kind of cursed dream is this that I've been dreaming for 20 years? Grandma, do you know why? In the end, they're just ghosts. I started seeing ghosts at 5 years old, after my mother passed. Headless ghosts, tongue-wagging ghosts, I've seen many terrifying spirits. But I've never been scared. Even if I were, ghosts rarely harm people. Even if you're scared, it's rare for ghosts to harm people. At Studio A. A man chases after her, calling, "Wait, hold on." Cut. Miss Sia. Thank you for your hard work. You were amazing today, not a single mistake. Sia replies, "Thanks." The guy continues, "Working with Ms. Sia is always a pleasure. You're truly the nation's actress." The nation's actress. A top star with an astronomical salary. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? That's the career I, Sia, built since I was 14. Lost in thought, someone approaches, calling, "Miss Sia." Sia turns, asking, "Hyun?" Hyun scratches his head, smiling, "Thanks to you, sister, I had a wonderful time." Sia asks, "What are you doing here? Aren't you still on vacation visiting your hometown?" Hyun replies, "I just arrived in Seoul today. I came to thank you. Thank you for the flowers at the funeral. Thanks to you, I could send grandma off properly." Sia politely says, "It's nothing. I was just wondering what happened, as your luck wasn't great that day." Hyun says, "I heard you're amazing at fortune-telling. I never thought you'd predict my grandma's funeral." Sia chuckles, "Haha, it was nothing. Actually, your grandma's spirit came to my house and begged me for help all day, so I had no choice. She kept saying, 'Help me. I'll die if you don't.'" Sia is speechless. "But you're already dead. Do you know how many nights I stayed awake, despite my packed schedule?" "Well, I've worked with Hyun for a long time, so I didn't mind helping her." Hyun gives a thumbs up and says, "Our manager also went yesterday, and gave it a thumbs up." "Oh, right. Just like you said, I dug under the golden rosebush next to grandma's house." Sia smiles, Oh, and? Did you find anything?" Hyun, touched, says, "I found a jar of money and a letter grandma wrote. After reading it, I realized it was her will, leaving me her inheritance." Sia smiles, "Well, I guess you got pretty lucky with that treasure hunt. How interesting. Good job, kid. Your grandma was yammering in my ear for nights." Hyun, meanwhile, can't stop exclaiming, "You're truly the best, Uni. I've been so busy living with my good-for-nothing parents. I had to work extra. And even raise my siblings. Grandma regretted not caring for me enough. Hello, my poor little girl. Ah, just let me sleep." Sia bids Hyun farewell and leaves. "Alright, I'm heading to the waiting room. Bye." Hyun clenches her fists, determined. "Yes. Good luck with your shoot, Uni. Tomorrow, I'll make you twice as beautiful." Hyun's grandma's voice echoes, "Thank you, miss. Please take care of Hyun." Sia flinches. She's gone? She turns around, but the grandma is nowhere to be seen. Goodbye, grandma. Sia continues her busy life. Her assistant, Sooyoung, says, "Miss Sia, please head to the changing room for the next shoot." Sia sits on a chair, sighing. "I'm really tired. I need some rest." I think I could sleep better if I didn't keep dreaming that dream. Why the hell do I keep dreaming it? That girl, dying tragically over and over. When she dies, I wake up. So why can't I wake up? Ah, those eyes. Someone's looking at me. I have to wake up. Wake up now. Right now. Sia tries to wake herself, flinching violently. Wake up. She sits, trembling on the chair. What was that? The dream always ends when she dies. That's the first time I've seen that girl. I'm so worried. Let's shoot. Her assistant says, still an hour to go. Sia paces down the hallway, her mind replaying the image she just saw. I've never been afraid of ghosts. But those eyes filled with fury and sorrow. A man sees her and says, Miss Sia, you're early. Should we start shooting right away? Sia replies, sure. Sia walks to the table and places her hand on a book. The scene where the girl attends the male lead's party as his partner and takes care of him as his secretary. It's not too hard. It'll be fine. Suddenly, the chandelier shakes violently. Everyone present screams, what's wrong with the chandelier? Watch out. The chandelier. It unfortunately falls directly onto Sia. Everyone yells, call an ambulance. Miss Sia is bleeding heavily. Sia slowly opens her eyes. The sight before her makes her question reality. What's going on? A red face? Is it me? Damn it. These ghosts have bothered me too much. I finally died because of them. Please, take it all back. At this moment, in a room. She wakes up in a strange body, screaming, take back what I said about ghosts rarely harming people. Seriously. Ugh, why is my body so light? Is something wrong with my face? Am I not wearing bandages? The chandelier fell, didn't it? Or is this an illusion? Then she looks into a nearby mirror, unable to believe her eyes. That face. It's the person I saw in my dream. Just then, someone walks in. Hey. I told you to eat breakfast on time. Do you think I'm kidding? She quickly recognizes the man. This is Ravi Sofan. She sits silently on the bed, staring at him for a moment. Am I still dreaming? She is now Camila Sofan, the Duke of Sofan's daughter. Seeing her still lost in thought, Ravi urges, what are you doing? Come with me, now. Why is he picking on me the moment he sees me? Why is he always giving orders? Fine. I've always wanted to do this when I saw him. Duke Sofan's second son, feeling inferior, wants to use Camila to kill the eldest son of the house. Camila says nothing more, runs straight to him, and headbutts him. One blow, leaving him stunned. I've always wanted to smack your head, you jerk. Why did I suddenly headbutt Ravi? Anyone who's dreamed this dream for 20 years would do the same. Ravi and Camilla's mother remarried the Duke, making Ravi the second son of House Sofan. Ravi had some magical talent, but it couldn't compare to the eldest son, Lewig. As his inferiority grew, he even plotted to assassinate Lewig, exploiting his own sister, a person no one even paid attention to, by seducing Camilla, that ugly duckling. I always go crazy whenever I see that damn Camilla. Because of your plot, I really want to punch your face. Ravi, in pain from the headbutt, demands, what? How dare you? Camilla, innocent as a doe, says, I'm sorry, brother. What did I just do? I thought this was a dream, I just woke up. What are you going to do, staring at me like that? I said I just woke up, so you can't do anything. Ravi frowns, I guess you're still half asleep. He thinks, she couldn't have hit me on purpose, she doesn't even dare scold the servants. But was she really that strong? Ravi turns and leaves, scoffing. Anyway, hurry up and change. We'll be late because of you. You never cared about me before. You're just trying to impress the Duke. Even so, you'll end up dying with Camilla anyway. Camilla then walks behind Ravi in the hallway. But am I still dreaming? Even if it's a dream, this is the first time I'm experiencing it from a direct perspective. Before, I only saw the whole scene, but this time I become the camera itself. I can't just do whatever I want, like hitting Ravi just now. Does this have something to do with that ghost who looks like me? She then goes to the dining room. The Duke is already there, waiting for her. Looking at the empty chair, Camilla speculates, Ludwig's seat is empty. So this is around the time the rebellion erupts in the West River region. Ludwig returns with glorious achievements. That's why Ravi feels inferior. And it'll be a big problem if I can't wake up from this dream. Camilla looks at the Duke, a cold sweat breaking out. I've died countless times under those cold eyes. If this continues, I'll die again. The Duke speaks. You're too late. Ravi flinches. That. Camilla's voice cuts in, I apologize, father. I didn't sleep well last night, so I woke up late. The Duke looks at her in surprise, thinking, she's usually silent during meals, but today she seems a little different. Just then, a maid brings in the food. She puts a plate of food in front of Camila and says, here is your portion, young lady. Camila replies, thank you. Then the maid turns and leaves. Followed by a sly smile from her. Camila had been bullied by the maids for a long time, they even treated her this way at the dining table. You disgusting maid. Go ahead and laugh, but he who laughs last, laughs best. What kind of dish did they prepare this time? Meat as salty as seawater, or a pile of pepper? She raises her plate and says, Father. The Duke asks, Camila holds the plate, smiling, I was late today, so I wanted to apologize, Father. I've already cut your steak for you. Please, eat. Ravi, surprised, thinks, what the hell? Is she sane? The Duke immediately agrees. Well, all right. He then puts a piece of meat into his mouth. At this, the Duke freezes. Seeing his reaction, Camila feels satisfied. The trap worked. Now then. Camila immediately uses her forte, acting. Oh my god, father. Wait, don't eat that. I'm so sorry. Let me eat it. Please, father, let me eat it. The Duke, his face cold as ice, asks, Camila, this isn't the first time you've eaten something like this, is it? Camila raises her hands, clutching herself. Father. Then she bows her head, a smile spreading. As the maid trembles, she thinks, now I can act freely. I can't tolerate those who mess with food like this. And why Camila always eats so little at every meal? I have to tell these people in this house. Her voice trembles, Father, but that plate. The Duke cuts her off, we'll talk about this after dealing with those who dared to defile the Duke's house. Camila cries outwardly, but inwardly she can't stop smiling. If it's for the family. He's a father who would kill his own child. Well done, father. Serves those bugs right. 1 week later. Camila is terribly worried. If it's gone this far, can I wake up now? Why can't I wake up yet? Have I died and fallen into eternal sleep? Or a coma? Damn it, I hate this. Just then, a maid approaches. My lady, you're awake? This is the Sofin household maid, Donna. Donna, both worried and excited, says, I heard you haven't been eating properly lately. Camila laughs, haha, I don't have much of an appetite. After that incident, the Duke ordered the kitchen to carefully prepare my meals. And the maid who bullied Camila was fired without a single penny of severance pay. The thing I need to do is find a way to wake up. Camila says, I'll eat later. Donna immediately says, what are you saying, young lady? You skip meals too often, so today, the head chef himself came. Camila clenches her fist, annoyed. He came again. This whole week, I've discovered something different from my previous dreams. Someone points at the chef and says, yes, the head chef says. He brought his most confident fruit cream cake. This time, you'll surely enjoy it. The incessant voice of a spirit babbles, hey, how many times have I told you? When you cook, you must think of the diner first. Camila doesn't like apples, don't you know that? And this cake it's missing the final gram. The chef holds the plate of cake and says, I will return after you finish this, young lady. The spirit beside him continues, how shameful to have such a student. Half-baked trash. A disgrace to the culinary world. Then he shouts loudly, you think so too, right, Camila? Everyone there says, young lady, what kind of tea would you like? Just try a bite. The spirit incessantly says, pay attention to the diner, to the dish. Camila sighs, thinking, these eyes aren't even mine. So why can I still see ghosts? At Febler Academy, a voice asks, do you know her? The other asks, who are you talking about? The blonde one says, Camila of House Sofin, the one who's chasing after Pietro to death. There are so many rumors, do you know? The dark-haired one replies, I think I've heard some. The blonde one sneers, I heard she stole Pietro's handkerchief again and got caught. How infuriating, right? She always looks so gloomy, acting like a stalker. Last time, she ran wild at the party, grabbing the young lady Pietro was escorting. So the nicknamed fake young lady isn't too far-fetched. The dark-haired one warns, hey, watch your words, or the Duke will have your head. Suddenly, the blonde one sees something and breaks out in a cold sweat. He shoves the dark-haired one. Hey, look in that direction. The dark-haired one asks, what is it? The blonde one points at the person standing outside the window and says, are you blind? That guy is famous for being incredibly troublesome. One of the Duke's third-generation sons. Ashen Zebra. This young man is Ashen Zebra, Duke Zebra's eldest son. Meanwhile, the head chef is recalling his past. The first time I tried master's dish. Never before. If I could create delicious dishes, it would bring the same joy. The apple pie master taught me is the core of a chef's life. However, the head chef frowns and asks, you still haven't finished eating? She's not even a proper young lady, so why is she so picky? What delicious food does she even know? Just eat what you're given. The head chef presents the plate of cake and says, I heard you didn't like the prepared dish, so I brought this one. Camilla's face clearly shows EH. The head chef angrily thinks she should be grateful to be eating my dish. Then he says, I poured a lot of heart into this apple pie. Please, try it. At this moment, the head chef's master appears again. He angrily shouts, I told you Camila hates apples, you idiotic apprentice. This man's spirit is Da, the former head chef of House Sofan. Camila turns away, thinking, I've dealt with plenty of rude people in showbiz, so I don't really care. But what kind of ghost is this? So noisy. Camila takes the plate of cake and says, alright, I'll take a bite. Then she takes a bite. As soon as she finishes eating, she throws down her fork. Camila turns away and says, it's not good at all. I won't eat anymore. The head chef angrily yells, what? How can you say that? Do you know what kind of apple pie this is? This is the former head chef's recipe, Master Da's. It's missing 1 gram of cinnamon. Camilla's words freeze him. She continues, is it really okay to bring such a basic cake? And also, you should pay attention to the diner. I don't like apples. If no one can eat it, then this dish is just garbage. The head chef recalls his master's words, his master used to say the same thing. Then he turns and leaves. I'll be back later. Camilla waves him off. Alright. Then she turns to Da and says, and I hope you leave too. Da turns back, surprised. He asks, are you talking to me? You can see me? Camilla crosses her arms. Ugh, I don't know. I'm sleepy. Da freezes, stunned. Outside, he immediately tells another spirit about this. I'm serious. The other spirit replies, calm down and speak slowly. Da can't calm down. That child spoke directly to me. The other spirit asks, young lady Camilla? This is Dasan, the former butler of House Sofan. Da puts his hands on his hips. Young lady, what? Do you think you're still the butler of this house? Dasan replies, dying doesn't mean losing your title. It's strange. Before, she never acted like she saw us. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Da asserts, no way. We made eye contact. Dasan says, well, let's just observe for now. We have nothing but time. Da also agrees. That's right. Dasan then says, chess? It's been a while since we played. Da grins, ha. This time, I'll show you a win. A few days later, Camilla is dejected, burying her head in her hands. This is a big deal. I guess I can't go back anymore. Should I figure out how to survive? What do I do? Then she slams the table hard. First, at least change my reputation a little. When Camilla refused to help Ravi with his plot against Ludwig, no one listened to her because they witnessed false truths. Of course, that's because she usually acted terribly anyway. But for now, I need to win over Duke Sofan, right? Da cuts into her thoughts. Hey. You can hear me, right? Camilla ignores him. How can I build my reputation through the Duke? Da continues. Look at me. Didn't you try to talk to me last time? Camilla still doesn't answer him. I wish I was in this body before Camilla grabbed that girl's head at the party. Da does this and that, hello, how are you? I'm sure you can see me. Hey, Camilla. Camilla can't take it anymore. She points at them and shouts loudly, damn it. So what if I see you? So what? Da smugly says, I knew it. Dasan asks in surprise, young lady, you really see us? Camilla snaps, you guys are annoying me, so stop it. I'm telling you now, if you want me to deliver messages or solve your problems, no matter how much you regret it, I won't help you. I'm busy. Da laughs loudly, amazing. It's real magic. You can really see us, and hear us, right? Dasan also marvels, unbelievable. Camila throws up her hands. They're not listening to anything I say. If this keeps up, I'll become a ghost like them too. Da pulls his cheek, stretching it, and asks, so now you can see me doing this, right? Dasan beside him warns, rein in your behavior. Suddenly, Camila exclaims, drawing both their attention. She plops down on the bed. How am I supposed to know what the Duke likes? Dasan immediately continues her thought, what his Grace likes. We know all about that. I was working here before his Grace was even born. Da also adds, me too. When he was young, he was always picky, but it was quite fun back then. Should we give you some advice? Camila ponders for a moment. Her eyes, as if she just found something amazing, light up. You do? Meanwhile, outside, the Duke is taking a leisurely stroll. He raises a floral branch and says, it's been a while since I took a walk out here. Suddenly, he sees someone nearby. He quickly realizes it's Camila. His expression darkens. Is she planning to ruin the flowers again, like last time? I don't know why, but last time she destroyed the rose garden. While that can be replanted, the mist flower garden is a different story. He immediately walks over to stop Camila and shouts at her, Camila. What are you doing here? The floral branches in Camila's hands fall because of that. The Duke looks at her, perplexed. Camila? She raises her head and replies, I'm picking flowers, father. She raises her head and replies, I'm picking flowers, father. The Duke asks, surprised, flowers? She smiles, replying, to decorate your room, father. You like them, don't you? The mist flowers. The Duke, as if unable to believe his ears, says, my room? Camila's eyes crinkle with a smile. Yes, father. Then she winks at him. Run. Inwardly, she's beaming. Haha. Look at his completely shocked face. My dear Duke father, from now on, please accept your daughter's filial devotion. Then, her face showing concern, she asks, did I overstep my bounds, father? He replies, do as you wish. Camila beams, thank you, father. I'll arrange them in a vase and bring them to you. The Duke's deceased mother liked mist flowers, she often took care of the mist flower garden. That's why the Duke held a special affection for these flowers. When Camila returns, Dasan asks, did his Grace like it? Camila replies, oh, I think so. She recalls the Duke's appearance, thinking, his eyes they were definitely different from those in different times. I can't mend the relationship right away, but there's still a chance. Then she returns to her room and opens the door. She flings open the door. Now, on to the next step. 1 week later. The Duke's aide, Richter, says, Lewig has achieved great merits once again. It's truly impressive. Here are the related documents. Seeing him lost in thought, Richter calls, Your Grace? The Duke still doesn't reply. He looks at the vase of flowers, thinking, not a single day has passed without her arranging flowers. Then he asks, Richter, has Camila been eating properly lately? Richter replies, yes, about that. Seeing him hesitate, the Duke emits a murderous aura. Richter panics. I'll go find out immediately, Your Grace. Suddenly, there's a knock from outside. Your Grace, it's Ruth. I prepared this because I thought Your Grace would be here at this time. Richter, as if grasping a lifeline, says, I think His Grace must be quite hungry by now. Perfect timing. Then the food is placed on the table. The butler keeps staring at him, delighted. Seeing this, the Duke asks, why are you standing there and staring at me? Ruth laughs, haha, it's nothing, Your Grace. Please don't mind me. The Duke takes a spoonful and brings a mouthful of food to his lips. Suddenly, he freezes. This tastes the aroma, the flavor I like. Is this Pierre's? The Duke immediately asks, has Gero finally managed to recreate Pierre Joye's soup? Ruth denies it. Your Grace, this soup was not cooked by head chef Gero. He wonders, then who cooked it? Ruth smiles. It was young Lady Camila. The Duke is utterly surprised. Camila cooked the soup? From head chef Gero's side, he can't believe his eyes. This taste. Golden-hued, rich flavor, it's exactly like Master Pierre's soup. How could the young lady have cooked this? Camila crosses her arms and asks, how does it taste? Gero shouts loudly, how did you make this? How is it possible? Camila smiles, thinking. The reason I could do this is simple. It's because Da cooked the soup himself. After being able to see his spirit and act freely, I can let spirits borrow my body. When Pierre died suddenly, Gero claimed he didn't have the soup recipe. well, how about this? Camila calls out, Jero. Jero replies, yes? She continues, we had a deal, didn't we? What if I cooked a dish that satisfies you? Jero's face darkens. What? Camila asks, should I keep craning my neck to look at you? It hurts my neck doing that all the time. Before cooking the soup, Jero had looked at her, thinking, Camila, how dare you say you cook in front of me? Are you going to try to make some mediocre dishes? Jero scoffs, go ahead, if you can. Make me satisfied, I'll do anything. You can even make me kneel before you. Hearing that, Camila just glances at him. Back to the present. Jero's knees drop. He kneels down. He says, I lost. A moment later, Camila returns to her room. She sips her tea, a smug smile on her face. Foo. Dasan looks at her and asks, is there something you wish to tell us, young lady? Da adds, is something good happening? You're making me nervous. Camila turns to them. All right, tell me. What's wrong? They wonder, what? After 20 years of living with ghosts, I realized that no ghost helps others without a reason. Camila frankly says, regarding the mist flowers and the soup, I'm very grateful to both of you for helping me win over the Duke. I'm deeply touched. In the future, I'll still need your help. To survive in this place and to change Camilla's rotten reputation, I can at least alleviate the regrets of one or two spirits. Camila smiles. The two of them just stare at her in silence. Then she speaks, tell me, what do you two want? They both say in unison, we want to serve. Then they both smile. Ha 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 ha. Da raises his hand and says, I only want one thing, to cook. Camila asks in surprise, to cook? She thinks, does he mean he wants to set up an ancestral offering table? He continues, my only wish is to cook again. Nothing makes me happier than someone enjoying my cooking. Thank you for letting me cook again. Camila replies, no, it's nothing. She thinks, I don't quite understand, but no need to dig deeper since they don't seem to have any desires. Dasan also raises his hand to his chest and says, I feel the same way. Being able to help the family with the information I know, that's the happiest thing. I'm so happy to be able to bring the mist flowers back to the master's office. Thank you, my lady. Camila is utterly surprised by their sincere words. What are these guys? Why are they so nice? Their regret is not bringing joy to others? Are they masochists? Camila stands up and says, all right, I understand you two now. She wonders, so they don't have any specific desires at all, huh? She subtly lifts her dress. Since you two give without expecting anything in return, I should cooperate too. Please continue to look after me. 10 days later. Jero asks, startled, you can make this dish too? Camila smiles, replying, of course. After letting Jero witness Pierre's soup, I started cooking every night. She speaks as Jero is kneeling up. On the ground, his neck seems stiff from looking up again. Da is extremely happy. I get to cook again. She speaks as Jero wonders, how does she make the color so beautiful? Does she have a recipe book left by master? Furthermore, how can she find these ingredients and tools? I've been working here for so long. Camila asks him. This? Da exclaims, yes, that's it. She speaks as Jero points and asks. Can I have some? Camila replies, it's leftovers, so go ahead and try. Jero, hearing this, nods his head repeatedly. Yes, young lady. Then he takes a bite. In his heart, he exclaims, delicious. I made it too, but why didn't it taste like this? Camila crosses her arms and asks, well? Is it good? Jero replies, not bad. This guy is still trying to save face, huh? Camila asks, want to know how to make it? Jero immediately replies, you do? Camila sets a condition, well, act cute and flatter me. Jero hesitates. So I ugh. Like this? Camila freezes. Hands off. Don't pout like that. At this moment, Ruth calls from outside, young lady, are you done tasting? Camila replies, just a moment, Ruth. Camila then adds a little seasoning to the food. She brings it to Ruth and says, I'm counting on you today too. Ruth replies, yes, young lady. Then he turns and leaves, but he doesn't see. Still not forgetting to look back at the interesting scene. Camila puts her hands on her hips and asks, your knees aren't hurting yet, are they? Jero chuckles, no worries, young lady. I'm still very strong. Ruth snorts, thinking, how can she make that difficult man obey her? I don't know why, but young lady Camila has become very interesting. How did she suddenly change like this? Then he goes to the Duke's study and knocks on the door. Ruth says, Your Grace, it's Ruth. The Duke says, Come in. Ruth brings in a tray of food and says, The young lady told me to bring this dish. She even prepared enough for the guests too. The blonde-haired man is surprised. Oh my God. You mean the young lady made all of this herself? A young man reaches for a cup of cake. He takes a bite and exclaims, Delicious. How did the young lady make something like this? A brown-haired man also adds, Amazing. I envy you, Duke. The Duke smiles subtly, a smug grin on his face. Then he says, I told her she didn't need to, but she insisted on bringing it. The blonde guest clenches his fist. That's why they say you need 1 or 2 daughters. Another agrees, that's right. This dish is so delicious. Ruth is speechless, thinking, I wonder why His Grace changed his study schedule. He must want to show off the young lady's cooking skills. Another guest also puts down his knife and says, It really is delicious. Young lady Camila is always causing trouble. Has she come to her senses? I guess she felt guilty about the incident at the previous party, so she specially made these dishes for the Duke. The guy next to him turns pale. This idiotic bastard, shut up. The Duke's face darkens, and a murderous aura emanates from him. He asks, Didn't you say you couldn't drink alcohol? So you probably can't have dishes made with wine, then. The guy, still not understanding, points to himself and asks, Me? No, Your Grace, I quite like alcohol. The Duke states firmly, No, you don't like alcohol. I cannot ignore my daughter's devotion, so I will eat your portion too. Bring it here. Ruth immediately goes and takes it. Yes, Your Grace. The young man is dumbfounded. Did I do something wrong? On that very day, Camila is walking in the hallway with D.A. She asks, What are you planning to do tomorrow? D.A. replies, I have a special sauce recipe. I intend to use it to cook an appetizer. Camila is intrigued. Oh, really? Is it meat or fruit? Suddenly, she sees someone hiding behind a door. Camila stops and asks, Did you hear that? What are you doing here, brother? Ravi jumps. He slowly steps out. He falls silent for a moment. Then he looks at Camila and asks, What the hell are you doing? Camila, bewildered, asks back, What do you mean? Ravi presses, You keep going in and out of the kitchen every night. Why are you overdoing it by doing things you've never done before? Camila sighs, I'm just cooking, why are you asking like that? Ravi grinds his teeth. He clutches his head and says, Do you think the Duke will consider you part of the family just because you do this? Camila looks at him, thinking, Who cares? Why is he like this? Aren't we living our own lives? You never cared about me like this before. Suddenly, his voice softens. They won't acknowledge us. Camila is shocked. Us? My efforts to gain goodwill, along with his, in the previous life? Ravi continues, Stop these meaningless games. It won't amount to anything in the end. Camila retorts, I know, wait, what? I know they don't care about us. It's not like I want to be recognized as part of the family or anything. Ravi wonders. So you mean Camila quickly runs off? Going to bed now. Ravi yells after her, Hey, wait. I don't understand. Camila suddenly stops. I don't want to die. I want to live. Faced with Ravi's bewildered gaze, Camila is filled with determination. Yes, that's right. I just don't want to die, that's all. Family? What a useless thing. I don't need it. The next morning. Their two spirits keep staring at Camila. Camila is extremely annoyed. She asks, What is it? If you want to ask something, just ask. Dasan asks, Yesterday, you told Ravi you want to live. What did you mean by that? Are you feeling unwell, young lady? D.A., beside him, babbles, You can't die. I still have so many dishes I want to cook. I know I'll die in the future, so now I'm trying to survive. If I say that, they won't believe me. They might leave, thinking I'm crazy. So Camila does what she's best at, top star acting. She says, Well, everyone wants to live, right? Dasan grunts and says, That's right. Suddenly, she remembers something. Since these ghosts can move freely around the mansion, maybe they know where it's buried. Then she speaks, I also want to ask a few things. Dasan replies, Please, go ahead. Camila asks, Do you know about the flower garden incident? Dasan then explains the flower garden incident, digging to find the ring her mother left behind, buried by a maid. That's why Camila dug up the garden and was scolded. At that time, Camila didn't make any excuses. Everyone thought Camila was just acting cruelly, as always. Right then, the Duke was furious and scolded Camila because he worried that one day Camila would destroy his beloved mist flower garden. Camila asks suspiciously, "Are you sure it's buried here?" Dasan confidently says, 100% sure. She quickly goes to the flower garden and digs it up. She thinks, every time I dreamed this scene, it made me furious. So annoying. But Camila finds the ring. Da asks, "Oh my. Camila, you could have asked us for help before. Why did you pretend not to see us?" Camila clenches the ring in her hand and replies, "That's right. I think I was out of my mind back then." Dasan asks, "Young lady Camila, should we seek revenge? As ghosts, we can do many things." Camila breaks out in a cold sweat. "What are you planning? What does many things include?" Camila refuses. "No, I'll handle my own affairs. Thank you for showing me the ring's location." Her gaze slowly turns serious. "It's you guys. You started it." Meanwhile, somewhere else. George saw the maids and asked, "Are they calling for you too?" The brown-haired maid was surprised. "George, you too? Wow, why are they suddenly calling us?" The blonde maid next to her also looked annoyed. "I don't know, she's probably going to scold us because our relationship with the Duke has gotten better lately." The brown-haired maid scoffed, "He, with that fiery personality of hers. I'd bet my earrings that she'll finally lose her temper in front of the Duke and lose his favor." The blonde maid gloated, "Ha, me too." Then they opened the door. What greeted their eyes was something they never would have imagined even in their wildest dreams. Camila was lying on the floor. The brown-haired maid worriedly gasped, "On the ground? What is it?" The blonde maid screamed, "Is she dead?" George worried, "Damn it. Go check on her." The brown-haired maid immediately went to check. Seeing the vial, her face darkened. Did she poison herself? Then she screamed. "Lock the door, now." The other two were shocked and confused, but they followed. The blonde maid asked, "Really? She's dead?" George replied, "I think so." Something else caught the brown-haired maid's attention. "What's this?" The other two also ran over and asked, "What is it?" Then she opened the letter and read, "Dear father and beloved family members. The reason I previously dug up the rose garden was because I didn't know if it was the servants, Alice or Erica. But who hid the item mother left for me in that garden? As the lady of this house, I am truly ashamed to be bullied by common servants. Bullied, so please avenge me, father." The brown-haired maid was speechless with shock. "Oh my God. If this falls into the Duke's hands, destroy this letter immediately. We can't die with her." "That's right, but..." Camila slowly opened her eyes. She suddenly spoke, making them all jump. "Hey, do you really think you're that lucky? Will you always be lucky enough to find everything first?" The brown-haired maid panicked. "Thank you for watching and see you again." "Oh my God. She's not dead? A ghost?" Camila sat up and said, "I'm quite good at playing dead." The brown-haired maid panicked, "Playing dead? Huh? Oh, you thought I was a fool? Nobody would be as foolish as Camila." Camila spoke, "Well, I guess it didn't look like acting, but very real, right?" The brown-haired maid wondered, What are you saying?" Camila smiled and said, "You know I go to the kitchen every night, don't you? What would happen if I didn't go there at that time? What if someone looked for me, but I was dead, with this letter in my hand? You were tricked, so others would be tricked too, wouldn't they?" The brown-haired maid clenched her fists tight. "Are you threatening us now?" Camila calmly said, "Threats? Threats are only for those who have something to lose." Then she walked closer to them and said, "Why would I need to threaten bugs? If they're bugs, I just need to step on them. By the way, I think I don't care for seeing bugs buzzing around lately. What should I do?" They all knelt down and begged, "My lady, we were wrong. Please forgive us. We promise not to do it again." Camila, with her arms crossed, replied, "All right, that's good. You know what to do now, don't you?" The brown-haired maid stuttered, "Why yes, my lady." Camila, with her arms crossed, said, "I want you to find the ring right now." They all ran off, "Understood, my lady. Please, forgive us." After they left, Camila sighed, "Finally, they're gone. Acting like a villainess really is the best way to relieve stress. But it's so tiring. Then she turned to the two spirits behind her and asked, so, what now? Dasan, clasping his hands behind his back, said, quite surprising. DX added, she seemed like she'd actually kill someone if she was left hanging. Was that really acting? Camila smiled and said, I've won an award for a villain role before, even outshining the female lead in the same movie. DX wondered, what award? Dasan also asked, is there an award for good acting? Camila replied, something like that. Dasan said, by the way, Lady Camila, didn't you already find the ring? That order just now, Camila interrupted, that's right. It would be rude not to give as much as I received, wouldn't it? Digging up an empty flower garden. Why not scold them a little? Meanwhile, the maids were frantically digging. Why isn't it here? It definitely should be here. I clearly buried it here. The maid, with tears welling up, thought, there's nothing here. Could one of the three of us have dug it up? No way, those two can't be that stupid. Suddenly, Ruth came over and asked, what are you doing? They all jumped. Soon, Ruth had reported everything to the Duke. He angrily slammed his hand on the table and asked, what? Losing a precious item? Ruth replied, yes, sir. That's what the maids in the garden said. Earlier, the reason Lady Camila dug up the rose garden, I think, was for the ring. The Duke snorted, I don't understand. He thought, if she had told me, I wouldn't have scolded her. Why didn't she say anything? Then he ordered Camila to be brought here. Ruth bowed and replied, yes, Your Grace. After that, only the Duke remained in the room. He kept thinking, it's quite awkward talking to my new stepdaughter. I feel it too. But bullied by the maids in the mansion? How was my daughter treated by those maids? At this moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Camila entered and politely asked, Father, did you call for me? Inwardly, she thought angrily, is Ravi in trouble? Dealing with those others was enough work, now what? He spoke, I heard you lost the ring. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Camilla's eyes widened in surprise, huh? He continued, Camila, why didn't you tell me directly? Camila looked at his expression and disbelievingly thought, what? Why does he look so sad? He believes Cammy's words? The Duke, with a sorrowful expression. He said, you should have told me a long time ago, shouldn't you? Camila again thought in surprise, is he regretting what happened? I've seen that person kill me countless times. His cold back turned to me thanks to my recent efforts, I've been feeling better. But we're not that close, are we? Then she spoke, that's because Father is always busy with work. I didn't want my matters to bother you. I apologize. I wasn't good enough. I tried to handle everything myself. The Duke stood up abruptly in anger, why are you apologizing? The ones who should apologize are. He suddenly stopped, stammering, it should be. Camila, next time, whatever happens, you must tell me first. Always tell me first. Camila was surprised again and again. She thought, why does he look at me so fondly? I just need to regain enough reputation so I don't get killed. If this continues, I won't be able to escape, right? After that, Camila returned to her room. She took something out. The two spirits wondered, what are you doing now? Camila replied, I'm reading a map. I'm wondering where to run away if necessary. DX asked, run away? What do you mean? Camila said, don't worry about that. She thought, it would be great if everything went smoothly and I didn't have to run away, but man proposes, God disposes. How do I know what trouble Ravi will cause? I can't comfortably trust the Duke's attitude. It's almost time for that person to return. The Duke's eldest son, Camilla's older brother, Lewig Sofin. Ludwig, I have to be wary of him. When he returns, he'll surely. At this moment, a maid walked in. Donna entered and said, my lady, the Duke wants to have tea with you. Camila replied, tea? I understand. He wants me to go have tea. I must have gained a lot of favor. This isn't a bad thing. Then I guess I'll go have tea? Then she quickly went to the tea room. Seeing Ravi, she stopped short and thought, this person isn't the type to normally have tea with me. So why is Ravi here? Ravi saw her and smiled, ah, you're here. Have a seat. Camila politely replied, thank you, Ravi. But in her heart, Camila felt annoyed, two-faced. Why aren't you this friendly when it's just the two of us? By the way, Ravi. You seem to be in a really good mood. Did something good happen? As Camila sat down, Ravi said, Father, the thesis I wrote has been chosen for a presentation. Camila realized, ah, so that day has come. The Magic Tower, once a year, invites mages to give lectures. And every year, they only allow talented and experienced mages to present their theses. Simply put, Ravi being chosen to lecture means he's one of them. Now I understand why that sly fox had a hard time hiding his joy. Ravi continued, so, if father has time, but in her heart, Camila felt worried, but what should I do? It's that time already. Suddenly, someone arrived. He entered and announced, Your Grace, big news. We've received word that young Master Ludville has found the rebels' hideout. And has defeated all of them. And those were the plans Lord Ludville had drawn up. The Duke asked in delight, Really? The man replied, Yes, direct news from the royal palace. His Majesty is very pleased and personally sent a letter to Lord Ludville. The Duke smiled, Haha, excellent. Seeing this, Ravi's expression no longer held a smile. The man continued, Yes, indeed, our Lord Ludville. Camilla looked at Ravi's expression and thought, What can I do? What was I hoping for? You're really unlucky, aren't you? Even more unfortunately, the celebration party is happening at the same time as the Magic Tower lecture. Ravi stood up and said, Then I'll be going. The Duke said, You can stay longer if you want. Ravi forced a smile, I just remembered something I need to do. Camilla also spoke, I'll be leaving too. The Duke agreed, All right, another time then. Then he happily spoke about his eldest son, When Ludwig returns, we should celebrate. Camilla went outside, walking behind Ravi. Ravi kept thinking, Did I study so hard just to waste my time being treated like this? I should have learned offensive magic and gone to the battlefield. Camilla exclaimed, Ravi, you're more amazing than I thought. For lecturing at the Magic Tower and everything. Ravi asked, Are you mocking me? Camilla smiled brightly and said, No, I'm serious. Only top mages get to do that, right? Ravi snorted, What do you know? Camilla placed her hand on Ravi's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. You did great. Saying that, she left, leaving Ravi standing dumbfounded. His face flushed red, those short words I wanted to hear from father that kid, why has she been acting like this lately? Camilla quickly returned to her room. Donna smiled and said, My lady, it suits you so well. I'm sure you'll be the most beautiful at the party. Camilla admired herself in the mirror. Well, not to brag, but I really am beautiful. Donna held up a comb and said, I guarantee you'll look just as beautiful at the party. Camilla replied, All right, all right. When Ludwig returns, the parties won't stop. I'm sure this is a step forward for the Duke's household, but it's not fair. But I want to stand out, it's best to try on many dresses. Suddenly, Ravi appeared from behind. He said, Don't cause any more trouble, got it? Camilla turned around, glaring. Geez, why are you here looking for a fight? Ravi reminded her, Well, you have a record at the previous party. Camilla raised her hand and said, That's true, can't argue with that. Ravi wondered. Camilla continued, I'm quite good at grabbing people's heads, aren't I? Then she reenacted the scene of grabbing someone's head. Ravi looked on, speechless. Why isn't she embarrassed at all? Normally, she wouldn't say anything. Something strange. Camilla turned back and asked, Ravi, do you have new clothes for this occasion? Ravi said, You don't think I'm attending the party? Camilla interrupted him, Clothes for the lecture. Ravi's eyes lit up. But then he shyly turned his face away and said, Forget it. Inwardly, he was surprised, What? She remembers the day of my lecture? I must be crazy. Even if Camilla remembers that day, what would she do with me? Camilla said, If you don't choose nice clothes, you'll be compared. Ravi acted indifferently, DSK, nobody cares about outfits. You should be careful not to cause trouble at the party. Camilla replied, I can't deny that. Saying that, she clasped her hands again as if grabbing someone. Ravi was speechless, Ugh, why am I here? The scene shifted to another place. Urgent voices rang out, Move along. The celebration party must be thoroughly and lavishly prepared. At this moment, Ravi was also walking outside. He thought, so there's even a festival outside the Duke's territory? Even outside, everyone is only talking about Ludville. Don't think about it anymore. Even without family, I'm fine. I have been for a long time. Not long after. Next up is the lecture by our top mages. See you again. Bye. Gio saw Ravi acting differently today and thought, What? Every time I see him, he tricks me. Why is he so friendly now? Gio walked over and asked, Are you ready? Ravi replied, Kinda. Gio said loudly in surprise, What, the Magic Tower's ace, Ravi, only kinda prepared? Ravi asked irritably, What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, someone came up and called, Gio. Don't worry and do well. I believe in you, big brother. Gio waved back, thanks. Then he looked towards Ravi. Gio asked, so, who from your family will come? Then he scoffed again, oh wait, no one will come, right? After all, if they were family, they'd come. Ravi bit his lip in anger, you bastard, so this is why. Ravi glared daggers at Gio. His arm raised high. But Ravi didn't throw a punch. He placed his hand on Gio's shoulder and said, so, bragging about family is what you're best at, huh? Gio yelled, what did you say? Ravi whispered in his ear, your thesis, I heard the professor helped quite a bit, didn't he? Money's great, huh? So take good care of your family, because without them, you're just an idiot with nothing to brag about. Gio grabbed Ravi's collar and yelled, you bastard. At this moment, someone arrived. Ravi was stunned, what? Her voluminous red hair flowed gently in the wind. Camila appeared in a very colorful dress. The moment she saw Gio badmouthing Ravi, she remembered the past. They pointed at her and whispered, that child's parents aren't coming? She's an orphan. Her father is the one from the news. Ah, the one who tried to kill his child and commit suicide. That child isn't mine, is it? You cheated with someone, didn't you? Do you want the neighbors to call the police? Stop it. If it were my child, I would never despise them like that. Every time I see these two brothers, I'm reminded of the past, the time I didn't receive love from my parents or anyone around me. In the past, at least Donna took good care of Camila. Donna really is different. If I hadn't become a famous actress and loved by the public, I'm sure I would have gone crazy like Ravi and Camila. So that's why I'm here. Next, please. Ravi turned his head and replied, ah, yes. Even though I'm a bit annoyed that Ravi is using Camila for his plans. I worry that he'll always be lonely in his family, just like I was. So I'm cheering them both on. Don't lose to these idiots and waste time. And this time, live a different life. I've watched them both for 20 years. Now, it's okay if I meddle a little, right? Ravi's lecture quickly concluded. As she was heading back, Ravi approached. He asked, so why exactly are you here? And that dress? Ravi thought, although seeing that guy's annoyed face was satisfying Camila, since when did you know how to use your charm? I knew it, she's been strange lately. Camila crossed her arms and replied, I don't know either. Ravi wondered, Camila continued, I said I don't know why I'm here. Ravi was extremely annoyed. He said, what kind of answer is that? Camila replied vaguely, I don't know. I just came because I wanted to. Ravi stared at her, speechless. Then he turned around and sighed, why do I expect you to answer properly? He thought, this little idiot, I should have kept this to myself, but now I regret asking even more. Then he finished, hey, let's go home. Aren't you coming home? Hurry up. Camila said nothing, just looked at him. Then she smiled, what? It's like you were waiting for me. Then she said, Ravi, do you know something? Ravi asked, what? Camila followed him and said, your face is cuter than the back of your head. Ravi didn't understand what that meant. Back at the Sofan estate. The Duke said, you did well. Join the party when you arrive, Leadville. Leadville replied, it was nothing, father. The Duke continued, because of Ravi's lecture, those two couldn't attend. It was my fault for not planning for that. Now, go rest. Ludwig replied, thank you, father. After that, he immediately left. Ludwig walked down the hallway. When he reached the window, something caught his attention. Thank you for watching and see you again. Taking care of Ravi. Interesting. Camila and Ravi also arrived back at the mansion. Looking around, she thought, I guess the party is happening? I even ate well because I didn't want to meet Leadville. Ravi turned to her and asked, Camila, I'll at least make an appearance. What will you do? Camila forced a smile and replied, I'm tired, so I'm going back to my room. You go ahead. She thought, I really don't want to meet that person. Because Camila died by Leadville's hands the most. Leadville Sofan. With those hands. Camilla's heart was pierced, and her head fell off. And even though it was the Duke's order, I can't forget those countless deaths. At least I can guess the Duke's mood, but with Leadville, there's no way. It seems like it rained this morning, the flowers are a bit wet. I keep sighing, so I should stop worrying about it. At least I won't die if I gain favor with Duke Sofan. This bumpy, muddy path is nothing compared to the time I spent on a fashion runway. Besides, if I walk on the yellow brick road, suddenly, Leadville's voice called out. Camila still didn't hear him, see? I'm Lisha, an actress with heavenly talent. Before turning around, Camila was startled. Huh? Be brother. I didn't want to meet him at all. Why is Ludwig here, and in that pose? It's best not to provoke him. She let out a puff of air. Then Camila smiled and said, Dear brother, I just picked some flowers as a welcome-back gift. It's great to meet you here. Please accept them. Ludwig took the bouquet in his hand but said nothing. Camila worriedly thought, what? Doesn't he like flowers as gifts? No reaction at all. Then she spoke, then I'll be going. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Ludwig still saying nothing. Returning, Ruth asked, what are these flowers for? Ludwig replied, they were given to me. Ruth was surprised, given to you? He thought in confusion, who would give flowers to this cold-blooded person? Nearby servants also whispered, flowers for Lord Ludwig? Ruth held out his hand and said, please give them to me, I'll take care of them. Ludwig was silent for a moment then said, it's fine. Ruth was confused, huh? Ludwig replied, these are mine. Ruth explained, no, I wasn't going to steal them. Ludwig said, this is the first time. The first time that child has given me a gift. Ruth was completely confused, that child? Ruth was inwardly baffled, why did he stop mid-sentence? Ludwig continued walking, I'm going back to my room. Ruth replied, yes, young master. Then Ludwig also turned and left. In his heart, he thought, now I'm just thinking about that smile and being called brother for the first time. Not long after, at dinner. I'm about to go crazy. I think it's because Ravi is also silent today. Now I have to observe them carefully. If I get a stomachache, it's because of you. Then the servants brought the food. Ludwig immediately noticed the plate of food in front of Camila. Seeing him reach for her plate, Camila asked in confusion, are you swapping your plate with mine? Camila didn't understand. She thought, what? Is my piece of meat bigger or something? Why is he swapping without asking? Ludwig, after taking her plate, still said nothing. Suddenly the Duke asked, Ravi, how was the lecture? Ravi brightened up, father. He took the blame and said, I apologize. I should have paid more attention. Ravi replied, it was nothing, father. Thanks to you, it went very smoothly. Camila was surprised to hear that, huh? The Duke actually cares about Ravi. I thought he'd only talk about Ludwig. Then he turned to Camila and said, Camila. Camila immediately replied, yes, father. He continued, soon you'll be returning to school. Camila was like, what the hell is going on? Then she quickly realized, that's right, Camila is still a student. It's spring break, so now I have to go back to school. The Duke asked aloud, are you sure you don't want to change your major? Camila forced a smile, haha, my major first, I'll study hard and do my best, father. Camila raised her hand to her chin, worried. When the semester starts, things will be quite a headache. If possible, I don't want to get involved with some people. At least 2. Thinking of this, her head started to ache, ugh, my head. The Duke cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, and said, and also, we have a new kind of chocolate. I hear it pairs very well with tea. And the mist flowers are a bit withered. Camila smiled and replied, I understand. I'll bring new flower arrangements. Ravi, beside her, said, hey, don't you get what he means? Camila wondered, what do you mean? Ravi said again, never mind. Camila deduced, after her tea did I miss something? As for the mist flowers, I brought them late because I already gave them to Ludwig. And I've had tea with the Duke every time I brought flowers. I guess that doesn't matter. Ravi looked at her and thought, this is the first time father has asked to have tea together like this. He must really like Camila these days, huh? Why do I suddenly? I feel proud. At the Duke's library. The Duke asked, what is this? Ludwig said, I'm organizing the dessert shops listed here. Because that child doesn't like sour things. The Duke immediately asked, how do you know? Ludwig just smiled. Then he asked, I heard some servants messed with Camilla's meals. How have you dealt with them, father? The Duke pondered for a moment then said. I ensured they couldn't work in our family, or any other family. Before that, this time it failed too? Ludwig bowed low, yes, I apologize. The Duke didn't avoid his gaze and said, no need. It's not your fault. Spirit beast. This time, we couldn't find it again. In the Pfebler Empire, there are 3 ducal families with 3 guardian beasts, the white tiger of the Sophin family, the Cipher family with the black wolf, and the javelin family with the red eagle. Logically, the Sofin family should also have a spirit beast, but the previous Duke Sofin suddenly died from poison and couldn't pass on the spirit beast. I know no one would be foolish enough to disregard the Sofin family just because they don't have a spirit beast, but the other two families are putting pressure on me. 3 generations of our family have traveled everywhere with this pendant, but it's still useless. Should we give up? Leadville saw him in thought and spoke up, Father. The Duke stood up abruptly, No, we can't. Every time, those two show off their spirit beasts. What's so great about spirit beasts anyway? Keep searching, Leadville. Leadville replied, Yes, sir. Outside the mansion. Camila was walking outside, brooding, I don't feel so good. My stomach hurts so much. Dassen floated over, Lady Camila. Camila asked, What is it? What's wrong? Dassen said, The thing is, there's someone I'd like you to meet, my lady. Camila asked, That person is a ghost, right? Dassen replied, Yes, that's right. Camila immediately turned her head away, Then it's nothing. Dassen immediately said loudly, No, that person is. She heard his voice and thought, his voice is suddenly so tense. If that's the case, the ghost he wants me to meet isn't an ordinary one. Camila immediately refused, I don't feel well, so I want to go back to my room. Dassen pleaded, my lady. But then she stopped short, thinking, I don't feel good about this, especially since he's helped me so many times. But didn't he say he wouldn't do it because of some wish? Once these ghosts gather, it'll go on forever. I need to set boundaries. Seeing his sincere expression, Camila still refused. Then I'll see you later. Dassen replied, Yes, my lady. Camila smugly thought, See? He gave up right away. Maybe it'll be fine. But that's just what I thought. Dassen continuously sought her out, Lady Camila. I apologize for waking you. Sorry to interrupt your meal, but that person really wants to meet you. Can you meet them? Just this once, please? Lady Camila. Camila frowned, thinking, I was truly mistaken to think he'd give up so easily. Is the butler ghost always this stubborn? Camila yelled, Stop it. Dassen had tears welling up, My lady, sniffle, sniffle. Camila had no other choice but to agree. All right, I'll go meet them. Dassen replied joyfully, Thank you very much. Camila asked, Is it a haunting? Dassen didn't understand and asked back, Haunting? What do you mean? Camila said, It's a type of soul trapped in one place, unable to go anywhere else. That's why you can't bring them here, right? Dassen replied, You're right, that person can't move freely. You guessed it with so little information. That's amazing. Camila crossed her arms and asked again, So where is it? Dassen smiled and replied, I will personally lead you there. As she walked, Camila thought, if someone tried to guess where a ghost would haunt forever, they'd guess a funeral home or a tomb. However, normally ghosts don't dare to stay in such places. That's because they don't want to see their own corpses, so they dislike being near such places. That's how it should be. So why are there so many ghosts here? Dassen pointed forward and said, Just a little further, my lady. Camila raised her hand to her chin and thought, could it be because this is the burial ground for people of great merit? I guess being buried here must be an honor, but in the end, it's still just a graveyard. Dassen spoke up, guiding her, This way, my lady. Camila immediately followed his words. Looking around, Camila thought, this place looks quite grand. Anyone can see that these are people of high status. It's so sunny today. A beautiful day like this and I have to go into a graveyard. Dassen stopped in front of a tomb and said, Lady Camila. We've arrived. Another voice asked, Is this the child? Dassen replied, Yes, your grace. Camilla's eyes widened when she saw the spirit in front of her. If he was the 39th Duke, then it must have been a very long time ago, as it's now the 42nd generation. The tombstone read, Head of the Sofin family, 39th generation, Herschel Sofin. Herschel asked, You can truly see me? Camila replied, Yes, and I can hear you too. Herschel smiled, Ho ho, finally, I can see the outcome. The reason I wanted you to come here, Camila interrupted him, before that, may I ask a question? Herschel also agreed, Go ahead and ask. Camila asked, Is this a wig? She was silent for a moment, then continued to ask about his hair. The head of the Sofin family, 39th generation, Herzog Sofin, had a truly dazzling head of hair. Ignoring her comment about his dazzling hair, Herschel began the main topic. The duty of the family head is to indicate where the new spirit beast will be born for the successor. But I was poisoned and couldn't do that. So, taking this opportunity. You are the only one who can go find the spirit beast. Please help me. Camila was shocked to her core. Me? After that, Camila also returned to her room. She sipped her tea, thinking. I know it's unfortunate, but what does he want me to do? After all this time, if I suddenly find a spirit beast that previous generations couldn't find, what will they say? Then she put her teacup down. In her mind, she imagined the scenario of finding the spirit beast. Everyone questioning, how did you find the spirit beast, my lady? Please answer our questions. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Should I act like a fortune teller? And what's more, the spirit beast's egg is in a lake. Everyone will surely call me crazy. No, who knows? If I find it, will the chance of being executed decrease? Would it be a good idea to go find the spirit beast my own way? After that, Camila returned to the graveyard. Dawson, behind her, kept complimenting her, my lady, you're so beautiful today. Camila, feeling annoyed, asked back. So you mean I wasn't beautiful before? Dawson stammered, no, I mean the black dress suits you very well. Camila said, all right. Underwater. So the spirit beast is underwater. Suddenly, a group of people nearby said, isn't that Lady Camila? I guess so. I know we're here because today is your mother's death anniversary, but why is she here? Right, Petro? This young man is the eldest son of the Javelin family, Petro Javelin. The gray-haired man next to him said, and what's more, this is a bit strange. Lady Camila isn't paying any attention to you. The moss-haired man added, maybe she's too far away to see. The gray-haired man continued, no way, if it were Petro. She'd run over immediately. On this side, Dawson kept babbling, my lady, you can do it. Camila really felt a headache coming on. Petro smiled and said, don't say that, it's rude to the lady. The young man next to him said, but it's true. You're always kind to everyone, that's the problem. Before, she stole your composure, didn't she? Petro protested, she didn't steal it. I lost it, and she happened to pick it up and keep it. The moss-haired man crossed his arms and said, right. With your meticulous personality, you accidentally lost it. But today she looks a bit different. Strange, I can't take my eyes off her. Petro walked away and said, if you two have nothing else, I'm leaving. After that, he also left. A smile bloomed on his lips as he looked towards Camila. He silently wondered, Camila Sofin, why is she here? That evening, Camila was lying on her bed. She held her throat uncomfortably, ugh, I'm so thirsty. Just because I'm thinking about water, how am I supposed to get something from underwater? Then she abruptly sat up. When she opened the water pitcher, it was empty. No more water. At this hour, I can't call Donna. I'll get it myself. After that, she walked down the hallway. When she got there, the door was ajar, surprising her. Who would be in the kitchen this late? Thinking that, she pulled the door open. The person inside surprised her. It was none other than Ravi. She walked in and asked, are you eating, Ravi? Ravi saw her and wondered, Camila, why are you here at this hour? Camila replied, I came to get water. Ravi asked, why didn't you tell a maid? She said, it's very late, you know. Ravi pressed, so what? Then why are you sitting here? Camila looked at him and said, you eat. I like watching mukbangs. Ravi was confused, mukbang? Do whatever you want. Camila chuckled. Ravi ignored her and started eating. Looking at Ravi, she thought, I heard some people get sleepy watching mukbangs. It must be like this. Ravi looked at her and saw her eyes were half open. He said, hey, if you're sleepy, go back to your room. Camila, with half-closed eyes, said, I'm not. Really? Ravi continued, then open your eyes and talk. Camila replied, they are open. Then he mumbled, no, she's not. Or is she asleep? I can't believe it. Normally, I would have been annoyed and left her here. It's really strange. But now, I don't want to. The kitchen is cold, isn't it? I guess I'll take her back to her room. Suddenly, Ludwig's voice rang out, you keep eating. Ravi jumped and turned, Brother Ludwig. Ludwig approached and said, I'll take Camilla back to her room. Ravi refused, no, let me do it. Ludwig walked over, picked Camilla up, and said, it's fine. I alone am enough. Ravi was surprised, but Brother Ludwig. Ravi thought in confusion, why is he doing this? Ludwig signaled to Ravi. Shoo, keep your voice down. Camilla will wake up. Ravi was utterly confused. Why was he so concerned about Camilla? The next morning, Camila slowly woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered, when did I fall asleep? When did I get back to my room? Then she remembered Ravi from last night. Oh my god, did Ravi bring me back? I must have been such a bother. I guess I'm about to get an earful when we meet. Ravi will be like, do you know I had to skip my studies to take care of you? Ugh. Last night, I had a nightmare. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I want to live, please. Please don't kill me. Lewig said, I won't kill you. Camila recalled her reply. Yes. Then she smiled. Back in the present, Camila was incredibly embarrassed. Why did I smile when he said he wouldn't kill me? So stupid. It was just a dream, and I was crying and laughing like a lunatic. Am I a child? What's wrong with me? Then Camila went outside. There she met Ravi and exclaimed, oh, Ravi. Ravi turned around, frowning, can't you just call me normally? Camila chuckled, but I did call you normally. Ravi flared up, I'm gonna punch you. Camila scratched her cheeks, blushing, last night was a bit embarrassing, so today I'm just pretending to be nice. But isn't that a good thing? Ravi wondered, what? Camila replied, your sister is lighter than you'd think. Last night, when I carried your sister, I was surprised. She's so light. Ravi remained silent. Camila continued, alright, I get it, I'll stop. Don't glare like that. Just then, someone approached. It was Lewig. Seeing him, Camila thought, why is he here so early in the morning? How strange. But to survive, I have no other choice. She then curtsied respectfully. Hello, my dear brother. Her greeting was met with silence. To break the awkwardness, Camila added, the weather's lovely today, isn't it? Inwardly, she fumed, say something. Oh, he reacted. Ravi, nearby, said enviously, hey, what's with the favoritism? Camila asked, favoritism about what? Ravi frowned and raised his voice, why do you use honorifics with Lewig, but talk to me so casually? Camila bit back, thinking, he's really cocky. Now he wants to fight over my words? He always calls me hey. Camila closed her eyes tightly and asked, why are you asking something so obvious? Ravi immediately retorted, obvious what? It's clear you only respect Lewig. She replied, that's because you're my real brother, my true family. Ravi froze for a moment. Seeing his expression, she thought, why is he so surprised? Does he not see me as his real sister or something? Ravi brought a hand to his mouth, as if to hide a smile. He stammered, what? This is. Camila felt a chill at his expression and asked, why are you smiling? Ravi, still smiling, replied, it's nothing. Then she looked over at Lewig. And now what's wrong with him? Who am I supposed to please? It's mealtime. Duke Sofin also didn't look too good. Camila wondered, are all the men in this house in a bad mood today? Then she spoke up, father, is something wrong? He replied, no, nothing. I just heard that scoundrel is coming, so I'm wondering what irritation I'm about to face. Camila tilted her head, wondering, who's coming? Sofin replied, Javelin. He's coming today to discuss business. Thank you for watching. She quickly realized that Duke Sofin's rival and friend was Duke Javelin. Then he continued, I also heard Petro will be here. Camila asked again, Petro too? Camila looked at them, thinking, ugh, what now? The moment Petro's name came up, everyone looked at her. Ugh, I get it. I know why. Petro Javelin, he's one of the 5 people I didn't want to meet at the academy. I don't know why Camila liked someone like him. She was like that, but she'd had a one-sided crush on Petro for a long time. In the past, she had been rejected. Petro said, I'm sorry. I already have a partner. Camila blushed, stammering, I see. Well, there's nothing I can do then. Haha. Camila quickly ran off, thinking, it's fine. He already had a partner, it couldn't be helped. He didn't reject me because he didn't like me. Not long after, Camila saw Petro walking with Zuela. Zuela saw her and spoke up. Oh my. Lady Camila, hello. Camila shyly replied, hello. Inwardly, she thought, his partner is Zuela? Zuela approached and said, you look lovely today, but do you know what I've been hearing lately? I heard you asked to be Lord Petro's partner, but you were rejected. Camila stammered, oh, he said he already had a partner. Zuela chuckled, oh no, I only asked him to be my partner 2 days ago. Lady Zuela. Oh my, Petro, if you don't like her, just say it directly, right? Well, who in their right mind would want to be your partner anyway? You fake noble. You're just a fake lady. After that, the two had a terrible brawl, and that was the infamous scandal of that party. Fortunately, everyone still thought Camila was Camila, with her perfect personality. As usual, and Camila wanted to hide the fact that she was insulted for being a fake heir. Seeing her continued silence, the Duke spoke up, Camila, if you're not comfortable, just tell me. She replied, everyone, don't worry. My feelings for Petro have dried up. I've forgotten about him, so please don't worry about me. Everyone looked at her with uneasy expressions. Camila thought to herself. The one who liked Petro was the real Camila, not me. The Duke brought a hand to his chin and said, if you say so. Camila looked at him and realized, it seems they don't believe me. Well, the party incident wasn't that long ago, and Camila always followed Petro like a stalker, so it's understandable they don't believe me. Then the Duke buried his face in his hands and said, I don't know why Javelin is coming here. I bet he's just using business as an excuse to brag about his spirit beast to me. Hearing the word spirit beast, she also remembered. Spirit beast, I guess I have to find it, right? I can't even swim. Then she let out a long sigh. Sophin saw this and immediately asked. Camila, is something still bothering you? She replied, no, nothing, it's just I guess I'm worried for you, father. I'm worried, so I'm worried for you, father. The Duke, hearing his beloved daughter say this, waved his hand. Ravi, standing by, was dumbfounded. Then he smiled and said, don't worry, eat before it gets cold. Camila also smiled and replied, yes, father, you should eat too. Just then, the chef brought out more food. The Duke, without delay, took a bite and asked, Jero, what is this dessert? Jero placed the food on the table and said, Lady Camila specifically requested this, sir. Sophin wondered, Camila? What is this? Camila immediately replied, it's black bean juice and cream, sir. Black bean juice and cream. I know it's not a mobility dish, but you should still be careful. The Duke didn't understand her meaning and asked again, mobility? She thought to herself. Wouldn't it be better to have more hair? He'll eat it too, right? Not long after, Duke Javelin had also arrived. He placed a hand on Ludwig's shoulder and smiled. He said, it's been a long time, Ludwig. I heard you had a great victory. You've become much more handsome since I last saw you. I guess you're already full just by looking at such a handsome young man. Duke Sophin crossed his arms and said, stop flattering him. Get inside. Duke Javelin paused. He noticed Ravi and Camila behind him, but he still ignored them. He remained silent. Then he turned to Ludwig and said, well, let's go inside. Camila watched him, thinking, they're all the same, aren't they? Can't I read him? He thinks acknowledging the two of us is worthless, because Duke Javelin values bloodlines and families above all else. We're just bystanders, having no common blood with the Duke. If I recall, he probably wasn't happy when Camila showed such strong affection for Petro. Even if you offer, I wouldn't take him, don't worry. Suddenly, someone approached Camila and said, it's been a while. Camila turned her head and saw Petro. She looked at his surprised expression and judged, he's quite handsome, isn't he? No wonder Camila liked him. Then she smiled faintly and said, it's been a while, Lord Petro. Camila thought, he knows full well those friendly gestures cause misunderstandings, but he still does it. He's the type of person I hate the most. Petro brought a hand to his chin and said, since the party, this is the first time we've met again. Camila replied, it seems so. Petro put on that disgusting expression again and said, I'm sorry about that time. I should have helped, but Camila immediately cut him off, I understand. Inwardly, she seethed, I clearly saw you quietly leaving. Petro smiled again and continued, I hear the garden here is beautiful. It's very beautiful, I'd love to see it. Camila simply replied, it's quite nice. Then she turned to Ruth and said, well, Lord Petro wants to go see the garden, please take him. Ruth immediately replied, yes, ma'am. This was unexpected for Petro, surprising him. Then she turned and left. Well then, enjoy the scenery. Ruth walked over now. We can meet again. See you all in the next videos. Petro stood there, looking towards Camila and Ravi as they left. He covered his head, laughing loudly. With a sound, At this moment, inside the Duke's study, Duke Javelin sat on a chair and said, so, I hear you still haven't Found a spirit beast. Duke Sophin asked, why are you here? Duke Javelin chuckled, I told you, business talks. Duke Sophin continued, then let's talk business, don't mention anything else useless. Duke Javelin said, I hear you obtained a strange mineral from the mine you recently acquired. Why don't you let our guild handle the inspection? Duke Sophin asked, why should I let you handle this? Duke Javelin said, you don't know what its uses are, do you? We'll help you, so when you start selling it, why not consider our cooperation? Duke Sophin crossed his arms and said, no need, thank you. Duke Javelin wondered. Why, we have many connections. Duke Sophin replied, even so, I don't intend to let you handle it. The two started arguing again. You stubborn fool. Are you sulking? No. That's exactly it. Shut up. Just then, Camilla's voice echoed from outside. Father. I'm back. I brought some desserts. Duke Sophin then allowed Camila to enter. Camila pushed in a tea table with desserts. Duke Sophin asked, is this a new kind of tea? I haven't seen it before. Camila replied, I heard you haven't been sleeping well lately, father. This type is perfect for you. She thought, well, in any era, a child who knows how to care for their parents is always the most admirable thing, right? Especially in front of others. Camila smiled and said, before you go to sleep, I'll bring you another cup of tea. Duke Sophin replied, pleased, all right. Thank you, my child. Come, sit and have some tea with us. Camila looked surprised. Really? I won't be a bother? The Duke smiled brightly, what bother? Sit down, my child. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, everyone. Camila politely replied, thank you for the tea. She looked at Duke Javelin, thinking, Duke Javelin. He doesn't seem very happy. But what's that on his shoulder? A spirit beast? It seems no one else sees it but me. Nobody's paying attention, why? When its master summons it, it also looks like a spirit. A spirit, huh? Duke Sophin reached for a teacup, took a sip, then said, this tea is good today, isn't it? Camila smiled warmly, I'm glad you like it, father. She thought, of course, it's thanks to Dassen's brewing. He proudly gave a thumbs up. He's been a tea master for over 20 years and became a top-tier butler. Suddenly, Duke Javelin looked towards Camila, startling her. She asked, would you like a cup, sir? I hope it suits your taste. Duke Javelin snorted and said, fine. Then Camila poured him a cup. He grumbled. Camila watched him drink, thinking, it's good, right? I bet you'll want more. Suddenly, the red eagle spirit beast looked towards her. Camila unconsciously sweated. The eagle asked, can you see me? See me? Camila didn't dare to answer a single word. She worriedly thought, what? I thought only the master could hear the spirit beast's voice. The red eagle continued, you possess a pure soul. Camila broke out in a sweat. Don't talk to me anymore. Suddenly, Duke Javelin called out Jetty. The red eagle. Then it transformed into a mighty eagle. Mighty and landed on Duke Javelin's shoulder. Camila heard him call it a few more times. She then thought, Jetty, you like that Korean chocolate drink? It's much bigger than before. So it only manifests when summoned by its master, just like a spirit. A true spirit. Duke Sophin angrily. Why did you suddenly summon your spirit beast? Duke Javelin chuckled, I just suddenly felt like admiring it. Duke Sophin immediately asked. Are you trying to turn this place into a sea of fire? Duke Javelin chuckled, perhaps you don't know, spirit beasts are living beings. Beautiful creatures that people can't take their eyes off. Duke Sophin snapped, oh really? Then take it home and admire it all you want. Duke Javelin laughed again, don't be so cold, haha. Camila, nearby, couldn't bear it. Humph, this person is too overbearing. Suddenly, Jetty once again looked towards Camila. Then it flapped its wings and took off. The direction it flew was right towards where Camila was sitting. Duke Javelin. Huh? What? It landed on Camila? The astonishment of all three. Duke Javelin called out, Jetty, come here. But Jetty only replied with a glare. He yelled in anger. Jetty, I told you to come here. Jetty snuggled into Camilla's lap and said, I don't want to. I like it here. This child has a pure soul, like she was just born. Duke Javelin scoffed. Huh, what are you saying? Jetty sprawled on Camila, saying, I like this child. Camila smiled. And said, I'm sorry, sir. She thought, creatures like this seem to like me, huh? Duke Sofin raised his hand to his chin and chuckled, I think your spirit beast likes my daughter more than you do. Javelin immediately roared, what are you talking about? It obeys me more than anyone. Come here, Jetty, now. In response, there was only Jetty's silence. Duke Sofin burst out laughing. Haha, so obedient. There, Duke Javelin called out in vain. His name, in vain. Jetty. Camila awkwardly thought. What should I do? A few days later, we'll find out. The maid anxiously said. Are you sure you'll be all right? Perhaps you should change your major, as the Duke suggested. Camila replied, it's fine, I'll be back soon. This person just keeps worrying about things. It's understandable, given everything. Even here, Camila was lonely. She had a lot to worry about, and after all, she chose that major. Stand straight. It's starting. Emil and Hamel, match. Match start. Yes, the swordsmanship department. Yes. The Sofin family was famous for their swordsmanship. They had 2 sword masters, a renowned family for their superior swordsmanship across the continent. That's why she chose swordsmanship. To prove she was also a member of the family. Thinking this, Camila sighed. 2, you should only choose this if you have talent. So stubborn. Why choose this when I'm not skilled enough? Although I understand her. Perhaps it was her last resort. Well, that's true anyway. Camila chose it, and her return is possible, so just try. Blue sky above. Should I take a nap? Camila was invisible, even the teacher didn't notice her. The shade of that tree seems. Oh my. What's poking me? His ink. Llama, huh? Let's not make eye contact. Is there any other shade? That was the only shade. One shot. Excellent production. Cut. Camila had no other choice. She stood up normally. And walked. Towards that spot, Camila sat down under the tree's shade. Then she lay down on the lawn. Green and cool. Inwardly, she thought. I'm so close, and he's not looking. Lucky. Is he only watching the match? No, 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 stop thinking. Everyone there saw Camila sleeping and started gossiping. Hey. Is that Lady Camila? I think so. She's sleeping during class? Is that Camila? Duke Sofin spoke up, I feel that way. She's my daughter. A completely different person. That spirit observed everything. But said nothing. Camila didn't care about what people said. She just enjoyed herself. And lived her own life first. Seeing this, the other 2 started gossiping again. I was wondering who would sleep. In the middle of class. It's Lady Camila. She's truly lost her mind. Petro let out a sigh. Then he turned and said. Just leave it. Let's go to class 3. Stop. The blonde-haired one dared to say, it's so surreal, she seems completely changed. The person next to him added, exactly, she's so carefree in class. Carelessly, he bumped into someone. He clutched his shoulder uncomfortably and said, damn, what the hell? Ashen turned around and asked, me? Are you talking to me? The brown-haired youth immediately blanched when he realized. This person was Ashen Sepra. He immediately stammered, and no, I'm sorry, Ashen. Ashen chuckled, don't apologize, because I don't intend to either. Apologize. It seems the family that possesses many great mages they're quite the big shots. However, he has a flaw, a lack of humanity. Last year, there was a notorious incident. A transfer student, no matter how strong, challenged Ashen and was beaten to near death. After mercilessly beating him, just before he lost consciousness, Ashen healed him. Beating, then healing. Both witnesses and victims felt he was insane. Just then, someone approached. Petro stopped the 2 of them. Come on. Stop it. There's no need for trouble. It's just a misunderstanding, Ashen. He already apologized. Let's drop it. Ashen straightforwardly asked, are you a clown? I wonder if you'd still smile like that when you're being beaten? As for beating him, Petro replied, I'm quite curious about that too. But let's stop here, Ashen. Ashen closed his eyes. What if I don't want to? Just as he finished, Ashen punched Petro, but Petro could easily Ashen said, don't casually call my name, because I won't listen. I don't want to hear it. Suddenly, someone came to stop the two. Hey, where are you guys going? What are you doing? Ashen clicked his tongue, seriously. Too bad. Get out of my sight. Then he left, walking towards where Camila was lying, when he suddenly stopped. Stop, he said. That girl's actions are suspicious. She wondered. Can I see it? Class quickly began. Here too, there too. Even in the classroom, if possible. At this rate, is the school haunted? In times like these, I should take a nap. Just as she lay her head on the desk, the teacher approached. Lady Camila. It seems my class isn't interesting to you, is it? Camila. She looked at her and realized, I remember this professor. She doesn't even lift her head in front of Duke Sofin anymore, but she enjoys feeling superior to Camila by oppressing her. There are others openly sleeping around, so why pick on me? Wrong. The professor, seeing Camila remain silent, asked, are you protesting that? My class isn't worth learning? Camila replied, of course not. The professor continued. Or should I take this as you being confident that you can definitely solve the problem? Camila was curious inwardly. Is she looking for a fight? The professor pointed to the board and said, now, go up to the board and solve them. Camila frowned, how cocky. I might not look like it, but I graduated from S University. Since I was an orphan and had no parents, I really didn't want to be a bad student for those reasons. I didn't get enough sleep because of life in the entertainment industry. But I never gave up on my studies. Above all, I've been tired of observing Camilla's school life. For over 20 years. I've solved the problems they gave me more than 10 times. Camila easily solved them, leaving the professor dumbfounded. She gently put down the chalk, then Camila crossed her arms and asked. Can I sleep now? It was like crying out to the heavens unheard. Oh my God. Quickly, the afternoon. Class ended. Camila was in a carriage, returning home. Lying in the carriage, she seemed lifeless. Half a day at school felt like filming 3 dramas. Why are there so many ghosts at school? The carriage is so smooth. So sleepy. So sleepy. Not long after, she fell asleep. The coachman stopped and said, Lady Camila, we've arrived. Camila stepped down, yawning, I slept well. Then she gazed into the distance. Thinking about it, this is the first time. The first time I've calmly watched the sunset since arriving in this world. This world. My situation is a mess, but the sky is so beautiful today. Living. Enjoying the evening sunset breeze, the Duke's voice spoke up. Camila, he said. My child. She turned her head, Father? He said, welcome home. Camila was incredibly surprised. And touched. He came out to greet me. The normal exchange with a daughter returning from school. Something I never received before. Her eyes welled up. But she couldn't let the tears fall, so she held them back. I'm crazy. Why am I crying? Seeing her cry, the Duke immediately asked, Camila, my child, what's wrong? Camila fell into a sorrowful past. This is the first time in my life. I've never heard anyone welcome me home, whether living with my parents or at the orphanage. Only cold darkness greeted me. Even when my mother passed away. When her creditors came asking for money. I didn't shed a single tear. She quickly wiped away the tear gathered on her lash. She smiled brightly. And said, Father, I'm home. Saying those words. Words she had never spoken before, the first time she had said them like that. The Duke gently patted her head and said. Welcome home. It was a tough day, Father. Camila quickly returned to her room. She immediately punched her pillow. Oh my God. How embarrassing. Why was everyone outside at that moment? Lewig? And 2 billion people watching. While feeling awkward, her stomach growled. I'm so hungry. Okay, enough embarrassment. I'm trying to survive. It's fine. Can't starve to death here. Time to change and check the kitchen for food. Soon, she was at the kitchen door. Suddenly, Ravi, who had been waiting for ages, saw her and clicked his tongue, what took you so long? Camila wondered, what's wrong with Ravi? So, he was waiting for me? Thinking this, a faint smile touched her lips. Then she walked past him. And chuckled, is there a handsome slowpoke here? Ravi asked, where does that confidence come from? She replied, perhaps my face. Ravi, hearing her confidence, almost threw up. Camila saw this and said, alright, no more jokes. Don't make that face. Ravi sighed and pulled something from his pocket. Here, take this. Then he tossed it to her. Camila picked it up and asked, what is it? A bracelet? Outside. Ravi said, throw it. Camila wondered, huh? Ravi continued, throw it at people. The people you don't like. Camila was utterly annoyed, hey, can you explain more clearly? Or not? Ravi explained, it's a magic bracelet that can bind others. So don't cry like a child, just throw it at them. Camila awkwardly thought, he gave this to me. Does he think I'm being bullied at school? Thinking this, she smiled. Then Camila followed him and said, oh, Ravi, let's go together. Ravi said, I told you to call me properly. She raised the bracelet and asked, but Ravi, if I use this, will people criticize me even more? Ravi scoffed, don't worry, you don't have much reputation to lose anyway. Camila immediately yelled, huh? Time passed. And before I knew it, Dasan was desperately pleading. He said, lady. Oh, the water seems to have warmed up a lot. Camila still frowned. I think it's still cold. Dasan immediately denied, no, many people are playing in the water right now. That's the point, huh? Camila replied, I know. She thought, there's nothing more reason to delay this any further. As they say, the darkest place is under the lamplight. The Lake of Souls, symbol of Febler Academy. According to the predecessor, Herschel, he claimed a spirit beast was sleeping soundly at the bottom of this lake. I heard that when Lewig graduated from this academy, he didn't bring his pendant to search for the spirit beast? Well, who would go to such a remote place? Camila reached her hand into the lake and immediately pulled it back. So cold. You. She lied. Then Dasan, with tears in his eyes, pleaded, lady, Lord Hojo is waiting anxiously. Waiting for you in worry. Camila said, tell him to wait a bit longer. He's waited long enough anyway. Dasan implored, oh, lady. Camila stood up. Come back when the water is warmer. And stop lying and crying, I won't be fooled anymore. Dasan wiped away his tears, ah, yes. Camila, seeing him like this, asked, do you need to follow me to the academy every time? Dasan replied, Lord Hojo is waiting in despair, my lady. Camila sighed, I know how you feel. Go. But that lake is quite deep. Dasan replied, you don't have to worry about getting lost in the lake. I've checked where the spirit beast is underwater. Just go and look. Follow me. Camila looked at him, speechless. She said, I haven't ever been afraid of water, have I? Yes, I'll do it. Nearby, she saw two people. Come on, don't be like that. Camila heard them and wondered, what are they saying? The blonde girl replied, I have nothing to say. Go away. Ruth coaxed, come on, let's go have some tea. Camila heard it and thought, what a clumsy way to flirt. So creepy. The girl continued to refuse, I'm not interested. Ruth scoffed and said, you don't know your place, do you? You're standing? Your family isn't powerful, so you dare refuse me? Camila heard this and felt very annoyed. Annoyed. Family, huh? Speechless. Immediately after, the girl screamed, let me go. Ruth pulled her away. Just say thank you and come with me. Do you know what family I come from? How dare you? Camila couldn't stand it and immediately said, perhaps it's not because your family is so fearsome. But because you are the problem, huh? You sleep during literature class, no wonder your vocabulary is so poor. Not to mention your terrible discrimination skills. It's not that she dislikes your family, she just dislikes you. Ruth glared. Lady Camila. Camila said, very good. I don't need to thank you for recognizing me, do I? Ruth asked, are you here alone? Camila wondered. So what? Ruth sneered, heh. I can't believe it. Both you and that girl are equally idiotic, not knowing your place. Don't you understand your own situation? Shut up and get lost. Camila retorted, my situation? Shouldn't you be worried about yours? Ruth Hebry, second son of Count Hebry, 20 years old. You're the son of a concubine, not the countess. You've been ill-mannered since childhood. Ruth pointed at Camila, yelling, what are you saying? Camila took a triumphant breath and said, 3 years ago, on March 15th, you kidnapped the Viscount Zebu's child and sexually assaulted them. Wow, I didn't realize you were such a troublemaker. Anyway, everything was covered up with a large sum of money. Last year, the second daughter of Baron Lewin. Isn't this utterly despicable? Ruth yelled, what the hell? How do you know that? Camila replied, I know. I'm curious about that too. He pointed at him, yelling loudly, that bastard is garbage, lady. Camila also wondered, how does the butler know all this stuff? Ruth's eyes flashed with hatred, hey, I told the butler. You answer. How do you know? Tell me. You know what I've done, so you must know what happens next, right? Isn't it strange? Why did none of those girls speak up? Even though I did that to them, all the families quickly covered up the attacks. So, what makes a duke's daughter any different? Suddenly, the blonde girl screamed, stop. She didn't do anything wrong. Camilla couldn't believe it, thinking, I can't believe someone's mind can be this rotten. Ruth asked, what should I do with you? Camilla thought. There's no one here, and I don't have a reputation to lose. Then she took out the bracelet Ravi gave her and threw it towards Ruth. Ruth, bound, immediately screamed, what the? Huh? What is this? Hey, let me go now. I said let me go. Then she waved her hand, causing Ruth to be hung from a tree branch. Remembering Ravi's words, it's a magic bracelet that can bind others. So don't cry like a child, just throw it at them. Camilla exclaimed, this is really useful. Amazing. Ravi. Ruth continuously yelled, let me go. I said let me go. Camilla angrily said, if you keep making noise, I'll drop you. From here. Even if your face is ugly, I guess you don't want to die at all, do you? Ruth broke out in a cold sweat, if I fall from here, Camilla awkwardly thought, but how do I unbind him? Ravi. Never told me how to unbind it. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, Ruth. What are you doing here? You didn't come back, so we came looking. Didn't you say you'd be fine alone? Ruth. Then screamed, help. Catch her. Get her. Catch her. Camilla looked at them, thinking. So Ruth has accomplices. What should I do? What should I do? The two youths said, you'd best stay put. What a hassle. Camilla thought, should I be worried? If I run, will I be safe? Can I escape? While she was worried, someone appeared behind her. Camilla turned around. And was surprised, brother, what are you doing here? Here? Ludwig replied, I happened to be passing by. Camilla suspiciously thought, how can he happen to be passing by in the woods? When this place is so far from any main roads? So strange. But now is not the time to talk about that. Ludwig coldly asked. Is it because of them? The reason you cried? Camilla was confused, why suddenly? I don't know why. He suddenly appeared here. But. Just nod, she thought, then immediately nodded and replied, yes. Remembering Camilla's smile. Camilla's smile, Ludwig couldn't forgive these scoundrels. He stepped forward. Camilla stepped back. Camilla smiled. You guys are dead. What's going to happen? The blonde girl anxiously said, excuse me. Thank you, Mississippi. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. Thank you. Camilla looked over, oh. Looking closer, she thought, what an abrupt meeting. The blonde girl introduced herself, my name is Layla. Camilla immediately recognized, Layla Heston. Of course, that name is very familiar. She's the real heroine of the story. Who everyone avoided. But Camilla really hated Layla. They were both adopted children. But the results were different. At that time, Camilla had yelled in her face, I hate you. Get out of my sight. Get out. Even though both were raised by adoptive parents, not biological parents, why? Why? Why are you the only one who's different? Why are you the one who's loved, and now you have Petro? Blinded by jealousy, she had cornered Layla and wanted to kill her. Just then, the Duke arrived. Stop it, Camilla. Camilla turned around, father? The Duke said, Camilla. Ah, you gone too far. Cut. Camilla screamed, father, please save me. This was the time after when the entire ducal family turned their backs on her. I guess this was unavoidable. Cornering her and trying to commit murder. Layla asked, you're Lady Camilla, aren't you? Camilla didn't answer but thought, now that I think about it, she just transferred to the school around this time. She's the one who talked to Camilla the most. I forgot. Layla spoke up again, excuse me. Camilla reached out her hand to Layla. and extended it towards Layla. Camila asked. Are you just going to sit there? Layla laughed. Camila helped her up and advised, if you're grateful, then don't go alone with anyone, even if you're forced. Layla replied, I wasn't following him. Camila wondered, then what? Layla smiled and said, I wasn't following him. I was following Lady Camila. I was wondering why. You were going into the forest alone. It's very dangerous. Camila was surprised, huh? You know me? Layla smiled. And replied, yes, of course. Everyone talks about you, lady. What clothes are you wearing today? What jewelry are you wearing? Do you wear your hair half up or braided? I even know what you're doing in class that afternoon. Camila thought uncomfortably, I know I've been causing a stir lately, but is that what everyone is gossiping about me? Why aren't they studying instead of chatting? Layla continued, so I really wanted to meet Lady Camila. Camila asked again, me? Layla replied, yes. Camila thought, those eyes are so familiar. That's how rookie actors looked at me when they first entered the industry. New recruits seeing their seniors were exactly the same. Layla grabbed Camila's hand and smiled, from now on, please teach me and guide me more. Camila was confused. Confused, huh? From now on? Why is Layla interested? Confused, huh? From now on? Why is Layla interested? Why does he care so much about Camila? Meanwhile, Lewig. After cleanly dispatching those guys, he turned back and called her, Camila. Camila said, dear brother. She was surprised, yet happy. She marveled, a true sword master. He finished so fast, and he even helped me retreat. Lewig hesitated, your bracelet it broke. I'm sorry. Camila waved her hand and replied, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'll ask Ravi to fix it. Are you all right? Lewig asked, Ravi gave you this? Camila replied, yes. Lewig then asked, why? Camila was startled, why? If you really want to know, I don't know either. Perhaps he just wants to take care of his little sister, which is me. After all, he is my brother. Hearing that, Lewig instantly crushed the bracelet. Then he said, I'm sorry. Camila froze for 5 seconds. Inside, she fumed, why would you break my bracelet? That evening, Camila returned to her room. She tossed and turned on her bed, finding it very strange. Lewig was the type of person who showed no interest in anyone. And Layla should have been the first person he fixated on. So why didn't he even glance at her? The two people I kept seeing in my dreams, when they first met. They felt an attraction and showed interest in each other. Then Petro and Ravi got involved, turning it into a complex situation. A complicated love story. They were supposed to meet for the first time. Was it because they met here? Or was it not destined, since they met at the lake, not the market? Who cares? I should just sleep. Suddenly, a spirit arrived. It said, my lady, isn't it time to wake up? So what? Camila closed her eyes, grunted, go away. The spirit persisted. It continued, I said, it's time to wake up. Camila jolted upright, and Master Herschel? Herschel casually waved. Long time no see. Camila immediately asked, how did you get here? He replied. I don't know either. Camila wondered, confused, can a spirit haunting one place suddenly move? Herschel chuckled, I've been eagerly awaiting news from you. Suddenly, today I feel lighter. Camila wondered, do ghosts have weight? He feels that way because he thinks I'll help him complete his lifelong wish regarding the spirit beast egg. So, this is how you make a ghost move? By doing their bidding? Will more ghosts start coming now? Herschel asked, by the way, when do you plan to find the spirit egg? Camila sighed, it's not that simple. Herschel asked again, I already told you the location, what's so hard? The spirit beast shouldn't be left alone for so long. Suddenly, Dasan appeared and said, yes, I agree. Camila broke out in a sweat seeing him, where did you come from? Herschel said, this is our family's lifelong wish, so please help us. Camila had no choice, alright, I understand. I'll go find the spirit beast as soon as possible. Dasan asked again, really? Camila said, I just need to prepare a bit. Herschel asked. Prepare what? Camila cleared her throat, sounding hoarse. Once I'm ready, Camila will scream really loud. Her scream immediately caught the attention of all the servants. Donna rushed into her room, panicked. My lady. Camila, what happened, my lady? My lady? Are you all right? Ludwig also heard the commotion and rushed in. Yes. Thank you. Camilla's eyes welled up with tears. Father. The Duke rushed over. He asked worriedly, what happened? Camila replied. In my dream, father, I saw something scaled in your office, and then everything burst into flames. I told you to get out, but you couldn't move even though you were in the middle of the fire. Ravi approached, puzzled, thinking, what is she up to now? Damn. I rushed out without realizing it. The Duke, suppressing his worry, chuckled, ha ha ha, you came to help. And that father was trapped in the fire? Camilla replied, I was so worried. I'm sorry. The Duke reassured her, no, you must have been so scared. Camilla thought, there's another reason I screamed so loudly. Around this time of year, one of the Sofin family's textile factories usually catches fire. I don't know the exact time, but it seems to be about a week after Layla moved in. I'm doing this to make it seem like I had a prophetic dream. Just then, his aide rushed in to report, Duke. We just received bad news. The Duke immediately asked, what is it? The aide replied, a fire broke out in the textile factory. They say there were no casualties since it was late, but I think operating the factory will be difficult for some time. The Duke then left, saying, let's discuss this in more detail. In my office. Everyone there immediately started murmuring. Did you hear that? The young lady just said it, and then it happened. I'm sure it's just a coincidence though. Camilla heard their whispers. If you gossip like that, you're agreeing with me. She smiled. This is just the beginning. Not long after, in a carriage Dassen looked confused. Thank you for watching and see you next time. Herschel also asked, confused, it doesn't seem like we're going fishing, so why are we here suddenly? Camilla replied, think about it. What would people say if suddenly? I just found the spirit beast egg? Herschel replied, they'd be thrilled. Camilla continued, of course they'd be thrilled, but only for a moment. Then what? Herschel asked, then what? Camilla continued, wouldn't a million questions about how I knew the location of the spirit beast egg flood me? And honestly, what would happen if I told them Sir Herschel told me? Wouldn't they say the Duke's daughter has gone crazy? That's why I need an excuse. Herschel asked suspiciously, are you going to say you knew the egg's location because of a dream? Will people believe that? Dassen, standing nearby, added, I think so too. Camilla smiled, and that's why we need to create more incidents. Upon arrival, the coachman stopped and announced, my lady, we've arrived. Camilla calmly stepped out of the carriage. The two spirits hovering behind her asked, why are we here? She replied, I'm buying ingredients for bait. Herschel pondered for a moment, then said, by the way, how did you know there would be a fire at the textile factory? Dassen, like him, was also curious, how did you know? Camilla deflected, I'm busy right now. Count Ceylon was walking. And said, I think it will take more time for the factory to be operational again. The Count replied, fortunately, there were no casualties. Suddenly, he stopped walking. Long time no see, young lady Camilla. Camilla bowed and replied. Long time no see, Count Ceylon. I suppose you're here about the factory, aren't you? Ceylon replied, ah, yes, that's right. He was surprised, thinking, she knows I'm in charge of the factory? I thought she wasn't interested in the family's business affairs. How surprising. Camilla said, don't worry too much. Haven't you heard? They say blessings and misfortunes always come hand in hand. I have a little something for you. Here, Count. Count Ceylon asked curiously, what is this? She replied. This is a blessing. Ceylon took the box. He asked, may I open it? If you agree, of course. Ceylon opened the box. This is the scene shifted. Two maids were gossiping with each other. Have you heard? I heard Countess Ceylon is finally pregnant. The red-haired one continued, but do you know who first spread this news? Young Lady Camilla. She suddenly gave Count Ceylon a pair of baby shoes. She said he would need them. Not only that, but that's also why. They were girls' shoes. So, it's a girl? In the kitchen, people were also gossiping. Not long ago, the Viscount began looking for new business partners, but when the young lady saw him, she immediately shook her head. The Viscount had a bad feeling, investigated, and realized he was a scammer. Elsewhere, people were also speculating, the young lady predicted the chief's mother would pass away. The young lady immediately told her to go home because her mother passed away, didn't she? Maybe the fire dream wasn't a coincidence? Right. Yes. It's incredible. She's even more talented than the famous prophet. In the capital. Meanwhile, in the Duke's study. The Duke spoke, Camila. Ah, Camila replied, yes, father? He asked, how could something like that happen? I heard you said. You might have had a prophetic dream? Camila hesitated, I don't know either. Sometimes I also see things in my dreams, but sometimes, I just see someone, or a few things pop into my head. The Duke asked worriedly, do you feel any pain anywhere? She replied, don't worry, father, I'm fine. The Duke instructed, if you feel any strange signs in your body, come and tell me immediately, alright? Camila replied, yes, father. By the way, recently, I also had a similar dream. The Duke was startled and asked, was it a nightmare? Camila denied, no, it wasn't. But first, I will find out more before telling you. The Duke pressed, it's not anything dangerous, is it? She shook her head, not at all. Then she smiled subtly, the bait is set. Time to go find the spirit beast egg. Soon, she was at the lake's edge. Even though I'm not confident in my memories or my swimming skills, at least I know a ghost is guiding me. Camila spoke up, are you sure the lake isn't deep? Dasan happily replied, yes, trust me and Lydia. It's not too deep, I'm sure we'll find it. Alright, let's go. I'll go first. Camila just dipped her foot. When she gasped, ah, it's so cold. Yes, the water was very cold but also very clear. When they reached the middle of the lake, Dasan called out, my lady, it's right here. The spirit beast egg is right here. Camila replied, I understand. Then she also dived into the lake. Before her eyes, there appeared a sphere. She wondered, is that a transparent red sphere? Then Camila reached out and picked it up, holding it tightly in her hand. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, I have to quickly swim up. Just then, from afar, something caught her attention. Someone was swimming towards her, catching Camilla's attention. This person was none other than Donna. Donna pulled her to the surface of the water, shouting, my lady, you mustn't die. Camilla's eyes slowly closed. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Camila lay silent for a moment. When she woke up, Donna asked worriedly, my lady, are you alright? Camila coughed, thinking, I passed out because of you. But I got the spirit beast egg. Camila immediately turned and asked, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Donna cried, my lady, how could you do such a thing? Camila asked back, confused, do what? Donna, still crying, asked, why did you jump into the lake? Why would you jump into the lake? Why would you try to commit suicide? Camila said, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Donna cut her off, if you die this time, everything will truly be over. Camila stopped, huh? This time? What did you just say? Donna continued, I said, you can't go back to the past like last time. Camila was astonished by Donna's words. That afternoon, back at the mansion, Camila had returned. The servants exclaimed, seeing her drenched. Oh my goodness! My lady, are you all right? Just then, Ludwig approached, wrapping a coat around her. Her cousin asked, is that how it is? Camila was silent for a moment. She said nothing. Then she quickly walked away. I'm going to rest now, dear brother. She then left, leaving Ludwig alone. In her room, Camila, the two spirits followed, calling her name. Camila. My lady. Camila said in a low voice, both of you, please leave. Dasan was worried, but she turned back, her voice icy. From now on, no matter what happens in this room, if either of you eavesdrops or interferes, I will never speak to you again. Both replied sadly, we understand. Then they both left. Camila spoke up. You're outside, right? Come in. Donna stepped in from outside. My lady, please have some warm tea first. Warm tea? Camila immediately got to the point, who is this Daiko you're talking about? Donna stammered, what do you mean, my lady? I'm Donna. Camila interrupted, do you want to die? Answer me properly. If I die this time, I can't go back to my previous life. To the past again. What does that mean? How did I come to this world, and what is happening? Spit it out. You know something, don't you? Donna replied, unable to avoid it any longer. She said, I'll tell you the truth. I am a soul guardian, or was, until recently. Camila asked, so you're no longer a soul guardian? Donna replied, I was fired. I made a mistake. I accidentally put two souls into the wrong bodies. Camila asked in surprise, you put two souls in wrong? You put one person's soul into another's body? Donna smiled brightly. You understand so quickly. Just as people choose clothes that fit them, souls also seek comfort. If a soul enters a body that doesn't match, everything will start to go wrong. Donna paused for a beat. She continued, the main point is, people around them start ignoring them. They can't even receive love from their families. Everyone around them will die. Become rude and aggressive. Camilla's voice trembled, ignored and uncomfortable. Then she sprang up and slammed her hand on the table. So what are you saying? You're saying the soul that doesn't match its body is me, right? Donna gave an innocent smile. Exactly. Since then, from the very beginning, young Lady Camilla's soul and Lisha's soul were accidentally swapped. You not only understand quickly but also assess situations accurately. Camilla's voice was icy, shut up. So it was all because young Lady Camilla's soul and Lisha's soul were accidentally swapped? Were swapped? She remembered her life. As Sia before, how she was constantly abused. Then she remembered Camilla's death. Seeing Camilla's current expression, Donna flinched. What? Why did it happen? Camila asked, so, you're saying this is my real body? Donna immediately knelt, that's right. Camila asked, what's the reason? Donna, not understanding her, asked back, reason for what? Camila snapped, if you knew you made a mistake, why didn't you put the souls back into their original bodies? Why didn't you put them back? Donna explained, it's not that easy to take a soul out of a body, especially two souls from two different worlds. And breaking the rules of that world could disrupt its flow. So there's a requirement, both must acknowledge each other's existence. You've surely seen this place many times. Camila asked, acknowledge each other's existence? So that means the other person was watching me too? Donna replied, that's right. Young Lady Camila also observed Lisha again and again. Camila asked skeptically, so you're saying I belong to this world? And I can't return to that world? Donna slowly stood up and replied, that's right. Camila asked, so if I die now, it's over? Donna chuckled, ding ding. You truly understand quickly. Camila was startled and asked, wait, now that I think about it, does this mean I died many times in that other world? Donna replied, yes, Lisha was also killed many times, under your father's rule. Camila then broke out in a sweat, realizing, that man only threatened me a few times for money but never came back after that. I guess I eventually died at that man's hands. Camila remembered Sia and immediately asked, wait, so Camila, Lisha, probably died there again, right? Donna replied, Lisha also knows this truth. Young Lady Camila is also trying to survive in that world, and she's trying to eliminate things that threaten her life, right? Camilla's face darkened, exactly. Unless she's an idiot, she's probably already prepared. Donna explained, the reason I kept sending both of you back to the past was because I was waiting for an opportunity for you two to sense each other's presence. Camila fell into thought, Lisha, even that name feels so unfamiliar now. Then she angrily asked, even so, why did it take so long for us to sense each other? Donna avoided her gaze and said, I didn't think it would take this long. I don't have much power, so. At least young Lady Camila here sensed Lisha's presence in the other world at the very last moment. So this long, endless loop was finally broken. Camila suddenly realized something, sensed my existence at the very last moment, that spirit that was the real Lisha. Donna continued, if we had missed that moment, both of you would have been stuck in that loop forever. But at that moment, you sensed each other. So, in both worlds, Venus appeared, and you could swap souls back. Camila angrily asked, why are you so proud of yourself? Oh well, I can't hit a woman or anything. Donna asked, are you unhappy because I'm a woman? Suddenly, Donna's body glowed. In a different form, Donna said, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Doman. Camila asked, the doorman? Let me explain why Camila asked that. Doorman sounds similar to doorman in English, which means gatekeeper. Doorman said, no, it's Doman. This is my original form. Camila asked, confused, regardless of what I see, are you a man? Doman replied, we don't pay much attention to gender, but if you want clarification, then yes. Camila asked, then why were you a woman before? Doman replied, of course, it was because I wanted to help young Lady Camila more closely, And I believed a female form would be better than a male one. Camilla's face darkened. Wait, didn't you serve me as a maid earlier? Doman averted his gaze. As I said, we don't care about our own gender. Camila shouted, quiet. Doman said, but I was fired and don't have much power anymore. I can't even see any spirits. Camila thought, can't see spirits anymore? Then she asked, so the reason I can see ghosts is because my soul was swapped? Doman replied, no, my lady, that's a power you were born with. As long as both of you live the lives you were meant to have, then I can go back to work. Camila challenged, but both of us died painful deaths again, and it's all because of you. Doman replied, if you say so, then yes. Camila pointed at Doman and shouted, call your superior here. Doman flinched, suddenly, why? She said, when an employee makes a mistake, the manager bears full responsibility. Doman stammered, but we're trying our best to fix it. Camila snapped back, fix what? What the hell have you people done? Doman tried hard to explain, every time you died, sending your soul back to the past wasn't something just anyone could do. And we also tried our best to make sure you two could sense each other without harming either world. Camila replied calmly, I don't care. Doman continued, Lisha also has many natural talents. All we could do was grant her more blessings and good fortune. Camila asked in surprise, blessings? She thought, well, it's true that any movie I starred in became a blockbuster. Was that the blessing and good fortune they gave me? Camila asked, what about Camila? What did she get when she was here? Doman stammered, well. Oh. How embarrassing. She had me. I was right by her side to help her. Camila asked in a quiet voice, so my benefit is having you by my side? Doman chuckled, that's right. Camila immediately used her literally flying slipper technique on Doman, shouting, get out. Not long after. Camila sat before her mirror, sighing. So, Donna has been watching me all this time? Great. Should I be grateful that Donna is stuck by my side to help me? But if Donna hadn't made a mistake in the first place, none of this would have happened. So she's truly useless. Well, at least I safely retrieved the spirit beast egg. I'd better give it to the Duke right away. Then she left her room, seeing everyone at work. A maid said, Doman, please help me with this. Another said, Doman, remember to come get some food later. Camila was extremely surprised. Doman also noticed her at that moment. He smiled and said, young lady Camila. Camila immediately walked over and asked, what's this? Why are they so casual with you, even though you changed gender? Doman replied, about that. That's one of the few special powers I have when I'm with young lady Camila. No matter what form I'm in, no one suspects me. Camila was speechless, so that's one of your remaining abilities? Camila sighed, whatever. You don't need to stick by my side constantly. I won't die just because you're not with me. And what's more, if things were like this, you should have said something, right? If I had known about this in my previous life, at least I would have lived with the hope that things would be alright once our souls swapped back. Doman replied awkwardly, that wasn't within my authority. Speaking the truth was forbidden until both souls were swapped back. That's because unstable souls are very fragile and delicate. Camila asked, so what have you helped with? Doman cleared his throat and immediately changed the subject, shall I make some tea for you? I'll do it right away. I'll clean your room, and I'll wash your clothes. Camila was speechless. Useless. You're no help at all. Doman, heartbroken and tearful, cried, no, my lady, that's too cruel. Camila, utterly disappointed, turned and walked away. Doman called after her, my lady. Then she walked down the corridor. Suddenly, she noticed someone in front of her. Butler Ruth was standing there. She walked up and asked, is father inside? Ruth replied, yes, he has a guest, Duke Javelin. Camila said, oh, I see. She thought, oh, great. I wanted to give it to father when he was alone. Ruth noticed her hair and asked, oh, by the way, my lady, are you all right? Your hair. Camila suddenly remembered, right, my hair is still wet. Then she quickly came up with an excuse, it's nothing, I just went for a swim. Ruth wondered, you went swimming this season? Camila cleared her throat, well, my body has been feeling quite warm lately. Ruth asked, if so, should I put out the fire in the fireplace in your room? Camila immediately objected, no. It gets very cold at night. Ruth thought, perplexed, the young lady always feels cold this season, but now she's going swimming? Camila awkwardly explained, I was just looking for something. Don't look at me like that. Just then, Ludwig approached and asked, what are you looking for? Camila saw him and called out, haha, dear brother. Ludwig asked, are you here to see father? Go on in. Camila stammered, yes, but. She forced a laugh, haha, I'll come back later. The butler saw this and said, it's all right, my lady, please go in. I believe Duke Javelin also wishes to see you. Camila worried, if that's the case, she thought, disappointed, why do things never go the way I want them to? Then the butler knocked and entered, excuse me, your grace. As the door opened, the spirit beast Jetty flew out. It flew to Camilla's side and said, you finally came. Camila was confused, Jetty? Suddenly, something on Camila caught its attention. Jetty asked, you found it? Camila thought, I guess it knew immediately since it's also a spirit beast. If it's this size, then Sir Javelin hasn't been taking care of it, has he? Jetty replied, flying onto her, and said, your soul is truly amazing. The Duke, upon seeing his daughter, immediately said, Camila, come in. Camila politely replied, yes, father. Duke Javelin also looked over and said, good to see you again. Camila also turned, yes, hello again. She thought, confused, why is he so friendly now? Then she walked towards a chair. Suddenly, a resounding sound rang out. Camila covered her ears, her head aching, what is that sound? The Duke of Sophin's badge on his chest also lit up. The Duke looked utterly surprised, this means the spirit beast egg is nearby. Camila looked at it, thinking, that's the amulet that awakens the spirit beast egg. I heard it reacts when the egg is nearby. So this is how it works. I get it now. The light emanating from Camila caught the butler's attention. He turned and asked, my lady, that light. Duke Sophin stammered in disbelief, Camila, could it be? Camila replied, yes, it's the spirit beast egg. Herschel appeared from nowhere, exclaiming tearfully, Camila. You did it. I'm so proud, boo-hoo. Camila was startled, he really appeared like a ghost. Wait, he is a ghost. Then she held out the spirit beast egg she was holding. The Duke took it, a wide smile spreading across his face. The white tiger, the spirit beast symbolizing the Sophin family. When the white tiger roars, enemies go deaf. A single step from the white tiger causes rivers of blood to flow. Just one step turns the surroundings into a bloody mess. Camila looked at the spirit beast, surprised. A small, adorable white tiger appeared. Camila wondered, confused, is that a kitten? The white tiger approached Camila, letting out a small cry. The Duke said, deeply moved, finally. Camila was surprised, I thought it was a white fox. Herschel appeared, you finally awakened, my little darling. Camilla's faith in life wavered, is this really the spirit beast? Herschel said, that's because it hasn't awakened in a very long time. It's always been this small, but it will eventually realize its true power, so don't worry. With that, Camila felt somewhat reassured. The white tiger, however, kept staring at her. Then it crouched down, gathered momentum, and leaped onto Camila. And rubbed itself against her. Camila stammered, hey, get off me. Go over there. Then she struggled with it, frowning. Camila forced a laugh, haha. Jetty, beside her, said, I'm sure he likes you too. Camila worried, it's not that simple. The spirit beast represents the head of the family, so why is it following me? Then she was surprised by her father's expression. But father's expression. He's happy? Herschel placed his hand over his chest and said, of course I'm happy. Look at how much humiliation our family has endured for the past 100 years, being called a family without a spirit beast. Camila murmured, is that so? Her eyes slowly closed, perhaps because I've escaped this anxiety, I suddenly feel seeing her fall asleep. Both men immediately stood up, Camila. Camila then collapsed onto the floor. Immediately after, Camila was brought back to her room. In her daze, she heard Doman say, my lady. Please drink this medicine. Subconsciously, she said, I know, so keep your voice down, Doman. Old man Deke also said, if I were still alive, I would have cooked some nourishing dishes. Camila was also extremely grateful, thank you, Deke. The Duke, however, was worried, why isn't she awake yet? Call another doctor immediately. Camila wanted to say in her heart, Father, don't blame the doctor. I'm just relaxing my body. Herschel said, wake up, child. I have something I want to give you. Camila said subconsciously. You promised, Master Herschel. Dassen gently wiped away young lady Camilla's tears. Camila wanted to comfort him, don't cry, Dassen. Just then, a hand gently stroked her head. Camila realized, this hand. Is that big brother Ludwig? Ravi said, hey, I fixed the bracelet, so wake up. Otherwise, I'll smash it again. She thought, unbelievable, Ravi. You're so rude to a sick person. Not long after, Camila slowly opened her eyes. She felt something warm. When she lifted the blanket, she saw the white tiger lying on her chest. Camila gasped, clutching its scruff, hey. Why is this thing here again? The white tiger just kept rubbing itself against her. The Duke, who was present, softly said, I'm glad your fever has gone down. He thought, although I have many questions, the child has lost so much weight these past few days. Then he turned to leave and said, for now, just rest. Camila called out, Father. This little guy. The Duke replied, it seems it doesn't want to leave you. Camila stopped, dumbfounded, huh? He explained, when we took it outside, it kept crying. Then we found it back in here. Even so, it must recognize me as the family head because it didn't reject me. Now, go back to sleep for a bit. Doman brought medicine, my lady, also, please drink your medicine. After everyone left, only Camila and the white tiger remained in the room. Her mind was utterly confused now. I don't like animals. I don't know what to do. Camila struggled to think for a moment, then gave up. I don't know anymore. I'm going to sleep. Soon, both Camila and the white tiger fell asleep. The next morning, the Duke and her two brothers were standing right in front of her. He said, you jumped into the lake to find the spirit beast egg. Then he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, you fool. How could you jump into that lake? Camila replied in a trembling voice, but I saw it in my dream. The Duke loudly interrupted her, Camila. Camila sulked, I've been getting scolded this whole time. Then she spoke, I'm sorry, but I'm certain no one around saw me jump in, so I don't think I've harmed the family's reputation. All three men froze, speechless. All three spoke up. First, the Duke, what are you talking about? That's not the problem. Then Lewig, that's not important. Next, Ravi, hey, are you an idiot? Why are you talking about that now? Camila looked up, surprised, wait, what? Aren't I getting scolded for being the young lady of the Sofan family and acting irresponsibly? The Duke sighed, so, don't do anything reckless again. Camila innocently replied, but it wasn't reckless at all. The Duke immediately flared up, Camila. Just then, the white tiger's paws popped out, looking like mangosteens. Camila asked, you're here again? Why do you keep following me? The Duke explained to her, that's because spirit beasts like to absorb the energy of others. Camila wondered, energy? The Duke continued, so that's why it always wants to be by your side. Camila wondered, is that why it keeps licking me? The Duke replied, it only needs to be near someone with energy it likes to grow, so it doesn't need to lick you like that. Hearing that, Camila picked up the white tiger. Seriously? Is that true? I get it. So stop licking me. She asked worriedly. If it's always by my side, will that be all right? The Duke nodded and replied, it's not just the family head who can accept a spirit beast. The Duke gently stroked the white tiger's head. He hugged it and said, it's just that the chosen one is usually the family head. Typically, the family head possesses the pure, strong energy that spirit beasts prefer. Then the Duke looked at her. And you, my child, seem to have been born with innate energy that all spirit beasts love. Camila asked in surprise, me? He smiled and replied, that guy's spirit beast? It likes you too. Camila remembered Jetty, father means Jetty? The Duke said, the time before that, when he came and asked to see you, it was because his blazing red eagle spirit beast was looking for you. Camila wondered, why was it looking for me? The Duke also didn't understand, he said, I don't know either. He didn't want to tell me. She thought, looking at the white tiger in her arms, will it be okay with this little one by my side? Suddenly, the Duke called, Camila. Camila was startled. Yes. He placed his hand over his chest and said sincerely, thank you, my child. The family's long-standing wish has been fulfilled. I'm so glad the spirit beast has returned to our family. She smiled, thinking, that's good, right? I hope I've put off death a little longer. The Duke continued, so, I want to reward you. Tell me, what do you like? Camila asked, a reward? The Duke puffed out his chest and said, you brought the spirit beast back to the family. Whatever it is, the family's treasury can accommodate you. Camila caught a whiff of money and thought, the family's treasury? Should I ask for a share of the assets? I don't know what will happen next. What I need most is money. I can't ask for money directly. Suddenly, she remembered something. I'll take it. She pointed to a pile of documents and said, Father, please give me that. The Duke turned to look, then asked, you already know what that is? She smiled and replied, yes, it's a mine, isn't it? Her eyes sparkled, am I asking for too much? The Duke replied, no, a mine like that, I can give you as many as you want. It's just that there's nothing useful in that mine. I already had the magic tower inspect it, but they found nothing. So why not take the ruby mine in the north? Camila jumped up, no, father. I want to research it myself. That seemingly useless mine, I want to develop it myself. Can I? The Duke asked her again, can you? Then the Duke smiled brightly and said, of course, you can. Camila was overjoyed. All right. Thank you so much, father. Then she returned to her room to search for the sphere. Her joy was still lingering on her lips. Herschel asked, why does she look so happy? Dasan said, it's just an ordinary black stone. Deke quickly clicked his tongue, she seems to lack knowledge, experience and understanding. Camila immediately turned, don't say that. This is actually a golden egg, you know? Dasan asked, so you know about that stone? Camila replied, that's right, this is a mana stone. Dasan asked in disbelief, what? No way. That's something the magic tower already inspected. They said its mana was very low, too difficult to use even for a low-grade mana stone. Camila replied, that's because it was sent to the magic tower for inspection. Herschel asked, what do you mean? If it's a mana stone, of course it has to be sent to the magic tower for analysis, right? She explained, because the magic tower doesn't have any dark mages. There are two types of magic users, white witches and dark mages. She crossed her arms, for this mana stone to work correctly, it specifically needs mana from a dark mage. The stone doesn't react at all to white witches, but for dark mages, it's top tier. Not only that, but once it's purified, even white witches can use it. This is the greatest treasure for any dark mage. Thinking this, she smiled foo-foo-foo, while the other three looked dumbfounded. Camila turned to Herschel and asked, oh, that's right, Master Herschel, there's something I heard that I forgot to tell you. Herschel asked, and what's that? Camila replied, I heard you have something you want to give me. That afternoon, at the graveyard. Camila arrived, still hearing the spirits say, I don't want to die. She thought, this place is still the same. When they reached his desired spot, Herschel stopped and said, here. Camila hiked up her skirt and ran over, you called me all the way here for this gift? You're not planning on telling me to dig up a grave, are you? He pointed at a grave mound and said, now, dig here. Camilla's mind was in turmoil. I thought he might say that, but he actually meant it. He really wants me to dig up a grave? Camila screamed loudly, oh. I might get a terrible reputation again, but I don't want to be misunderstood as digging up ancestors' graves. Herschel stopped and asked, what are you talking about? He quickly explained, I didn't tell you to dig up a grave. I said to dig here. Dig. Camila lifted her heel. She started digging for a while. She thought, if he had told me beforehand, I would have brought tools. High heels really do have many uses. Suddenly, she dug up something and stopped. In her hand, she now held a seed. Herschel chuckled, that's a medicinal herb. It's a very useful antidote. Camila tilted her head slightly and asked him, a medicinal herb? But why is it here? Herschel replied, I'm sure you still know why I died. Camila stammered, well. You died from poisoning in the palace. Herschel said, can't you be a little more subtle in front of the victim? The poison that killed me was very potent. My energy tried to fight it, but it was a bit slow, so this seed continued to resist the poison within me. After my body died, even after it decomposed, this is the result. Camila stared intently at the seed but said nothing. Then she directly threw it to the ground. Herschel exclaimed, my child. That's a precious life seed. Why would you? Camila pressed, could you explain clearly what this is? Herschel placed a hand over his chest and said, this is the product after my energy purifies everything. Camila was speechless, thinking, that's even worse. Then Herschel clenched his fist, smiling, it has the ability to purify most types of poisons. With this, you won't have to worry about poison anymore. Camila replied, I understand. Then she sat down, picked it up, and thought, even though Camila has died many times, she's never been poisoned. Will I ever need this? Then Camilla's eyes sparkled as she looked at him and asked, anything else? Like a secret treasure only Sir Herschel knows? Herschel chuckled, haha, nothing like that. Camila sighed in disappointment, no way. Herschel looked at her and smiled faintly. Then he called Camila. Camila crossed her arms and asked him, yes? Are you going to tell me to do something else? Herschel gently patted her head without saying a word. Then he gave a bright smile. Thank you, my child. Camila was stunned as Herschel's body gradually faded. She said, I guess you have no regrets. Thank you for this life seed. His last words were, good luck. Thank you, Camila. Not long after, she returned to her class. Sitting in class, she thought in confusion, I need a dark mage. To properly use the minerals from my father's mine, I need the power of a dark mage. The problem is, in the entire empire, there's only one place with dark mages. Should I go find them? Thinking this, she stood up. Oh, it's better to meet face to face. In room 3C. Camila opened the door and walked in. Everyone saw her and started whispering. What? Is that Camila? Lately she hasn't caused any trouble. So why is she here? I bet she's here to see Pecho. In the end, she's still Pecho's pursuer. Camila frowned, annoyed. I knew it. Everywhere I go, people talk about me. I hear everything, you idiots. Then she ignored the whispers and walked on. When she reached Ashen's desk, Camila stopped. Ashen said nothing. After a moment, Camila smiled brightly. She spoke, excuse me, I have something I'd like you to look at. Do you have some free time? Dark mages are a community in one place, and they live in the Duke Zephyr family. So to sell the stones from that mine, I have to get help from the Zephyr family. Since Ashen is quite infamous for violence, I really don't want to get involved with him, but I need to make money. Besides, he wouldn't kill the Duke's daughter, would he? Even if it's just in name, and I have the bracelet my brother gave me. Ashen stood up. He yawned and walked past Camila. Camila was startled and turned around. Is he going to ignore me? No, I have to get his answer today because I started this. I have to chase him. Just as she was about to chase, someone came and grabbed Camilla's hand. This person was none other than Petro. He stepped forward and asked her, Lady Camila, is something wrong? Do you need to see Ashen about something? Camila quickly pushed his hand away. Yes, so could you please let go of my hand? Petro asked, may I ask what matter you wish to discuss? Camila stopped short for a moment. Her brows furrowed. Camila turned around and said, no, nothing else. Petro stared at her awkwardly. He covered his head, let out a sneering laugh, and said, I feel like she did that last time too. Camila hurried to look for Ashen. Where is he? Where could he be? He was just here, where did he run off to? At this moment, a spirit appeared and asked, are you looking for Ashen? I know where he is, should I tell you? Camila immediately turned back and asked, really? Thank you. Suddenly realizing she had just answered a spirit, Camila froze for 5 seconds. The spirit smiled, I knew you could see me. This spirit's name was Ami, a spirit at the academy. Camilla's face darkened, she thought, what is this? The ghost keeps following me. I thought she only haunted one place, but it seems not. Ami smiled and said, I feel like our eyes met once. I was wondering, but it seems you can see me. Camila pretended not to hear, Ami, where can I find him? Ami saw this and said, it's no use pretending not to see me now. Camila sighed deeply. Then she asked, so what is it? What do you want to tell me? Ami introduced herself, my name is Ami. Camila replied, nice to meet you. Ami raised her hand and said, I really know where Ashen is. Don't you want to know? Camila turned away, refusing, I don't want to be involved with you. Ami trailed after her, asking, why? Is it because I'm a ghost? Camila replied, yes, that's right. I'll find Ashen myself. Ami fluttered behind, but I'm so happy someone can talk to me. Camila put her hand to her chin, thinking, Ashen doesn't like crowded places. Where could he be? Camila then walked towards the lake behind the academy. She wandered, searching for Ashen. Ami followed, saying, after searching everywhere, you come to this lake, huh? Camila asked, why? Why do you keep following me? I told you I don't want to be involved with you. If you're a ghost, go play with other ghosts. Ami refused, but the other ghosts aren't fun. Camila wondered, so what do you want to do? Ami replied, just chat a bit. I'm bored. Camila frowned and asked, do you think I'm that idle? You said you knew where Ashen was, right? Where is he? Ami pointed behind Camila and said, over there. Camila was startled and turned around. Huh? She stopped, surprised. Since when? Ami flew closer and said, from the beginning. Camila was annoyed, thinking, from the beginning? That means he heard me talking to this ghost. Camila clenched her fists. she walked towards Ashen. Then she placed her hands on his cheeks, smiling, "You see, I like talking to myself." Ashen made no effort to reply after hearing her explanation. Camilla's eyes welled up with tears, no way he'd believe that. Ashen then spoke, "So you can see them?" Camila was startled to hear him ask that. Ashen continued, "You can see them too. Try it." His cold voice made Ami cower behind Camila. Seeing this, Camila reached out and grabbed Ami's hand, saying, "Hey. Wait. What are you doing? You're scaring her. Are you threatening a ghost just to test her?" Camila anxiously turned to Ami and asked, "Are you okay?" Ami trembled, "Not at all. I thought I was about to die." Camila asked, "But you're already dead." Ami cried louder, "I thought I was about to be obliterated." Ashen listened to their conversation, question marks constantly popping up in his head. Ami then looked towards Ashen and said, "I know, he and I are natural enemies." Camila asked, confused. "Natural enemies?" Camila wondered, "Can you destroy spirits?" Ashen also looked up and asked her, "And you talked to that thing?" Both fell silent for a moment. Ashen turned his face away. "Why would I do something so troublesome?" Camila asked, "Then what was that threatening look earlier? Didn't you see how scared she was?" Ashen suddenly realized something. He immediately turned back and asked, "You can even see their faces?" Camila crossed her arms casually, "What? Of course, why not?" Ashen sighed, then said, "For me, I only see black mist." Camila was confused by his words. She thought, so Ashen can't see a ghost completely? Then Camila declared, "Hey. Then you absolutely shouldn't do that. You don't even know what kind of ghost they are, why would you glare and threaten them like that?" Ami behind her also agreed, "Exactly." Ashen remained silent. Camila thought, I can't believe there'd be a day I'd defend a ghost. But they also have a cute side. Ashen said nothing, just stared at her. Suddenly, Camila panicked. This guy has a terrible personality. Why did I yell at him? Should I take back what I said? Ashen spoke, asking again, "So you can see this?" Camila didn't understand what he meant. He replied, "The thing next to me." Only then did she realize, Camilla's eyes widened. A little boy's spirit was hiding behind Ashen. Camila stammered, "Who is that child?" Then she spoke, "Next to you?" "You mean this boy, about 7 years old?" Ashen was surprised, "What?" His hands clenched so tightly they trembled. Camila thought, confused, why is he so surprised? Ashen said no more and turned to leave. Camila immediately called him back and asked, "Hey. Where are you going?" Ignored, Camila flared up, "What? Why leave without saying anything? I just found him, and suddenly he just comes and goes." Camila then returned to her room. She sat on her bed, her mind racing. Exactly how did that child die, with such an emaciated body? This is why I don't like children, I keep worrying about the smallest things. Suddenly, a white tiger appeared, letting out a loud cry. Camila saw her adorable tiger and exclaimed, "Cooing. You're here." "I named my spirit beast at my father's request. I wanted to grow healthy and bigger among spirit beasts, so I named it Cooing." Ravi teased that I have strange taste in names, but it's still better than a chocolate brand, right? Camila stroked Cooing. As Cooing cried out in delight, Camila nodded, "You like that name too, don't you? Anyway, I guess I can't look for Ashen anymore. If I try to go further, I feel like something bad will happen. Why do all dark mages have to be in that family? Because the entire Sephir family uses their spirit beasts to control the night. Even the family isn't allowed to interfere. And that's why I approached Ashen. Forget getting an answer, I haven't even been able to show him the stone yet. But what does controlling the night mean? I've lived this life many times, never having any connection with the Sephir family or Ashen, but I've heard many rumors. The Sephir family's spirit beast is a black wolf, and wherever its power passes, there will be death. While she was thinking, Cooing was engrossed in licking her hand. Camila stroked it and said, "Did I name you wrong? My tiny one." Then she picked Cooing up and said, "Cooing, if anything happens, run away, got it?" Cooing just chirped, "Cooing." She continued, "Not dying is also a victory, remember that." Not long after, at the academy, Camila put on glasses, looking like a true intellectual. Ami flew over and asked, "Wow, cool as a toilet. Are you going to study?" Camila didn't answer Ami. She thought, before, she just stayed in one place, but now she's striking up conversations. Thinking that the only one who talks to me is a ghost, it's a complicated feeling. Just ignore her. Since I've come this far, I'll use the strengths I gained from finding the spirit beast and go further. By getting high scores on the test. Ami, however, wouldn't let up, flying back and forth, saying, "Come play with me, Camila. I'm bored." At this moment, the classroom door burst open. It drew everyone's attention inside. Seeing who appeared, everyone whispered, "What the heck? Why is he here?" "Quiet, he'll hear you." Ashen walked directly towards Camila without a word, surprising her. "What? What the heck is going on? Goodbye. Why is Ashen here?" Ashen finally spoke, "Hey you, let's talk for a bit." Camila was stunned, "Huh?" She looked up at him, asking, "What do you want to propose?" Ashen didn't answer but asked her back, "What?" Camila crossed her arms and said, "If you want to intrude on my time to talk, you have to give me something in return, right?" Ashen casually replied, "Anything. I'll do anything you want." Camila had a big question mark in her head. She thought skeptically, "I'm just pretending to be strong, but what exactly happened that made him say that? Something's fishy." A moment later, they both walked to the nearby lake. Camila just quietly looked at him. This time, she didn't want to be the one to speak first. Seeing this, Ashen looked up, breaking the silence. "You can talk to them, right?" Camila nodded. "If you mean I can talk to the dead, then yes." He turned his head back and said, "Then ask. Who is this?" Camila clicked her tongue, thinking, the boy is really weak. Then she sat down, level with the boy. She smiled and pulled a candy from her pocket, saying, "Hi, little one. Do you want a piece?" The boy wondered, "What is it? Can I eat it?" Camila replied, "Yes, it's candy." She thought, he doesn't even know what candy is. "What is this?" Ashen asked, "What are you doing?" Camila chuckled, "Haha, he looks really hungry." Ashen wondered, "Can ghosts eat too?" The candy gradually melted in Camilla's hand, she said. She said, "Of course not. They can't eat. Instead, they absorb the energy contained within it. Better than nothing, right?" Then she smiled brightly at the child, "Is it delicious? Do you want more?" The child replied, "Yes." Then she asked, "So what's your name?" The child was silent for a moment then replied, "Seal." Camila replied, "So your name is Seal." Ashen heard this and asked in surprise, "You said Seal?" In the sunlight and windy sky, Ashen's voice was deep and warm. He called the child's name, Seal. Ashen knelt down on one knee to be level with the child. Once again, he called, "Seal." The child seemed to realize something. "Go look for him." With tears welling up, Seal called out, "Brother." In this scene of reunion, no one spoke to each other. Camila was surprised, "Brother? You said brother?" At this moment, Ashen remembered his past. At that time, Seal gave him a piece of cake and said, "Brother, eat." Ashen refused, saying, "No, you eat it." The boy said again, "I'm not hungry." Ashen replied, "Me neither." Seal held the piece of cake in his hand, then he had an idea and smiled, "So, why don't we share?" Ashen turned away coldly and said, "Just eat it." Seal's eyes welled up with tears, "Brother. I'm sorry, brother." Ashen looked at the boy, thinking, we only get a small piece of bread and a cup of water each day. I don't know how much longer Seal can endure. At that moment, he remembered someone's words, "If you want to live, kill. Only one of you will leave this hell. Only then can you fully comprehend the darkness." Ashen coughed, thinking, because of that stupid power, I have to kill my family? Seeing Ashen cough, Seal was startled, "Brother?" Ashen patted Seal's head, reassuring the boy, "I'm fine." In his heart, Ashen secretly vowed, if I die, then so be it. But I will never let Seal die. Never. That night, sounds echoed in the room. Seal was coughing violently. Ashen immediately ran to help him up. "Seal, what's wrong?" Seal clutched his chest in pain and coughed. Ashen immediately grabbed the doorknob, pounding on the door and shouting loudly, "Open the door. Please open it. Open it. Please, open the door." At this moment, Seal smiled faintly. Ashen looked at the boy, confused, "Why are you smiling now?" Seal replied, "But I'm happy. You'll be able to get out of here soon." Ashen was startled to hear him say that. He shouted, "Stop joking. What are you talking about?" Seal spoke his last words, "I'm sorry, brother. I'm truly sorry. I want you to." Before he could finish, he collapsed, to Ashen's horror. Ashen screamed in despair, "Seal. Back to the present." Camila smiled, thinking, all right, so that's it. Since he recognized this as his younger brother who passed away 10 years ago, his heart must be warm, right? Seal's eyes sparkled as he said, I want more candy. Ashen didn't understand, so he turned to Camila and asked, I'm asking, what did he say? Camila thought, annoyed, but why am I stuck between these two? Not to mention I suddenly became a ghost-to-human interpreter. Then she crossed her arms and said bluntly, he wants more candy. Ashen wondered, candy? Do you have any more candy? Camila was utterly annoyed. She thought, how shameless. Why am I caring about him? I'll give him more because this child is so adorable. Seal was surprised to see her bring out so much candy. Wow. Camila offered the candy and said, here, eat as much as you like. Watching the child eat happily, she smiled, thinking, he's really cute. I wish he'd gain a little weight at least. But is there a way for ghosts to gain weight? Camila asked, can I go now? Ashen immediately disagreed. He said, no. Camila raised an eyebrow, I'm out of candy. Ashen said, I'll go get more. Camila scoffed, then said, fine, at least tell me what you want then. Ashen asked, what do you mean? Camila wondered, since when could you see these kinds of entities? One day later, in the same place. Camila sat down, smiling, hello, little one. Seal timidly hid behind Ashen and replied, hello, big sis. Camila felt a bit annoyed being ignored. She thought, only haven't seen you for a day, and now you're ignoring big sis? Ho ho. I knew this would happen, so I brought this. Then she pulled out a bag of candy and said, big sis brought you a gift. It's all for you. Eat up. Seal changed his tune in an instant. He immediately ran over and said, thank you, big sis. Then Seal ate heartily. Watching the boy eat, she thought, I just want to feed him more, like a hamster, so cute. At this moment, Ashen spoke, hey, what did you want to show me? Camila just remembered. Oh, right. Wait a minute. Then she took a stone from her pocket and said, here. Ashen saw it and immediately recognized it, this is a mana stone. Camila was surprised, oh, you recognized it right away? Ashen took it, give it to me. As he said this, he took it, and the stone glowed before Camilla's surprised eyes. This is the power of a dark mage. Holding the stone in his hand, he thought, it contains so much mana. He chuckled, interesting. I think those old men will go crazy and attack for it. Camila smiled, really? This is the smallest one. I have many bigger ones. Ashen immediately asked, what? What do you want from me? Camila seized the opportunity. She said, I need the power of dark mages. Because I found a mine full of these mana stones. Ashen just silently observed her. She continued, I'm sure you figured it out, but it only reacts to dark mages' mana. Of course, after purification, white mages can also use it. Ashen held up the stone and mused, so you want to be the connector? Camila replied, exactly. Ashen put the stone away, I'll tell that person. Camila wondered, that person? Ashen remained silent, not answering. Upon returning, Ashen tossed the stone onto the desk and said, goodbye. Duke Sephra, who was working, also noticed it. He asked, what's this? Ashen replied, a girl told me to give it to you, father. Duke Sephra looked at the stone and said, a low-grade mana stone? Suddenly, something surprised him, this is. He immediately put down the stone and asked, what does that girl want? Ashen replied, trade. The Duke immediately ordered, bring her here. Ashen replied, I'll bring her tomorrow. Saying that, he turned and left. The Duke called Ashen back. Ashen. How long do I have to wait for you? Do I have to wait even longer? It's getting more and more boring, so I hope you finish it soon. Ashen didn't answer, he just bit his lip tightly. Then he left, and the door slammed shut. After Ashen left, the Duke wondered, the boy said a girl? It seems someone asked him to do it. First time seeing him do something for someone else's benefit. He came to see me even though he wasn't called. The next day, Ashen had brought her to his mansion. Camila stood at the door, thinking, this is more normal than I thought. In Camilla's imagination, this place should have been gloomy, surrounded by spirits. I thought it would be scary and full of spirits. A maid came up and bowed, please come in. Looking at the maid, she thought, the maid is normal too. Then Camila followed Ashen into the mansion. When they reached the Duke's study, Ashen grabbed the doorknob. Camila thought from behind, what the heck? He's opening the door without knocking first? Seeing the Duke, she was surprised. He's Duke Sephra. Ashen will look like him when he grows up, huh? Camila politely bowed and said, hello, sir. My name is Camila. Camila wondered, strange, what is it? The Duke gestured and said, sit. She replied, yes. He asked, I heard you want to make a deal? Camila sat down and replied, yes, I'm confident about the sales. If you agree, I'll pay 10% of the profits. He put his hand to his chin and said, I'm sure the stone is useless without a dark mage, right? Do you think 10% is appropriate? Camila forced a smile, however, this type of stone will be quite tempting for dark mages. She thought worriedly, so what? He doesn't want it? I don't want it. Should I throw it in the trash so you guys can't use it? The Duke thought for a moment then said, if you promise to sell them to us first, I'll agree to this deal. Camila immediately gave a thumbs up, deal. The Duke didn't understand deal and asked, huh? Camila corrected herself, no, I mean I like that. So, when I finish the contract, I'll come back? The Duke replied, all right. By the way, our child has a companion. He seems to quite like Lady Camila, doesn't he? Camila pretended innocence at the appearance of the black wolf, yes, is something wrong? She thought, I'll pretend not to see it because the spirit beast hasn't been fully summoned. Has he realized I can see spirit beasts? Duke Zephyr spoke, I never thought an outsider could see it. He thought, that child showed foresight and even found spirit beasts. It's not surprising to see a spirit beast before it's summoned. Camila hesitated, sir, I'm not the type to meddle, but I can't help but ask. She paused for a moment, her eyes filled with sorrow, why? Seal was already hugging him tightly. The Duke asked, what do you mean? She asked, why is that child hugging you so affectionately, Duke? Camila was confused. Seal, why are you doing that? Why? A few days ago. Camila sat with her chin in her hand, watching Seal, thinking, I've never been curious about ghosts or anything like that, but I can't take this anymore. It keeps circling in my head. Then she called Seal. Can I ask you something? You know, is the scar on your back from your brother? Seal jumped up, shouting, no. She asked, surprised, then who? Seal hesitated, clutching the necklace on his chest. He said, it was my father. He said to do it to become the master of the spirit beast. Camila thought, astonished, Seal's story about the Zephyr family is so shocking, I'm sure no family has ever been so awful. Seal recalled his past. He said, brother was always beaten by father. One day, I got this scar. When I protected my brother because I didn't want him to get hurt, Camila couldn't believe it, thinking, you can become the master of the spirit beast through hatred, disgust, and resentment. Does that mean everyone who ascends to the head of the family is raised that way? Seal bowed his head slightly and continued, finally, we were imprisoned for 3 months. Brother was only released after I died. Camila was speechless. She froze, thinking, they didn't release anyone until the other person died? The Zephyr family is completely insane. Poor him. At least I should give him lots of cookies. She took out a cookie, gave it to the boy, and said, here, eat this. Seal's eyes widened when he saw the cookie. Thank you, big sis. Back to the present. Camila was still confused, I don't understand. I thought Seal would kill the old man because he hated his father, but what is this? How can he hug the father who caused his death? Duke Zephyr looked confusedly at Seal, though he couldn't see the boy. He asked again, Seal? Seal was crying hysterically. Camila nodded, yes. Duke Zephyr's face showed a fleeting sadness, but then he said nothing. Ashen frowned and looked over, he asked, is that all? Father has nothing more to say? Duke Zephyr replied coldly, no. Ashen angrily slammed his hand on the table. He shouted, really, nothing? Your son died right in front of you, and you have nothing to say? He looked up and asked, should I? Ashen sneered, pouring all his disappointment into it. Camila also jumped up nervously, please calm down. Ashen ignored her, mind your own business. She replied, I don't mean to interfere in your family matters, but don't you see? Seal is shielding him. Seal stood in front of him, tears streaming down his face, I'm sorry, brother. Camila relayed the boy's words, Seal says he's sorry. Ashen shouted, why apologize? Seal shyly said, I said I would do it. I said I would go into the dungeon. Camila turned to him, confused, Seal, what are you saying? Ashen immediately asked, what did he say? Seal looked up and replied, it's not father's fault. I did it because I knew I only had a few months left to live. I happened to overhear father talking to the doctor. At that time, the doctor said, 6 months at most, 3 to 4 months at least. I'm sorry. Seal tried to wipe away his tears and continued, so I said I would take the final test. I want brother to become the head of the family. I don't want brother's suffering to be meaningless. My illness is not father's fault. That was the first time I got to see my father. Hello, big brother. At that time, Duke Sephra had held him in his arms, and tears had fallen. Those were his words, relayed by Camila. The Duke's face was somber. He said, I was just tired of it, everything. Nothing else. Then the Duke stood up. I understand now why previous family heads wished for death so much. This family spirit beast is always found in the same place. The body of the family head must be dug all over to find the egg. The most useless thing in this house are emotions. Beaten from a young age and witnessing his death. It's all to eliminate useless emotions. What you need is the resentment, indignation, and hatred that you will kill me. Kill me and take the egg. That's what you need to do. Camila also slowly stood up. She sweat, thinking, wait, what's going on? Is it okay for me to hear all this? Tears welled up in her heart. Take me home, boo-hoo. Not long after, at the Sofan mansion. Camila stood before Ravi, calling, Brother Ravi. Ravi wondered, what? Camila asked, what are you doing? Ravi picked up a book and said, can't you see? Is something wrong? You don't usually come here. She walked over, coughed, then said, do I need a reason to come here too? Between us? Ravi broke out in a cold sweat. What? Camila was silent for a moment, then she asked, Ravi, what kind of person is father? Ravi rested his chin in his hand and asked her back, what are you saying? Aren't you the closest to father lately? Camila sat on the table. She said, no, I'm talking about our biological father. Ravi asked, biological father? Why are you suddenly asking? She replied, oh, just asking a little. Her eyes were distant. I wonder if he's as cruel as the father in that other world. I've been watching for years, but I've never heard anyone mention Camila's biological parents even once. Ravi spoke, I don't remember either. Why are you suddenly curious? She stammered, it's just because Ravi looked into the distance, as if burdened with many thoughts. He said, you always say that. The ring that was once lost, was indeed lost. It was given to mother by our biological father. That's all I know. I have work to do, so you should go. Camila swung her legs and hummed. She jumped to the ground and called her brother, Brother Ravi. Ravi annoyed, what now? She asked, are you busy? Ravi angrily slammed his hand on the table and yelled, are you serious? Just say what you need to say at once. I'm busy. Camila rummaged through her pocket, looking for something, then she smiled and said, should I make you even busier? Ravi was confused, what are you saying? She took out a manna stone and said, here, a gift. Ravi paused, a gift? That's. Ravi took the stone in his hand, his eyes wide in surprise. Hey, where did you get this? Camila turned around, secret. Ravi annoyedly asked, hey, I'm asking where you got it? Camila waved goodbye, I'm leaving. In her heart, she happily thought, ho ho ho, I'll let you handle the distribution, Brother Ravi. Not long after, at the academy. Camila sat looking at a paper. She kept smiling cheerfully, making everyone around think she had been sick for years and was hiding it. Ami behind her asked, what is it? A contract? Camila didn't answer. She stretched and thought, so happy. Can't wait to make money. I'm about to escape this house and live my own way. First, I have to complete my contract. Ashen helped with my contract because I didn't have Duke Sephra's signature yet. From somewhere, Seal flew over. Big sis. Camila was startled, Seal? Suddenly realizing she spoke too loudly, she covered her mouth. I spoke too loudly. Ami saw the boy and asked, what's this? It's the kid who always clings to Ashen. Then she whispered, what is it? Is something wrong? Is something wrong with Ashen? Seal clenched his hands tightly, please stop my brother, big sis. Please. The scene shifted to another location. A young man with platinum hair saw someone and stopped short, that's Ashen Sephra. This guy seems a bit quiet. I'll go say hello, start with a compliment. Then he spoke, I think Duke Sephra is quite amazing, isn't he? Truly the Empire's spirit beast family. He's fair, not to mention his sharp eyes and incredible power. Having a father like him must be wonderful. Hearing this, Ashen froze. He turned his head and said, shut up. Don't talk about things you know nothing about. But the other young man chuckled, confused, I was just complimenting him. It's wonderful to have someone as great as your father for our empire. Ashen clenched his hands, I said shut up. The other young man stopped short. What? Oh, too bad, it's terrible for people like me not to have such an excellent father. Just because your father is so protective doesn't mean others have to listen to you. You must think you're a duke just because your father is a duke. Ashen said no more and directly punched him in the face. The young man clutched his face in pain on the ground, unable to run. He clutched his face and shouted loudly, "What the hell?" Ashen stared. Do you know what he did? The commotion attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Camila also appeared, holding a water bottle in her hand while everyone whispered, "Oh my god, someone stop him." The other person asked, "Who can stop him?" Ashen grabbed the young man's collar. "Let go of me. Someone help me." Ashen raised his fist. Just then, Camila poured the entire water bottle over Arsen's head. She let out a breath and stepped forward, saying, "Calm down. Are you going to do that? Or should I take him to the infirmary?" Then she turned to look at the onlookers, making them jump. She handed the water bottle to Petro and said, "Sorry, you're the only one I recognize. Sorry, but please take care of the rest." Petro was dumbfounded. Huh? Then she went to help Ashen up, and you, come with me. Then the two left, leaving Petro with the water bottle. He let out a helpless laugh. What's happening? When they reached the lake, she said, "Good job. Should we celebrate you taking out your anger on someone else?" Ashen coldly said, "It's none of your business." Camila scoffed, "I didn't want to either, but your brother cried a lot." Ashen was startled to hear that. He silently looked at his brother's spirit, then turned his face away. Camila saw his attitude and continued, "Look. Now you don't even want to look at your little brother?" She thought, I understand he has reasons to hate his father his whole life. I'm sure he's in turmoil inside. Seal kept pleading behind him, "Brother, please." Then she turned sharply and said, "I know it's annoying and not easy to forgive." He asked, "What do you know?" Camila remembered her past and replied, "Because among the people I know, there was a child who almost died from being strangled by their father." Arsen was utterly astonished to hear that. Camila looked up, let out a deep sigh. Well, of course you hate him to death. After all, it's natural to despise and look down on him, isn't it? But a desperate person like him probably has his reasons too. I understand his reasons, I really do, but that doesn't make the abuse against you disappear. Guess my advice to them. I told them, just let it be. Arsen, bewildered, asked, "Let it be?" Camila affirmed, "Yes, your feelings, let them be. Are you exhausted now? After hating him for so long, it'll eventually stop. Don't bother trying to understand him. Otherwise, tough luck." She mused, relating to him, the victim wants to hate him forever, who could blame them? Ultimately, we're the ones with permanent scars. Why should we worry so much? It's unfair. Utterly unfair. Then, something caught her eye. She sked, looking at his injured arm. "When did you hurt your arm?" she asked, taking his hand to examine it. Then she told CL, "Don't cry, CL." She turned to Arsen, "You know, when you're injured, he cries." After bandaging him, Camila said, "All right, I'm off." Arsen stared blankly at his arm, now bandaged by Camila. As Camila walked back, she suddenly recalled, "Oh, I forgot. He knows healing magic." She tossed the handkerchief. Duke Zephyr died around this time? No illness, no accident, he just suddenly passed away. Then Arsen became the acting duke, and the whole school erupted with whispers. She remembered CL's words, "Father always said you had to get stronger quickly so you could kill him." Remembering CL's words, she was sure Arsen killed the duke. A father telling his son to kill him, that's madness. After Duke Zephyr died, only one person could stop and control Arsen. That was Layla. She thought, checking that out is a good idea. Layla sat, plucking flower petals. Covering her face, she thought, I really want to thank her properly. A gift, maybe? Suddenly, two girls arrived. The brown-haired one swept her hair back. "Layla, there you are." The blonde added, "We've been looking for you." "What are you doing?" Layla smiled, "Just reading." The brown-haired girl covered her mouth. "Oh, really? You must not be busy, right? Have you finished your homework?" Layla asked, surprised. "Homework?" She replied, "We have to submit our homework this afternoon." Layla smiled, "Oh, that? I'm done." The blonde gasped, "Really? Lucky. We haven't. I was supposed to finish it today, but something happened at my house yesterday," the other girl chimed in. "Me too, I had no time." "What do we do?" "Oh no. We're in trouble." Father said he won't accept failing this time. Layla, without hesitation, opened her bag. I'll help. The brown-haired girl asked, really? Layla smiled, of course. Why not use mine? The brown-haired girl beamed. Layla, thank you. We knew we could rely on you. Layla pulled out the book, just smiling. Haha. Don't copy it word for word like last time, or we'll all be in trouble. The two girls quickly assured her, okay. Not this time. The brown-haired girl took the book, thank you so much, the book was snatched away. She turned, who's that? Camila, holding the book, asked, are you a doormat? The brown-haired girl stammered at the sight of Camila, you're Lady Camila? Lady Camila. She's here. Long time no see, huh? Camila scoffed, do we even know each other? The brown-haired girl coughed, crossed her arms, please give that back. Camila retorted, is it yours? If it's not yours, how can you demand it back so confidently? The brown-haired girl, arms crossed, declared, Lady Layla lent it to me. Camila slowly advanced towards her. Then she spoke, hey, you probably heard the rumors, right? That Lady Camila, the Sophan Oracle, isn't so bad? Hasn't that story spread yet? Because I don't mind going back to my old ways. Should I guess what you two did yesterday? You were out with young masters all night after class, weren't you? You probably partied so hard you only got home at dawn. That's why you couldn't do your homework. The brown-haired girl was left speechless. Camila put a hand to her mouth, smiling. Should I say more about what you did yesterday, and with whom? With nothing else to say, the two girls fled. Excuse us. Camila scoffed, how amusing. Actually, I didn't know anything else. Glad they left. Thanks, Army. Camila handed the book back to Layla. Why are you always getting bullied whenever I see you? Here's your homework. Layla added, and you always help me, lady. Camila replied, that's just how I am. Camila stared at Layla's innocent face, thinking, Layla, I thought you were smart with good social skills. I feel so fooled. Did those men fall for this? Or is she just acting like me? Layla chuckled, Lady Camila, do you really have prophetic powers? Camila froze for 5 agonizing seconds. No, no way. Camila quickly offered, want some candy? Layla grinned, yes. The scene shifts to the Duke's chambers. His aide reported, all businesses of Baron Hembley's family have shut down today. It seems the Baron is moving to the countryside soon. The Duke clasped his hands, skiing. I suppose he still has enough money to buy a country house. If he raised his son like that, he should take responsibility. The aide replied, young Master Ruth is indeed a bit troublesome. He thought, I can't believe His Grace suddenly ordered an investigation into Ruth and destroyed Baron Hembley's family. What is he thinking? The Duke thought of his daughter, his face turning cold as ice. How dare he touch her? The aide, not hearing, asked, pardon? The Duke replied, nothing. What about the academy? The aide reported, yes, they responded immediately. Security is still strictly maintained at the academy. They've also received the donation, and the headmaster will visit us soon. The Duke slammed his hand on the table. Tell him to cut it. Tell him to keep a closer eye on ruffians like Ruth. How dare he? The aide, confused, said, pardon? The Duke coughed, nothing. The aide asked, by the way, have you heard the news? I hear the Sefer family is about to distribute a new type of magic stone. The Duke mused, did they just find a new vein of magic stones? The aide replied, because of these magic stones, both light and dark mages must assist. They're wary of Marquis Gabwell, the magic stone monopolist. This could be good for the dark mages, then. I'm not sure, but I was told the Sefer family refines and trades the magic stones, they don't own them. The Duke wondered, a separate owner? What does that mean? He mused, Duke Sephra isn't trading them for someone else, is he? He clutched his head, sighing. No way that person would do something so troublesome, right? The aide asked, should we dig deeper? The Duke replied, the sooner, the better. The Duke wondered, baffled, what's going on with the Sefer family? Meanwhile, at the Sefer manor. The door burst open. Duke Sefer was working when someone entered. He looked up, what is it? Ashen stepped forward, silent for a moment, then spoke. Right here, I won't kill you, father. It doesn't matter how you felt doing that to me and CL. I don't care anymore, because I still hate you, father. He slammed the table, declaring gravely, in other words. Don't expect to die so easily. You'll realize what you did was useless, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The spirit beast token? There's no such thing in this house anymore, because I won't take it. I'll prove to you I can become strong without it. Even without that spirit beast, I'll still be stronger than anyone. The Duke remained silent, not uttering a word. He slowly closed his eyes. Ashen left the room after his declaration. He sighed, I feel pretty good about that. Then he recalled Camilla's words, that girl went through that, and she doesn't blame him, but it doesn't make what happened to her disappear. He smiled, I should have done this sooner. No need to live bound to this two-fathered family anymore. A few days later. Under the sunny, breezy shade of a tree. Ashen leaned against the tree, enjoying the perfect weather. He was completely soaked. Someone approached. You're quite free, aren't you? Ashen opened his eyes. Camila appeared, sat down, and asked, why are you soaking wet? Did you just go for a swim? Ashen crossed his arms, turning away, it's just hot. Camila thought, that doesn't mean jump in a lake. She then said, oh, right. Something caught her attention. Her hand lightly grazed Ashen's bicep. He asked, what are you doing? Camila startled, pulling her hand back. Sorry, it's just so nice. She gazed at Ashen's physique, he really does have a well-trained body, huh? Look at those muscles. Then she reached out, you've been training so hard, haven't you? Your face is still flushed, are you sure you're not feverish? Ashen grabbed Camilla's hand, oh. He awkwardly turned his face away. Forget it. Camila froze. Huh? What was that? Anyway, why is a mage practicing swordsmanship so diligently? Other swordsmen would be ashamed. Camila glanced at him, is this why Ravi dislikes Ashen? To mages, Ashen must seem strange for not focusing on one thing. Camila thought, then said, you know, my brother doesn't like you. Ashen replied. I don't know who he is, but tell him I don't like him either. Ravi would have sworn a blue streak if he heard that. She smiled, of course, that personality is definitely one of the reasons. Ashen saw her smile, confused. What are you laughing at? Camila replied, nothing. Ashen pointed at her bag, what's that? Camila slapped his hand away. It's not for you. She turned to CL, big sister prepared this for you, little one. CL's eyes lit up like headlights. She took out a cake for CL, here, eat. She observed the boy's face, CL's face is brighter now. Maybe Ashen's mood has stabilized. CL was silent for a moment, then said, I don't need to eat anymore. I'm not hungry. Then the boy reached out to Camila. Then he hugged her tightly, planting a kiss on her. CL spoke from his heart. Thank you, big sister. Thank you so much. Camila stared blankly at CL. CL slowly faded into nothingness. His last words, to his brother, brother, I'm truly sorry. Brother. I'm so lucky to have you. I want you to be happy. Then he reached his hand towards his brother's. CL smiled happily, I finally said it. Then the boy turned back to Camila, big sister. Please take good care of my brother in the future. Camila jumped, huh? Don't be like you, big sister. CL smiled, haha, your eyebrows look so funny. Camila sighed, only one thing I can do now, watch and remember this outcome. She turned to Ashen, how do you feel? Sad? Ashen looked at his hands, not really. Then she took CL's uneaten cake and gave it to Ashen. I prepared this for you. Eat it when you're sad and hungry. Ashen frowned, I thought you said that wasn't for me. Camila retorted, who said that? I brought it for you. Eat a lot. If you leave any food, you'll be punished. Ashen said nothing, pushing the cake away, but a smile unconsciously touched his lips. The next day. Now for Duke Sophin. For some reason, Camilla's face was annoyed as she muttered, it's the weekend. Turns out Duke Javelin was here, saying, thank goodness you're home, are you well? Camila tried to evade, my weekend. It's ruined. It's the weekend, why are you all here? Turns out Duke Zephyr was here too, haunting her, haha. Suddenly, someone arrived to stop them. Duke Sophin appeared, asking, what's going on? Duke Zephyr replied, he told me to come along. Duke Sophin, annoyed, asked again, just for that reason, Duke? Camila thought, that's enough people. I think I'll go shopping. Duke Zephyr asked, is there a problem? Duke Sophin sighed, you're not the type to come here just to sleep. Camila took advantage of the chaos and slipped away, alright, everyone, keep talking. Before she could escape, two hands grabbed her back. Both Dukes spoke in unison, wait. Camila broke into a cold sweat, no. Why? Duke Sofin chuckled, I came here today because of you, so how could I not talk to you? With that, both pulled her along. Let's go inside first. Come on. Duke Javelin called out. Where are you taking my daughter? Camila, confused, thought, Duke Javelin acted like this with me last time. But why is Duke Sephra acting like this too? She looked in another direction and was even more stunned. Ashen and Pecho were here too. She thought, confused, no, if they're not doing anything, then why are they here? Pecho seemed unwilling to help, and Ashen didn't look like he'd intervene. Camila felt like screaming. Pecho turned to Ashen, so what now? Shall we walk in the garden together? I saw it last time, it's beautiful. Ashen, confused, turned to him, me and you, together? Pecho asked, you don't like it? Ashen retorted, do you? Pecho said, why not? I'm a good person. Ashen put his hands in his pockets, crazy. Just then, someone approached, you too. If you two have time. Why not come for a walk with me? Seeing Lewig, both froze. Ashen, meanwhile, radiated annoyance, what a nuisance. Meanwhile, with Camila. Jetty nuzzled against her, wonderful. Zoyden also nuzzled against her. But Kin was absolutely fuming. Duke Javelin laughed, I apologize, that little guy bothered you too much. Camila signaled Kin to be quiet. Duke Javelin said, Amar, it seems your little tiger spirit beast follows her more, doesn't it? Duke Sofin added, and it seems you're both attracting all the spirit beasts. Stop looking at my daughter. Then he turned to Duke Sephra, speaking of which, have you met my daughter before? Duke Sephra remained silent for a moment, then turned to Kin and said. The spirit beast is smaller than I thought. Duke Sofin said, are you changing the subject? It'll grow quickly. Duke Sephra asked, is it because it was in the egg too long? Duke Sofin replied, perhaps. Regardless, this is where it was born. Duke Sofin said proudly, that's right. By the way, I've heard some interesting news lately. Tell me, where did you get those magic stones? Are you saying you're cleaning up someone else's mess? Duke Javelin immediately added. And it has a separate owner? Don't stay silent like that. Say something. Why are you covering for them? The owner of these rare magic stones, huh? Camila discreetly thought, I think I can leave now. She sprang up, quietly, stealthily making her exit. I'm leaving now. The three dukes kept talking. You should let us know. Camila had already left the room. She let out a breath. Finally escaped. Now, time to go shopping as planned. She strolled down the hallway. As she walked, Camila stopped short. Seeing Ruth, Camila asked, Ruth, what are you doing here? Ruth saw her, turned, Lady Camila. I'm on my way to meet young Master Leadville, young Master Pecho, and young Master Ashen. Camila wondered, those three are together? Ruth replied, yes, all three are strolling in the garden. Camila thought, puzzled, what could those three possibly talk about? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I have my own things to do. Camila left the house. She still felt a little uneasy. It doesn't matter, but... Doan, standing nearby, called out, Lady, this way. By the way, lady, they're still following us. It was Leadville, Ashen, and Pecho. She thought, confused, why are they following me? Camila was silent for a moment, then ignored it. She turned and glared at them. Pecho smiled, I also happen to want to go to the market. Leadville explained, it's too dangerous to go alone. Ashen just said, I'm bored. Camila frowned, seems like you have nothing better to do, huh? Ignore them, just ignore them. Then she unhappily said, understood. With that, she turned and walked away. Then she and Doan went from shop to shop until late afternoon. Camila stopped in front of a shop. That. Doan tilted his head, do you want to buy it? Camila mused for a moment, then replied, yes. Doan looked at the item, no matter how I look at it, it suits men more. Are you giving it to the Duke? Camila smiled in reply. No, it's for my brother Ravi. She gave it to the shop owner, I'll take this. The owner replied, thank you, lady. Camila thought, I already got a bracelet as a gift, so giving him this in return is only fair. Then she felt the gloom coming from Leadville. Pecho smiled, you and your brother are close, aren't you? Camila worried, oh right, they're following me. Will buying just one be okay? Ashen asked, why give gifts to family? Camila didn't explain. Don't talk about this anymore. Just then, she heard a hawker nearby, cosmetics, jewelry, cheap and good. Come on, come on. Pretty lady over there. come choose from my wares. She turned her head, startled to see the vendor was Layla. Layla smiled, Lady Camila. Camila walked over, what are you doing here? Layla pointed to the old woman beside her, this old woman seems to be struggling, so I'm helping her. Camila asked, do you know her? Layla replied, no. Camila forced a smile, I've lived for 20-something years and never seen anyone like this. So cheerful and vibrant, even after being bullied. Layla smiled, do you want to take a look, Lady Camila? There are many beautiful gifts. Camila asked, does selling make you happy? Layla replied, yes. Camila turned to leave, good luck with your sales. If she's happy, what more can I say? Layla saw her leaving, are you going? Camila replied, MHM. Don's eyes intently watched Layla. He asked, that person so you two know each other? Camila replied, from now on, I'll pretend I don't know anything. Don asked again, is that okay? Every time Camila cut him off, don't look back. Don't look back. Nearby, a piercing scream. A thug yelled, selling here without paying fees, huh? You still owe 2 of us. The red-haired thug said, old woman, you know you still owe protection fees, right? Layla, without thinking, immediately stepped in. In front of them, she shouted, that's enough. Camila sighed, this is why I didn't want to get to know her. So exhausting. She opened her eyes and looked towards Ludville. She thought, Ludville and Layla's first meeting was at the market. I'm sure things aren't too different, it's only just begun. Pecho smiled, but then. His eyes turned utterly cold. He remembered his mother's words about her son, he truly is a good boy, always helping those in need, always friendly to everyone. That's how you become a good person. Layla stood before them, what rent are you talking about? The vendors here have already paid the head tax. Why are you demanding she pay again? The dark-haired thug dared to say, this is none of your business. We have our own rules here. The red-haired one angrily shouted, why do you keep meddling? With that, the dark-haired thug drew his sword. Look here, lady, haven't you learned not to interfere in adult matters? At that moment, Pecho quickly drew his sword. He gave a cold smile. A streak of blood splattered. The thug yelled, Ack. Camila was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. Pecho said, indeed, bad guys are very noisy. Excuse me for a moment. Did any blood get on you, Lady Camila? Ashen stepped forward, leaning, it's nothing, don't bother. Pecho was silent for a moment, then said, thank goodness your clothes aren't stained. Ashen stood before her, that bastard. He smiles even when he stabs people. Not long after, in Camilla's room. DX saw her looking at something, then asked from behind, what are you doing? Looking at a map? You've seen it before. Camila replied, that's right. I have a reason to act quickly. Camilla's face darkened as she thought. I realized it at the market and yesterday, how are there so many crazy people around me? At school, he's always kind and gentle. But the next day? Absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, outside, Ruth led Layla to the room and knocked. You have a visitor, lady. Camila wondered, a visitor? Come in. Layla entered, bowed, and smiled, Lady Camila. Camila asked, curious, Layla, why are you here? Layla replied, I came to thank you. I couldn't even properly greet you yesterday. Camila said, oh, really? Then sit down first. Layla hesitated, about that the weather is beautiful today, isn't it? Can we spend some time outside? I have a few things I want to give you. Camila stood up abruptly. She walked and said, let's go to the garden. Layla replied, okay, let's go. Soon, both were in the garden. Layla shielded the sun with her hand, exclaiming, wow, it's so beautiful here. Then she noticed a nearby resting spot. Layla immediately ran off, please wait here for a moment. Camila was utterly confused. Huh? Okay. Then Layla spread a tablecloth and arranged dishes on the table. Just then, a spirit appeared. Camila asked, when did you start following me? DX was also present, saying. She's quite good at this, isn't she? Layla invited Camila, please enjoy. I don't know if it suits your taste. I've been helped so much, so I wanted to do something for you, and this is the only thing I know how to do. Camila sat down, surprised. Oh my goodness, you made all of this yourself? Layla replied, that's right. I even baked the bread myself this morning. Camila reached out and took a slice of bread. She spread some butter on it. She brought it to her mouth. After one bite, she exclaimed in utter surprise, so delicious. Layla smiled brightly, really? Then she brought a cake, excitedly adding, the strawberries and blueberries are from my garden. Please try them. Camila asked, you grow things too? Layla proudly replied, yes, though it's not really farming. I grow small things for me and my family to eat. You'll be able to enjoy potatoes and corn this coming summer. I planted a whole bunch. By then, I'll make you some delicious dishes too. Camila smiled, this is strangely comforting. I think I've learned a little bit about why everyone loves Layla. Layla continued, the weather is good this year, very favorable for plants to grow. I wish I could give you something more valuable. I'm sorry. Camila replied, I like this too. Layla was stunned by Camila's expression. Camila looked extremely happy. I love these things. Thank you. Layla unconsciously called out, Lady Camila. Herschel, flying beside Camila, cried, I want to try some too. How sad. Camila looked at him, he's here too? Oh, should I give him some? But if I tell him even ghosts can taste food, things will get more complicated later. Herschel drooled beside her. I want it so bad. She thought, I guess there's no other choice. Layla, blushing, offered Camila more cake, you should try this one too. Then she smiled happily. After the midterms, the results were announced. Everyone buzzed excitedly in front of the results. No way. Are you serious? How? First place for second year is Camila Chauvin. Everyone exclaimed, she was at the bottom of the class just recently. How is this possible? It's insane. Camila walked forward. She stood before the results board. She crossed her arms and smiled, sweet. Just as expected. People nearby gossiped loudly, how could her score skyrocket like that? That's so strange. Camila heard them, why don't you try taking a test over a dozen times? Your scores will go up. Army flew over, what's your method for improving scores? Are you using ghosts to cheat? But I've always followed you in class and never saw you cheat. Tell me. Camila looked up, did my scores increase that impressively? I think that guy is even more impressive. That person? He's always in first place. That's Pecho Javelin. Most importantly, fifth place is Ashen Sephra. He usually submits blank papers. I wonder what's going on. Speak of the devil, and he appeared. Ashen asked, hey, me? Are you surprised by my score? Have you ever met a mage who wasn't smart? Camila pointed at Ashen, you. Army was startled when Ashen looked at her and asked, and who's next to you? Camila crossed her arms, what do you see? Is it the one you tried to get rid of last time? Ashen asked, then why does that thing keep following you? Camila laughed, haha, who knows? Ashen whispered in her ear, my father said you should come to my house. He wants to start selling that item, but first, he wants to discuss a few things. Camila realized, he must be talking about the magic stones. She replied, I understand. Tell him I'll visit soon. Ashen replied, okay. After speaking, he turned and left. Camila watched his retreating back, how interesting. I thought we'd never speak to each other. But I guess we do exchange a few words occasionally. As she was thinking, someone ran up, Lady Camila. Congratulations, Lady Camila. You got first place. I'm so proud of you. I want to go home and tell my parents my friend got first place. Camila forced a laugh, haha. She thought, it's terrifying because I know she means it. Camila stopped short, wait, friend? Layla's face flushed red. Camila put her hand to her cheek, friend? I didn't use that word in my old world, so it feels a bit strange to say. Camila looked at the basket Layla was holding, what's that? Layla replied, this? Since you liked the things from last time, I made some butter and jam. Here, take it. Camila took it, thank you. She thought, I bet DX will really like this. Last time she gave him Layla's dessert, he froze, exclaiming, so delicious. Suddenly, everyone buzzed with excitement. Teacher JV. You're back. How's your health? Layla also spoke up, it seems Teacher JV is back. Camila silently muttered, Teacher JV. The female students ran to surround him. Teacher, we missed you so much. How are you feeling? David smiled, I'm fine, thank you, girls. I apologize if I made you worry. Layla said, it's really good to see him healthy. Camila muttered, another one has arrived. Layla stared blankly, huh? What did Lady Camila just say? Another 1 foot? What does she mean? Camila said nothing, her eyes thoughtful. Not long after, at the Sophan Manor. Camila went to Ravi's room. Brother Ravi, are you busy? Ravi's grip tightened, trembling. Brother Ravi stood up. No, not busy. Not at all. What is it? Camila said, well, you know there's this serial killer, and... Ravi moved closer. What did you just say? Did you see something? Camila stammered, no, I wasn't talking about myself. Ravi asked, are you sure? Camila replied, of course, I'm sure. She worried, I just wanted advice on how people here handle serial killers, but he's reacting too violently. Ravi warned her, I'm warning you again, don't take risks alone. This time, father won't easily forgive you. Camila replied, I understand. Ravi turned away, so what is it? Why are you asking me about that? Serial killers, what do you mean? That's not a good topic for discussion. Camila quickly said, well, my friend coincidentally found out someone they know is a serial killer. Ravi said, what? Then just report it to the authorities. Camila explained, but there's no evidence. Ravi asked, what? So if there's no evidence, how do you know they're a serial killer? Camila replied, although there's no concrete evidence, it's definitely him, based on the feeling around him. I think someone was murdered, but my friend doesn't know what to do. Ravi asked, does your friend know the killer well? Camila replied, no. Ravi asked, and how high is the chance this guy will target your friend next? Camila replied, not very high. Ravi said, then tell your friend to just ignore it. Camila worried, but he's a killer. What if someone else dies? Ravi turned to her, you said there's no evidence, right? So how can you report it? Instead of putting yourself in danger, just pretend you don't know anything. If there's a murder, the security team will investigate, so just let it be. She thought, I guess the answer is to stay silent. If I get involved, I might be the next target. Camila took something out of her pocket. She put it down and said, thanks for your advice, brother Ravi. Ravi opened the box, what's this? A fox? Camila asked, it's pretty, right? It's a gift. Ravi said, it doesn't seem useful at all. Camila immediately got angry, demanding the gift back. What? If you don't want it, give it back. Ravi turned and scolded, you really are impatient. He suddenly stopped. He asked, wait, why is it a fox? Camila was startled and didn't reply. Ravi grumbled, I asked, why is it a fox? Camila stammered, brother. Then she quickly ran away. I'm leaving now, bye-bye. Ravi shouted after her, hey. Then he let out a puff of air. He gave a bright smile, she didn't have to do that. Meanwhile, Camila was in a carriage, recalling the words. Brother Ravi's words, you said there's no evidence, so your friend can't report it. It's best not to risk it. Just pretend you don't know anything. If there's a murder, the investigation team will handle it, so just let it be. She mused, that's right. Don't worry about Javi or JV anymore. If I suddenly get involved, I might get into trouble. Just pretend your ears didn't hear and your eyes didn't see anything at all. At the academy. Teacher JV was sitting, giving a bright smile. JV spoke, hello, Lady Camila. Camila replied, hello, teacher. In her heart, she panicked. Are you kidding me? I just decided not to get involved, and now I've run into him. JV began, the reason I called Lady Camila here is none other than the assignment you submitted last time. Camila immediately wondered, my assignment? Is something wrong? JV clasped his hands, smiling brightly. No, on the contrary. I called you because that research paper was absolutely perfect. I was wondering if I could use some historical materials from Lady Camilla's paper. She recalled her father's library, the power of information from the Duke's library is quite significant, huh? Then she replied, all right, teacher, do as you see fit. JV was delighted, thank you very much. Camila asked, so that's all, right? JV hesitated, about that. I'm sorry, but could I see the sourcebooks related to that assignment? Because the material is simply excellent. Camila immediately refused, I can't do that. My father really likes those books. JV replied dejectedly, what a pity. Then his face turned serious, looking at Camila. He said, then, could you help me? Camila, surprised, pointed at herself, me? Help you? He chuckled, haha. That's right. Since you've read through them, you'll be able to help me a lot with my research. I'm only asking because I know there's nowhere else on this continent that has them. Camila let out an annoyed hum. She asked, it's not mandatory, right? JV replied, of course. Camila immediately stood up, startling JV. she said, then I refuse. With that, Camila turned and left. See you in class, teacher JV. The room door slammed shut. Camila thought to herself outside, he didn't think I'd refuse, did he? He was so surprised. Well, if I hadn't seen him and known nothing, perhaps I would have agreed. But after seeing him, I wonder if anyone else would want to get close to him? So many spirits. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 7 female ghosts with ancient grievances. They all looked at JV with eyes full of bitter resentment. Strangely, some people are very easily haunted. I realized teacher JV is one of them. However, at first there were only 5, then 6. And this time, when he returned, there were a total of 7. They all looked at him with murderous intent. He must be the culprit, but... Camila clutched her head in confusion, it's too quiet. If 7 people have died, something must have happened. Shouldn't that be shocking news? Why is everything so quiet? While she was lost in thought, teacher JV came and placed a hand on her shoulder, Lady Camila. This made Camila jump and turn pale. JV saw her and asked, are you not feeling well? Did something happen at home? Camila broke into a cold sweat, startled. She stammered, no, nothing at all. JV chuckled, if you have any worries or difficulties, just come to me anytime. You know I'm the student counselor here, right? She forced a smile, yes, I know. She thought, that's one of the reasons teacher JV is so popular. Camilla's eyes stopped. She flinched. She noticed a female ghost next to teacher JV. She focused on the earring she was wearing. Camila suspiciously thought, she's only wearing one earring. She smiled, actually, it's nothing big. I just lost an earring the day before yesterday. Teacher JV wondered, an earring? She deliberately talked about that earring. Yes, a purple earring with a violet flower design. JV froze for a moment. Then he asked again, a violet flower earring? She thought, disappointed, I tried to see what she was thinking, but it seems I failed. Then she waved her hand, it's fine, I can buy another. Do you have anything else to say, teacher? JV replied, no. I hope you'll reconsider my offer. Camila forced a smile, I'll consider it. She fell silent for a moment, I have to find a way to help her. I can't just sit here and let it continue. I think that's the only way. A moment later. Camila went outside, looking around. Why isn't she here today? She always floats around here. Seeing Camila searching, Petra walked over and asked, Lady Camila, what are you looking for? Camila turned her face away, oh, I'm looking for someone. Petra suggested, shall we search together? Camila replied, I'm fine. She thought, because you can't find her. Petra asked, are you perhaps looking for Ashen? Camila clenched her fists in anger. No. Petra, ever persistent, asked again, then who are you looking for? Camila turned her head and called out, Sir Petra. Petra looked up, smiling, just call me Petra. Looking at his smile, she thought, that smile, every time, Camila falls for it. No one has ever smiled so sweetly at her. She said, you don't have to act like that anymore. Petra froze, huh? Camila thought, but do men told me everything. I know that if a compatible soul enters a body, things will go wrong, and everyone around them will distance themselves, unloved, and seen as a nuisance. In other words, that smile is also fake. Then Camila frowned and said, you don't have to show kindness you don't feel. I completely admit you're a good person, but that's enough for me. Petra was silent at her words. She thought, if he didn't genuinely smile like that, perhaps Petra does it because he wants to be seen as a good person. But it's annoying to see him keep doing that and wanting to help others. Then she turned and left. I'm leaving. Petra remained rooted to the spot. He raised a hand to his face, mumbling, I show kindness to her but don't mean it. Petra remembered his deceased mother. My precious, obedient Petra. Mother is so happy to have Petra. Other nobles seated before Petra's mother said, you must be very happy, my lady. Indeed, your son is the ideal child. My mother's health was never good. She was often sick, and for a time, had difficulty walking. Helping her walk was a daily routine for me, always by her side. When mother saw me act properly, she was happy. And when others praised me, she was delighted. At least then, her joyful expression overshadowed the pale look on her face. So I always smiled brightly. So I always helped others. That was the best thing. I never showed any dislike. Because this was how I could make my mother happy. Even after mother passed away, her love. Acting kindly to everyone became my daily habit. And a smile was something I always kept to myself. I never thought ill of them, because in reality, it hurt no one, and I had many people around me. However, I don't know why I did it that day. When Camila was fighting, normally I would rush in to stop it. At that moment, he looked at Camila and thought, Camila, Chauvin. Why does she follow me so much? I'm so tired. Thinking this, he turned and walked away. But right after leaving them, I felt uncomfortable. In the end, it was because of me that they fought. I shouldn't have left them like that. When I returned due to guilt, everything had already been resolved and finished. Neither of them was there. Well, Lady Camila always approached me even when I didn't want to, so I'm sure an opportunity will come. However, I haven't seen her in a while. The day I saw her again was when I visited my mother's grave. I just assumed she came here, following me. Because that's how it always was. But even after that, she showed a completely different side from her usual self. She didn't just stop talking to me. But her worry was gone too. My eyes couldn't help but search for her. And when I saw her with Ashen, my emotions stirred strangely. Why him? Petro remembered when Ashen punched that young man's face. Everyone whispered, oh my God. Someone stop him. Someone asked, how? He's someone who doesn't care how others see him and lives as he pleases. So why him? I felt strange. At that moment, Camila walked over and poured water on Ashen. Then she walked over, handed Ashen the bucket of water, and said, you're the only one I know, so please take care of the rest. Ashen just stood there silently. He let out a self-questioning smile, what is this? Then burst into laughter as if he'd never laughed before. When I saw them living freely, not caring what anyone thought of them, I wanted to join them. Until now, Petro approached Camila and asked, perhaps, are you looking for Ashen? Camila had told him, you don't need to do that anymore. Petro fell into thought, don't need to do that? What did she mean? Camila said, don't pretend to be kind when you don't mean it. I know you're a good person, so please stop. Camila's gaze pierced him. Petro was silent. I can't refute her. It feels like she discovered a part of me that even I didn't know. Petro could only stand rooted, watching Camila leave. A good person, kindness not from the heart. Can a person still be good if they act kindly without meaning it? At this moment, two girls ran up. Sir Petro, what are you doing here? If you're free, would you like to go for a drink with us? Petro remained silent, leaving them bewildered. I wonder what expression is on my face. I know one thing for sure, I'm not smiling. Perhaps that's my real face all along. Then Petro returned to his usual demeanor, smiling, a drink? Sounds great. The girl replied, yes, let's go. His mother's words still echoed in his ears. My precious, obedient Petro, you should always be polite. That's how to be a good person. No matter what I just heard, I won't change, and I smiled as always, following the girls, and I even smiled brighter. Meanwhile, Camila was pacing by the lake. The person I'm looking for is nowhere to be found, and instead, I'm wasting time with Petro. Where is she? Ami's voice rang out. Who are you looking for? Camila immediately turned around, that voice. Ami appeared, waving to Camila. Camila asked, I've been looking for you this whole time, where have you been? Ami flew to her, embracing her, what's wrong? Miss me? Camila replied, I need your help. I have something to ask of you. Ami asked, surprised. Camila needs me? You have something to ask me? What do you need help with? Camila, confused, wondered, why is she so happy? Then Camila spoke, anyway, come here. There's someone I want to show you. Ami immediately replied, okay. Meanwhile, Jevi was sipping a drink, gazing out the window. Ami hesitated, that person is, Camila said, you know who? Professor Jevi. I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen them? Have you seen the ghosts next to him? Ami clenched her hands tightly, yes, I have. Camila continued, great. I have questions about them. Like how and where they died, who killed them, was it really Professor Jevi? Seeing Ami say nothing, Camila turned around. If you find it hard to talk to them, then bring some of them to me. That works too. Ami remained silent, avoiding the question. Camila wondered, what's wrong? Are you scared? Ami raised a hand to her neck, nervously touching her scar, no need to ask them. Camila flinched, now that you mention it. Ami also has a scar around her neck. No way, it can't be. Jevi looked down from his side. At the same time, Ami said, Professor Jevi is my older brother. He's my family. That afternoon at the Sofin mansion. Ruth smiled, greeting her, welcome home, young lady. Camila walked in with a somber face, not saying a word. Seeing this, the butler said, shall I make you some hot tea? Camila waved her hand, refusing, no need, I'm fine. Ruth worriedly said, you look tired. Camila turned and asked, huh? Do I look that tired? Then she covered her face, remembering a dish. At times like this, ginseng chicken soup is perfect to lift my spirits. Ruth asked, puzzled, chicken what? Camila replied, never mind. Then she remembered something and asked, where's Du-min? Ruth replied, he's quite busy redecorating your room, young lady. It's a change of season, after all. Camila asked. Really? He's useless? She thought disappointedly, he said he'd stick with me to give advice when I needed it, but he's not here. Not present. Alright, enjoy redecorating the room or whatever. Ruth bowed and said, then I'll leave? Camila called him back, Ruth? Then she looked around. She approached Ruth and said, I have a request. Ruth replied, yes, young lady. Her voice became serious, this isn't a request for the butler. Break Shadow. I want to request the leader of Break Shadow. Ruth was silent for a moment upon hearing her words. Then he cleared his throat and said, I don't understand. Perhaps I misunderstood? Camila patted Ruth's chest and said, I already know you're the leader. Anyway, I'm tired. Meet me later. Ruth stood frozen to the spot. Break Shadow, a secret organization since the Sofin family's inception. Their main mission is to gather secret information. By order of the family, they travel across the continent and bring back information. And occasionally, they secretly act according to the wishes of the head of the family. How do I know, when only the head of the family knows about this? Well, that's because Darzan is the former leader. I know it's strange for a butler to know so much information, this person like this, that person like that, and it's also strange for an old man to have such a good physique. Darzan said he raised Ruth to be the next leader rather than a butler of the Sofin family. Their other secret identity, that is Break Shadow. At this moment, in Camilla's room. Ruth opened the door and entered, seeing Camila already waiting for him. Ruth asked, may I ask why you sought me? Camila glanced at him, thinking, so he came back? Not as a butler, but as the leader of Break Shadow, right? The only one Break Shadow listens to is the head of the family. There's no reason for him to bow to anyone else. Camila walked over, handed him a stack of papers, and said, please look into this matter. Ruth asked, who are these people? Camila replied, they're dead. Please find out the details of how they died and what happened afterward. Camila was silent for a moment. She recalled her conversation with Ami. After asking Ami, I learned that it was indeed Professor Jevi who killed them. Camila asked, so your brother killed them? Ami said, that's right. We grew up in an orphanage. I was adopted before him, and in that place, I was exploited. After adopting me, they treated me like a servant. They often starved me. 8 years later, my brother finally found me, but my foster parents demanded a large sum of money to release me. He did everything to earn money, but unfortunately, at that time, I had already died. Ami's story was terrifying. Her foster parents announced she had committed suicide, but she died by being strangled by her own foster parents. Ami bowed her head and said, that's when everything started. My brother started killing girls. It's like a switch flipped when he started killing girls. Camila thought, okay, you could say he went mad for revenge and became a serial killer. But why kill innocent girls? Why not the foster parents who killed Ami? I have to find out. I need to know why Jevi did it. Back to the present, Ruth sat down. He flipped through the documents Camila gave him for a moment. Then he said, I understand, but there's one thing I'm curious about. Camila crossed her arms and asked, what is it? Ruth asked in a serious tone, how do you know I'm the leader of Break Shadow? Or rather, how do you know about the Break Shadow organization? Camila looked at Darzan, who lightly coughed behind her, and thought, I can't say your teacher Darzan told me. Camila pointed to her crimson-red eyes and said, I saw. When I looked at you, Ruth, I saw many things. For example, people don't know you're the leader, or how my father worked with you and seemed to value you. Ruth was surprised and asked, that's all? Camila replied, yep. Ruth strained his neck and said, and that's how you know the name Break Shadow, young lady? Do you want to believe this? Camila interrupted him, did you forget? I'm the one who found the divine beast. Ruth replied, that's right. Camila turned to leave. If you understand, then please hurry. Ruth, still doubtful, said, I understand. Normally, this isn't allowed, but this one time, I'll make an exception. Camila replied, thank you, and please keep it a secret from my father. Ruth was startled and asked, huh? Camila looked at him sincerely and said, please, Ruth. Ruth replied, now I will. With that, Ruth also left. See you later, everyone. Camila sighed. I'm so tired. Indeed, the leader is very different. He feels completely different from his usual self. I don't want to do anything else today. Well, anyway, I can't do anything else until the investigation is over. I'll sleep for a bit, get some rest. 4 days later. Professor Jevi clapped his hands excitedly, you'll help me with research later, really? Camila asked, yes, so how can I help? Jevi said, there's a part 1 need. I want you to copy that part from the book. Thank you so much, you'll be a great help. Camila replied, I understand. Professor Jevi continued, then I'll see you later. I'll compile the research materials I need for you. Camila stood up and replied, okay. Before leaving, she turned her head to look. I'll be waiting for you, Professor Jevi. I received the investigation report from Ruth and realized the commonalities among the girls Professor Jevi murdered. That bastard is a sick psychopath. The dead girls had 2 things in common: 1, they were all adopted. And 2, they were all abused at home. What was he thinking? Why kill girls with similar circumstances and pain as his sister? And what I found out through this is that the killer's next target is me. Until she arrived home, Camila couldn't stop thinking, is that how outsiders see me? So people think I'm abused at home, huh? Her father, seeing her distracted, called out, Camila. Camila flinched and replied, yes, father. He asked, is something at school bothering you? Camila replied, no, nothing, I was just thinking about a few things. The Duke sighed. I understand. If anything comes up, tell me right away, okay? She replied, yes, father. The Duke cleared his throat, making Camila pay attention. She thought, what is it? Does he have something else to say? The Duke looked at her and asked. Camila, what do you think of this outfit? This is what I plan to wear to the royal palace for the next meeting. Camila replied, you look great, father. I like the color too. She thought, isn't the palace meeting next week? Why is he wearing it now? Then he sighed and said, is that so? But you see, Camila, I feel this outfit is missing something, so I'm a bit worried. Don't you think a piece of jewelry here would complete the outfit? Camila was confused, I think it would look good. He looked up and said, right? Let's see, a fox might be a bit too much. I think a tiger would fit better. Camila thought, why a tiger? Because the family spirit beast is a tiger? Suddenly, she remembered something. It was the same then. The jewelry she gave to Ravi. She was surprised, thinking, that guy. I gave him fox-shaped jewelry. That bastard Ravi pretended not to care when he received it, but he still proudly wore it, didn't he? Wait, normally the Duke hates things like that, but his expression tells me that. The Duke asked, just as I thought, the tiger suits me best, doesn't it, my dear? Camila covered her face, thinking, I get it. So he wants me to give him another lapel pin. Lewig also spoke up, speaking of which. On the knight's uniform too, 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry would look great. Camila glanced at Lewig. Now what's with him too? Alright, next time I go shopping, I should buy 2 more lapel pins as soon as possible. Not long after, Camila went somewhere. She wondered, is this Professor Jevi's house? She clenched her hands, telling herself. I have to be careful. This is where 7 girls were brutally murdered, the house of a serial killer. I won't run away. At this moment, Professor Jevi stepped out, opening the door with a welcoming smile. Please come in, Lady Camila. Sorry to ask you to come to my house on your day off. I need the materials urgently. Camila walked inside, replying, it's all right. She looked around, thinking, the house looks quite normal. Even though he's a serial killer, he doesn't live in a house like that. Jevi smiled and said, please have a seat first. Camila smiled back, yes, thank you, Professor. Jevi reached out for tea, asking, which tea do you prefer? Her eyes scanned around as she said, anything is fine. Suddenly, she noticed something. That must be the box Ami mentioned. I have to take it with me because it's evidence. Jevi put down the teacup, pouring tea for her, and said, I think this tea isn't bad. Isn't bad at all. I wonder if it suits your taste. Camila stared at the tea silently for a moment. She picked up the teacup and said, it smells lovely. Jevi leaned closer to her, is that so? Try it. Then she took a sip of tea, and fell. He watched her intently, not taking his eyes off her. Suddenly, the teacup in her hand fell to the ground, and Camilla's hand went limp. Jevi called her name, Lady Camila. He was surprised. He let out a smile. Oh my. Then Camilla stood up and moved towards her. He gently placed his hand on Camilla and said, how unlucky. Let me help you, Lady Camilla. I will help you find peace soon. Don't worry. As Jevi began to grip her neck, his hand tightened around her throat. Camilla suddenly moved. At that moment, she forcefully pushed Jevi's hand away. Then she pushed him to the ground. Quickly, Camilla took out the bracelet Ravi gave her and threw it towards Jevi. He was startled. How could you? Camilla gasped, got him. I thought I was going to die. Why did I suddenly remember that moment? It's okay, calm down. I'm not that child anymore. Jevi shouted, you should be asleep. How? Camilla replied, I received information earlier. After inviting them home, you put sleeping pills in their tea, and when they fell asleep, you acted on them. It seems it's always like that, isn't it? Jevi said, oh my. So you already knew what I intended to do. How unlucky, though it would make both of us happy. Camilla frowned and asked, what kind of bullshit reason is that? Jevi looked up and said, aren't you tired of living with that fake family? Isn't it better to find peace than to live in misery? Camilla clenched her fists, angrily asking, so that's why you killed those girls? Jevi glared. I don't know how you found out, but they all wanted this. I'm sure they were happy, because they escaped their pain, and I was happy too. I was happy to see them happy. Camilla, confused, thought, he's insane. What is this? Ami appeared from nowhere. She said, it's all my fault. Because he thought my death was due to him, the suffering he endured was too great. He forgave himself with that thought. Death is not painful, but a way to escape reality, and because other girls were in similar painful situations, he wished for them to be freed. He freed them with a sweet death. That was his conclusion. Camilla was silent at Ami's words. Camilla said, annoyed, I've been hearing these things for days now. One person speaking nonsense is enough, let alone two. No matter how much you cover for him, your brother is still a murderer. Jevi smiled, confused, and asked, are you talking to thin air? I knew it, the young lady has many mental issues, that's because you weren't loved in your family growing up. Camilla angrily shouted, shut up. Jevi bowed his head slightly and said, I guess so. It's better to die than to live, Lady Camilla. Camilla reached out her hand towards Jevi. She grabbed his hair, making him scream in pain. Camilla looked down at him and said, and why do you decide for others? Why do you decide happiness for others? Should I tell you the truth? Jevi asked, puzzled, the truth? What truth are you talking about? The three ghost girls now looked at him with murderous eyes. Hate that they couldn't exact revenge on him. Camilla continued, remember Lady Dupree? Lady Dupree, whom you killed, had someone she loved. They planned to marry after graduation, and she was about to leave her home. And Lady Lucy was supporting the orphanage where she grew up with her monthly allowance. She still had siblings living there, people she loved her whole life. Lady Rodial planned to start a business with the money she saved since childhood. She intended to leave home after graduation and live her own life. Jevi shouted in disagreement, impossible. I never heard those things. Don't lie. Camilla tightened her grip on his hair. Lying? You don't believe in the intelligence of the Duke's daughter? I can show you the information I collected right now. Who are you to arbitrarily judge the happiness of others? Should I judge based on my own feelings? From what I see, you're not very happy with your life either, are you? Jevi was stunned as Camilla untied him. She held the rope in her hand. Then she tightened it around his neck. He could only cough and cry for help. Camilla continued, do you want to be saved now? After killing so many people, how can you want to be saved? Are you happy now? Didn't you say only death brings happiness? When he couldn't take it anymore, Camilla stopped strangling him. She asked, how does it feel on the brink of death? Are you still happy? Then she sighed, looking outside. She called, Ruth. Ruth appeared and replied, yes, young lady. Camilla asked, you recorded everything, right? Ruth held a crystal ball in his hand and replied, yes. From the moment the young lady fell until Professor Jevi's confession, everything has been recorded. This is the first time I've been so worried. Camilla said, you did well. Thanks to your efforts, this plan succeeded. Then Camilla walked to a cabinet and took something out of it. Ruth asked, puzzled, what is it, young lady? Camila opened the box and replied, "These are the belongings of the girls Professor Jevi murdered." Camila turned sharply to glance at Jevi, thinking, he even collected his victims' things? This sick bastard. I think this can completely crack the case. Will these girls find peace? She handed the box to Ruth and said, "Please take care of the rest." Ruth accepted, replying, "Understood." Then she left the place. Standing at the door of the house, she sighed. I guess there won't be any more cases from now on. Fortunately, this unfair tragedy has ended. Not long after, at the Duke's study, Camila was being punished, holding her arms up high. Ravi said, "Father, she's lowering her arms again." Camila angrily shouted, "No, I'm not." In her heart, she cursed, "This damn fox." Ravi scoffed. She thought, flustered, no wonder everything went so smoothly. Even Ruth was too much. He told everyone about Professor Jevi. It would have been better if he had just downplayed the situation when he told it. The Duke sighed and said, "Camila, what were you thinking when you did that? Going to a serial killer's house like that, do you know how scared I was?" Camila stammered, "But Ruth was there with me." The Duke angrily slammed his hand on the table. Camila flinched and immediately admitted her mistake. "Yes, I was wrong." She thought, I know he's angry, but I didn't expect it to be this much, and why is that guy staring at me? It's creepy. Ravi crossed his arms and said, "You really need to be scolded more. How could you go there without any fear, huh? And the story about the killer we talked about then wasn't your friend, it was you, right? I was stupid to believe that. You don't have a single friend." Camilla strained her neck and retorted, "Oh, I do have friends." Suddenly, he noticed something. Ravi treated the bruise on her neck and said, "Look at you, walking around with these bruises." Camilla was touched. "Brother." Seeing her expression, Ravi immediately asked, "What's with that look? Want to be scolded more?" Suddenly, the Duke called her name again, "Camilla. Is it because you think father is untrustworthy that you said nothing?" Camilla tried to explain, "Of course not, father. It's because there was no evidence that I couldn't say anything." The Duke asked, "So you became a victim yourself?" She stammered, "It's because no matter how dangerous that trap was, I couldn't let other girls go through it." The Duke angrily stood up and shouted, "So it's fine if you're the victim?" Camilla shrieked, "No, it's not." She closed her eyes, waiting for her punishment. But the Duke just gently stroked her hair. He affectionately said, "Even though you're fine, father is still very worried." Camilla was stunned, "Father." He continued, "You must be tired. Go and rest." She replied, "Yes, father." After Camilla left, the Duke remained silent for a moment. A smile unconsciously bloomed on his lips as he said, "But aren't you still proud?" Ludwig didn't understand what he meant. He raised a hand to his chin and continued, "My nature doesn't easily forgive injustice. The girl is just like me." Both of his sons thought, is father always like this? Jevi's crimes were quickly brought to trial, and the court sentenced him. Because the defendant has confessed. And the evidence related to the victims is clear. The defendant is sentenced to death. Professor Jevi's trial happened quickly, and the death sentence followed shortly after. Camilla stood nearby, arms crossed. Ami next to her spoke up. "So it all ended like this? Anyway, it's over now. I've been worried for so long. Now everything, including my brother's crimes, is over." Camilla said, "Over? This is just the beginning." Ami was startled, looking at her. Camilla continued, "Do you know one of the reasons this case wasn't exposed to the public?" Ami asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Camilla replied, "The victims' parents hid their children's deaths, seeing what Professor Jevi fabricated, that the victims committed suicide due to abuse, is foolish. I will expose all of them to the public." Then Camilla turned to Ami and called, "So, Ami? Who adopted you?" 1 week later at the Duke Zevra's mansion, Duke Zevra lifted a chess piece in his hand and said, "Checkmate." Ashen pondered. He continued, "I win again." Ashen asked, "What are you thinking, father?" He asked back, puzzled, "What?" The clock struck 12. Ashen said, "How could you lend her Luna like that? What made you blindly trust her?" The Duke was silent for a moment, then replied, "I trust the girl." Ashen was extremely surprised, "What, father?" At this moment, someone walked in. The butler entered, bowing, "A guest has arrived, master." Camilla appeared, smiling brightly, "Oh my, do you two remember what I said?" Duke Zevra and Ashen. Seeing her so lively, the Duke said, "You don't need to greet me like that, Lady Camilla." She politely replied, "I only came to return what I borrowed." "Do you like chess?" Duke Zevra replied, it's fine, no need to worry. It was just a promise. Previously, she had a conversation with Duke Zevra. He said, I am very grateful that you purified Zevra's soul. Before that, I wanted to repay you, so just tell me what you want. Camila asked, puzzled, repay me? She was silent for a moment, thinking, then said. I wish you two could play chess together for an hour every day. Ashen immediately popped his head out, what? Camila remembered Chloe's image and said, Chloe would be very happy to see you two together, don't you think? Back in the present, Camila turned to Ashen and smirked. Oh, you lost again? I think you should train your brain more. Then she turned to Duke Zevra and said, thank you for lending me Luna. Thanks to you, I was able to complete the final step perfectly. Duke Zevra grunted and said, victims of violence, I thought you said it was child abuse. Camila laughed, haha, you remember so clearly. He continued, I can't help but remember hurtful words spoken by chance. The initial truth often causes us pain. Ashen was silent, hearing him say that. Luna, a member of the Zevra family, possesses a special ability. It can perfectly replicate the appearance of the deceased and project illusions to a target. At that time, it transformed into Ami and manifested, why did you kill me? Camila smiled, hee hee. With Luna's power, Ami's foster parents were completely deceived. Well done. Lord of Shadows. Seeing Ashen staring at her, Camila asked, why are you looking at me like that? Ashen asked back, when? Duke Zevra quietly observed for a moment, then spoke. The appointed time is over. Please escort the young lady to the door, Ashen. Ashen stood up and replied, understood. Quickly, he led her to the hallway. Ashen walked ahead and asked, what kind of ghost did you help to end up like this? Camila asked, confused, like this? What do you mean? Ashen said, I heard rumors. They say Professor Jevi had a fierce duel and was seriously injured. Camila was confused, Professor Jevi and I had a duel? It's true I was injured, but that's just an exaggeration, and I'm completely recovered now. Ashen replied, is that so? Call me. Camila didn't understand what he meant. He explained, next time, call me again. Camila was a bit surprised by his offer. She asked again, call you? But why you? Before she could finish, Ashen suddenly walked away. Camila shouted, hey. Where are you going? Tell me why before you leave. When she turned around, Ashen was gone. He disappeared. What a strange guy. Suddenly, Ami's voice rang out, it's all over, isn't it? Camila immediately turned her head to look back. She ran to Ami and asked, what? You followed me all the way here? What are you doing here, not purified? Ami smiled, hee hee, Camila is always persistent, as usual. Oh, and? I came to say my final goodbye to you. Camila asked again, final goodbye? Ami smiled contentedly and said, from now on, I will pursue my dreams. Since I have no regrets left, I will freely travel across the continent. Traveling everywhere has been my dream for a long time, especially to historical sites. Camila asked, you've thought it through, haven't you? Ami said, I thank you for stopping my brother's crimes and for me. For avenging me. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Camila also gave Ami a bright smile. Go happily, and let's not meet again. Ami immediately said, geez, that's so mean. Then Ami flew away, waving goodbye to Camila. Well, I'll be back to see you after my trip. Take care until then, Camila. Camila silently watched Ami's figure leave. Her eyes held a hint of longing as she said, you don't need to come back. But if you really do come back, I'll listen to your exaggerated stories. Keep it short, though. A few days later, Duke Javelin's birthday party took place. Delicious food and fine wine were arranged on the tables, along with very elegant musical performances. Camila and Duke Sophin arrived, both dressed in luxurious attire. Camila gently smoothed her hair, her smile enhancing her beauty. Everyone there saw Camila and whispered, Lady Camila just passed by, she looks different. Oh my, that lady is so beautiful. Camila felt uncomfortable, thinking, I didn't want to come, but since the invitation came directly from Duke Javelin, there was no other way. Plus, I came with father and had no chance to refuse. Ravi was busy with research, so he didn't come. Ludwig made an excuse about an important training session. Camila was even more annoyed. Those two brothers sure got away safely, huh? Duke Sophin turned to Camila and asked, Camila, the weather is nice today, isn't it? She immediately replied, yes, father. She tried to motivate herself, no, think positively. Because spending time with father regularly is also good. The reasons I'm annoyed. Is because of that child, Elisa. Camila approached Duke Javelin and politely said, "Thank you for the invitation." Duke Javelin spoke, "You've arrived." Then he reached out his hand towards her. "Camila, welcome, I've been waiting for you." Petro interjected, "Lady Camila, you look beautiful today." Camila smiled, "Thank you, sir." Elisa hid behind him. The little girl joyfully exclaimed, "Sister Camila." Then she ran and hugged Camila. "Wow, Sister Camila is here. I missed you so much." Camila forced a smile, thinking, how funny, she actually hates me, doesn't she? When it comes to acting, they say there's no such thing as a fox cub, right? This would suit Brother Ravi well. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Duke Zevra has arrived." Duke Zevra walked in from outside. Meeting Duke Javelin, he merely grunted. Duke Javelin also just grunted in greeting. Not seeing Ashen arrive, she thought, Ashen isn't here. Well, he's someone who hates getting involved with Petro. Duke Zevra turned to Camila and asked, "Camila, you're here too?" Camila lifted her skirt and politely replied, "Yes, how have you been lately, Your Grace?" Then she reached out her hand towards Luna. Camila gently stroked Luna, smiling and saying, "And you, how are you? Thank you for your help last time." Letty, seeing this, frowned and asked, "What? Why are you two suddenly so close?" Then Letty flew to Camila. "She pretended not to know me, but why welcome this guy?" Duke Sophin spoke, "You look happier for my daughter, don't you?" Duke Javelin replied, "Of course, I'm the star of the party." Duke Zevra just sighed. Everyone at the party saw Camila being surrounded and gossiped. Lady Camila is surrounded by dukes. Oh my, what's going on? Camila looked resigned, thinking, I'm used to those stares. It was my daily joy back when I was a famous actress. Elisa stood nearby, observing. Her eyes were not pleased. Then Elisa ran and hugged Camila, saying, "Sister, let's go meet my friends." "Father, can I take her with me?" Camila immediately said, "Wait." Elisa asked, puzzled, "What?" Camila replied, "Wait, since it's his birthday today, I have to give him a gift." Camila then walked towards Duke Javelin. She bowed and said, "Happy birthday, Duke Javelin." Then she took out a gift box. "This is your gift." The box contained a lapel pin. Duke Javelin was stunned. "This is..." "Duke, does it contain protective magic? This will protect him." Everyone else was just as shocked. Ridiculous. There's no way to imbue magic into something so tiny. Exactly. They say the stronger the magic, the bigger the magic stone. How could Lady Camila possibly possess one? Something so miraculous? It's obviously a fake. Duke Zephyr stepped forward, "I guarantee its quality. For I was the one who imbued magic into this brooch." Duke Javelin immediately demanded, "Wait. You've been contacting my daughter all this time?" Duke Zephyr turned to Camila. She proposed the idea of turning a magic stone into a brooch. She'd heard I was skilled in this area and sought my advice. Duke Sophin seized the moment. "So, you know about it too, don't you? I also received a gift. Look. My brooch also has magic imbued within it. My own daughter gave it to me." Seeing her father's smug look, like his nose was about to fall off, Camila thought, it's a perfect replica, but Dad's acting so childish. Camila glanced around at everyone. Who else would do something like this? We all hope the people we care about won't get hurt. Duke Javelin was stunned. Pecha wore a similar expression. Camila smiled to herself. Why did I give such a precious item to Duke Javelin? You don't think I just gave it because it was pretty, do you? The story behind it is a long one. What I'd overlooked became the perfect advertisement for my brooch, spreading like wildfire. Plus, I even gave one to Lewig as a gift. It'll be popular among the knights in no time, won't it? Duke Javelin stared intently at the brooch. Then he pinned it to his chest, smiling. Thank you. I like it very much. Elisa stood by herself, utterly ignored. Elisa clenched her fists. Ugh. Why is Camila stealing all the spotlight? Camila, you've gotten so arrogant since we last saw each other. Soon after, Elisa pulled Camila away. Sister, hurry up. Everyone's waiting for you. Camila forced a bright smile. Oh my, really? I'm so excited. But inside, she wondered. What kind of trick will she pull today? I'm actually looking forward to it. Is that strange of me? In the past, on the day of the new student welcoming party, Elisa gave Camila a surprise gift. Camila asked Elisa, "Are you really giving this to me?" Elisa replied, "Of course. I'm giving it to you because I want us to be close. If you wear it to the party, my brother might confess to you. He secretly has a crush on you, you know. Hugging the gift box tightly, Camila innocently asked, really? Elisa clapped her hands. I know my brother's taste perfectly, so just do as I say. And then, look at Camila. Is she seriously wearing that? It's so scandalous. Where does she get the confidence to wear something like that? Wow, this is intense. No matter how naive Camila was, she couldn't help but feel strange. There was only one reason why. I was tricked, even though I knew it. It's because I didn't want to think ill of Pecho's sister, Elisa. Elisa pointed at Camila. Brother, that's Camila, right? Pecho turned his head. At that moment, Camila was utterly humiliated and quickly ran away. Back in the present, Camila thought irritably, Camila Sofin. This idiot. I can't believe I fell for such an obvious trick. Was I a total fool? A moment later, Elisa led her to the location. Elisa smiled. Welcome, sister. Everyone's waiting. Long time no see, are you having fun? Camila smiled back. Of course. I can see all their happy faces. She wondered, so, what exactly should I do about all these hidden agendas? Not long after, Camila took her seat at the table. Elisa beamed at her. Sister, I heard you topped the rankings this time. Congratulations. Camila forced a smile. Oh, thank you. The two other girls also smiled. That's incredible. How did you get such high scores? We're so surprised. The black-haired girl covered her mouth. Actually, Sister Camilla's scores weren't that high, were they? That's why strange rumors are spreading. The blonde next to her gasped, rumors? Camila chuckled. Oh, so that's the game they're playing. The others started whispering, oh, have you heard? There was cheating on this exam. Elisa reacted strongly, jumping to her feet. Really? Who did it? Camila frowned, it's definitely you, brat. This is just an act, and a terrible one at that. But it's more amateurish than I expected. Well, if this were the old me, it would have been enough. The old Camila really liked Pecho, so she couldn't even retaliate against his sister, Elisa. She must have been so lonely. But I'm not her. Then she picked up her teacup, smiling. That's right. You all should have cheated a little too. Elisa froze instantly. Camila closed her eyes tightly. Ah, I remember this feeling. Then she spoke, you girls don't even have to hold your heads high to check your scores, do you? Then Camila went on the offensive, hitting each of them where it hurt. Because your scores are abysmal. Rank 127, rank 107, rank 97 inch. And rank 117. With results like that, shouldn't you all try to cheat a little more? Instead of pretending, why don't you just improve your knowledge? Elisa stammered, sister, you're being too harsh. Camila smiled brightly, fixing Elisa with an unfriendly gaze. What, are you about to cry? Elisa's composure snapped, turning to fury. Sister. You. Camila smiled with satisfaction. Looks like you're going to try to cover everything up with tears. Sweetie, my acting is on a whole other level. You don't even realize how much more harm this will bring to your family. Let me teach you how to act. With that, Camila reached for her teacup. 2 seconds later, it crashed to the floor, shattering. Elisa froze, not understanding what was about to happen. That's right. Just then, Duke Sofin rushed over, asking anxiously, what happened? Are you hurt? Seeing her distraught face, he called out, Camila. Camila, what's wrong? Like a bullied child, she whimpered, Father. Then her tears fell. Father. Father. I cheated. They gossiped about me because I was lacking. I'm truly sorry. Duke Sofin immediately demanded, Who? Who dares to speak such words? Camila ran and fell into his arms, pointing, over there. Pointing at Elisa's group, she silently screamed, It's them. Not me. Duke Javelin thundered, Elisa. Elisa happily ran to her father. Inside, she was overjoyed, unaware she was about to walk into a cold, crushing battle. Thank heavens, father will defend me, she thought. Duke Javelin's demeanor instantly shifted. He roared furiously, What have you done? Why is our guest in such a state? Elisa froze, utterly shocked. Duke Javelin turned to Camila. I sincerely apologize. It's my fault for not raising my daughter properly. I hope you can both forgive us. Elisa could only stand, rooted to the spot. She felt as if she'd plunged into a deep pit of solitude. Elisa's lips pressed into a tight line, completely shocked. The other girls, saying nothing, ran off. Camila remained silent for a moment. Wiping away a tear, she smiled to herself. If you're so sad, then cry louder, sweetie. Not long after, Camila was walking down the hallway. She let out a breath. Finally escaped that. What a relief. Her feet stopped as she looked ahead. She was surprised by the object in front of her. There's a sword in a glass case? It looks so familiar, where have I seen it? Then, Camila clearly remembered the soul she'd encountered at the academy. Suddenly, someone approached. That is Sir Zeno. The person who arrived was none other than Pecho. He said, he is the founder of my family's swordsmanship. Camila turned, curious. Sir Zeno? So this sword. Pecho explained, that's the sword he always carried. It's called the Guardian Sword. Camila murmured. The Guardian Sword, she thought. Spirit beasts, and now a Guardian Sword too? Pecho, lost in thought, continued to explain, it's a precious sword. It even appears in ancient documents. They say it chooses its own master and warns of impending danger. Camila asked, puzzled, the sword chooses its own master? Pecho replied, yes, it only reacts when the chosen one touches it. Unfortunately, no one has been chosen by the Guardian Sword yet. Camila stared intently at Zeno's portrait on the wall. She thought, even Sir Zeno wasn't chosen. Pecho put his hands behind his back. Have you heard about what happened with Elisa? Are you all right? Camila chuckled. Of course I'm fine, I was just acting. Pecho asked, confused, acting? She turned to him. I wanted to cause trouble for your sister, because of all the things she did to me. Pecho was utterly surprised. Really? Pecho looked at Camila. I sensed something was off, and it turns out I was right. Even though Elisa dragged Camila everywhere, she didn't seem interested at all. She didn't truly care about Camila. Then he spoke, weren't you too close before? Why the sudden change? Camila immediately cut him off. It doesn't matter anymore. There's no need to pretend. Pecho fell silent. Just then, Elisa approached, bowing her head. Sister Camila. I'm sorry. My friends also want to apologize to you. Will you come with me? A moment later, Elisa led Camila towards the stairs. Looking at Elisa's clenched fists, Camila thought, she says she's sorry, but her hands are clenched like that? What's going on? Seeing that, Camila burst out laughing. Elisa, confused, asked, what's wrong, sister? Camila turned, smiling. Just curious, what's wrong with you now? Elisa was startled by the direct question, unsure how to reply. Camila thought, she can't hide her emotions at all. She can't hide emotions like that. Maybe I should give them private acting lessons. Then she sighed. Only those with useless brains would pull such obvious stunts. Elisa furiously clenched her fists. Sister. Do you even know who I am? Camila replied without missing a beat, the leech of the Javelin family, a pathetic, undignified beggar. Oh, and rank 117 in the midterms. Elisa's eyes burned with hatred. Did you just say everything? With that, Elisa reached out and shoved Camila down the stairs, right in front of Pecho below. Camila lost her balance and tumbled down. Pecho shouted in panic, Camila. Everyone thought Camila would be distraught after being shoved down the stairs, but it turned out this was all part of her plan. A satisfied smile played on her lips. You'd fall if I dodged, and then you'd blame me for pushing you. Getting hurt is fine. I just don't want to be misunderstood. Let's see who wins this, my dear. Elisa froze, dumbfounded by what was unfolding before her eyes. Pecho's voice screamed, Lady Camila. Camila, puzzled, thought, what? It doesn't hurt at all. Turns out, Pecho caught her before she hit the ground. He asked worriedly, oh my, are you all right? Camila replied with gratitude. Pecho let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. Pecho said, hold my hand. Camila thanked him. Pecho continued, this matter will be officially dealt with soon. Then, with an icy glare, he looked towards Elisa. Elisa gasped in shock, unable to believe her eyes. What is this? My brother has never looked at me like that. No, this can't be happening. He should be on my side. Camila smirked. Hee. You still have a long way to go, kid. A few days later, an official apology letter arrived from the Javelin family, along with a mountain of gifts. Elisa was grounded, forbidden from leaving her room for a while. Of course, she couldn't even show her face at school. Duke Sofin grumbled about Elisa's terrible behavior. He constantly fussed over Camila. Camila, get some rest. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? She replied, I'm fine, father. Oh, and Pecho, the man who can smile even while killing. I never expected to see him lose his temper with his beloved sister. Why would he do that? As for Elisa, she was utterly shocked. My brother is angry at me? Impossible. Time flew by. Camila looked at the mountain of gifts. What am I supposed to do with all these? Deke asked, are there any kitchen items? Dumont picked up a dress. Wow, this dress is so pretty. A voice echoed from outside. Lady Camila, I have brought the book she requested. Camila quickly looked up. Oh, come in. She thought, that was fast. Book delivery is quite efficient, isn't it? Jimmy, the Sofin family librarian, entered from outside, carrying a stack of books. Lady, these are the books she requested, concerning the guardian sword. Camila was surprised. Is this all the related books? Jimmy replied, yes. Camila looked at the mountain of books with dismay. Should I just give up? No. I'll read them all. Despite my worries, I've decided to investigate myself. If I delve deep into the guardian sword, perhaps I'll find something. That portrait and the sword I saw at the banquet hall, even though it was my first time seeing them, I felt such a strong sense of familiarity. I must uncover the reason for that déjà vu. I need to investigate Duke Javelin. Dashin grunted. Duke Javelin. Camila said, Dashin is a former leader, so I wonder if he knows something Duke Sofin doesn't. He raised a hand to his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, all I know is that he's aged along with me. If it's about the guardian sword, the related books will be in the library. Why don't you look for them yourself? Camila sat dejectedly, searching for information. I didn't realize there would be so much. Plus, all the others are written in ancient languages. A few days later. Camila was still engrossed in reading. Deke flew over from nowhere. Still on the guardian sword today? Camila asked, Deke, do you know how to read ancient languages? He replied, when I was researching ancient dishes, I picked up a bit, so I use it. I'm quite familiar with ancient languages. Camila smiled. I'm proficient in ancient languages. The former Camila was the only one who found it interesting. She had a special talent for ancient languages. Jimmy came over with another book. This is the last one. Camila turned her head. Thank you. Jimmy said, it seems the lady is also very interested in the guardian sword. Camila asked, besides me, has anyone else read these? Jimmy replied, yes, young Master Ludwig also reads them. Meanwhile, Ludwig, hearing that Camila wanted to meet him, asked again, Camila wants to see me? Dumont replied, Lady Camila decided to stay in her room for a while after the incident at the banquet hall. Just then, a knight spoke up. Sir Ludwig, please guide me next time. Ludwig turned. Dismissed. Today's training ends here. The red-haired knight froze. Really? The brown-haired knight was also confused. Is what I just heard true? The gray-haired knight asked in disbelief, Ludwig just ended training? Ludwig ordered, everyone, dismiss. Not long after, on Camilla's side. She put down her teacup, thinking, I never expected him to arrive so quickly, how surprising. I always thought Ludwig was angry with Camila, but seeing this, it seems I was wrong. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Ludwig spoke up. What is it, Camila? Camila snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, that. Brother, I heard you've studied the guardian sword. Ludwig asked, the sword in the Javelin family hall? What do you want to know? Camila replied, that's right. I'm curious about your thoughts after reading those books. Ludwig pondered for a moment. If you've read all the ancient books, you might know one thing, the location of the guardian sword. From ancient times, when the empire was first founded, an organization stirred up chaos throughout the land. The Eva Creed, a religious cult, proclaimed, follow the goddess Eva, and you shall attain eternal life. Many worshipped Eva for this promise. The eternal life promised by the Eva religion was, in truth, the power of immortality. Naturally, everyone was desperate for it. But there was a catch to that power. The immortality they received was gained by sacrificing the lives of others. The sacrificed were primarily the poor, those with no one to protect them. The Eva religion ultimately became the source of civil conflict and war. But times create heroes. One person ended the prolonged war and wiped out all dark forces. His name was Mars. The guardian sword is Mars's sword. However, after the war ended, Mars vanished, and the guardian sword was said to have disappeared with him. But I couldn't find it. The guardian sword is often said to choose its own master. Even though many came to the same place as Zeno, why was he the only one who could find it? Camila immediately interjected, furthermore, you already know. Even though Javelin searched for the guardian sword, he was never chosen by it. Lewig said, if you're interested in the guardian sword, this is easy to deduce. She continued, but perhaps I know why everyone keeps silent. Because it's Javelin's business. She thought, that means no one can interfere unless allowed. I agree with that, but... On that day, the sky had turned golden. Camila went to find Zeno. Isn't a figure from ancient history the very answer right in front of me? If I want to know, I'll have to ask him directly. She walked up to Zeno. Hey, you, with a sword piercing through you. You're Zeno Javelin, right? Camila looked at the sword. The guardian sword is the only light that can save the world from darkness. I have no choice but to investigate, because that sword feels incredibly familiar to me. Zeno replied, that's right, I am Zeno Javelin. Who are you talking to? Can you see me? That's amazing. Seeing Zeno's demeanor, she thought, his way of speaking is more relaxed than I expected. Then she spoke, the truth is, the guardian sword chooses its own master, you know that, right? Zeno replied, who wouldn't know that? Camila asked, do you know why people haven't been able to find the sword for all these years? Zeno hesitated. That. Camila interrupted, exactly. Because only the one chosen as its master can find it. However, Sir Zeno returned with the sword in his hand, but he wasn't its master. Zeno was silent for a moment, then said, because the chosen master is dead. I had a brother who died a very long time ago, my twin brother. The guardian sword, the only light that can save the world from being plunged into darkness, that sword chose me as its master, and the sword pierced right through me. In the past, when Zeno and his brother Miha were training, everyone who witnessed their skills was incredibly impressed. Amazing. As expected of Sir Zeno. How can such a swordsman even exist? Sir Zeno is truly a genius. Compared to him, Sir Miha indeed, Sir Miha is the eldest son, but... If Sir Zeno is here, he can't become the family head. The sparring match quickly ended, with Miha defeated. Zeno pointed his sword at his brother and asked. Miha, why are you so unfocused? Miha replied, I'm sorry. Zeno offered a hand to his brother. Need a hand? Miha awkwardly turned away. I'm fine. Not long after, Zeno grinned widely. Miha, look over there. It's finally here. The guardian sword. Miha, confused, thought, the guardian sword? I don't see anything. Zeno reached out and touched the sword. It's right here. I'm going to try to lift it. Meanwhile, Miha still couldn't see the sword anywhere. Zeno happily lifted it. Look. Hey, this is exactly what I read in the books. It's amazing, the sword is glowing. Miha froze, wondering, only Zeno can see it? Miha looked at the sword. Zeno, can I try holding it? Zeno didn't think twice and handed the sword to Miha. Of course, here, you try. When Miha took the sword, its light vanished. Miha asked, the light's gone, why? Zeno held out his hand. Maybe the sword just likes me more. Are you done? Give it back. Miha's eyes changed. He asked in a low voice, why is it always you who gets chosen? Everything belonged to Zeno, their parents' love, everyone's praise. And now even the guardian sword. Why can't I have anything? Miha glared. If only you weren't here. Miha slowly raised the sword high, his heart overflowing with jealousy. Everything would be mine if only you didn't exist. Before Zeno could even understand what was happening, Miha plunged the sword into his chest in a fit of panic. Blood gushed from Zeno's mouth. The sword was yanked out, and Zeno fell down the cliff. After killing his younger brother, Miha stood stunned for a moment. Then he slumped to the ground, Miha's hand touching the sword. From then on, the guardian sword never glowed again. Miha then impersonated his younger brother. When he returned, people didn't notice the difference and whispered, Sir Zeno has returned to help. Oh, what a relief. He survived and returned. Thank goodness it wasn't Sir Miha. Everyone naturally assumed the one who returned was Zeno. He said, that's right, Miha is dead. Father realized it. No one can fool their parents. I'm sure he knew what was happening, but he did nothing about Miha's accident. He chose to remain silent. Because he couldn't bear to lose his last son. The one who returned with the guardian sword, Zeno, not Miha, became a great family head. He had wide connections, was kind, and was praised by many for successfully leading the family, but only under Zeno's name. Isn't it fascinating to think that people remember us by different names? At first, I cursed Miha, wondering why I had to die and badmouthing him endlessly. I felt annoyed and furious. Camila asked, why did Miha pretend to be you his entire life? Zeno replied, how do you think he felt, being called by the name of the man he personally killed? That was the punishment he brought upon himself. He chose it. How foolish. I believe Miha has already paid the price. I've also witnessed the looks and whispers surrounding him. I can't hate him anymore. So much time has passed. Camila looked at the sword. Why are you still here? Zeno replied, because I like this sword. Camila was surprised. Huh? Zeno smiled. I can't leave because I really like this sword. I still haven't been able to use it properly because no one is my match. No human can defeat me. Camila thought, wow, that's annoying. Even more annoying because I can't refute it. The sword genius and founder of Javelin family swordsmanship, Zeno, achieved the title of sword master at age 19. Suddenly, she realized something. Sword masters aren't that common, are they? The masters that came to her mind included her father, Lewig, and even Ashen. She wondered, is it really that rare? Then she called out, Zeno. Zeno looked over, puzzled. Camila smiled. Do you want to wield a sword for real? Not long after, at Ludwig's training grounds Lewig had learned. Lewig asked, you want to spar with me? Camila immediately replied, yes, with you. She forced a smile, thinking, even though there are many sword masters around me, I chose Lewig for a reason. He's the only one who'd take me seriously. Lewig asked, why do you want to fight me? She replied, because I want to test my limits. Anytime. Lewig said, you could get hurt. Camila firmly stated, a sword user shouldn't fear injury. Lewig had no other choice. Alright, come back when I'm done training. A moment later, let me know when you're ready. Camila immediately replied, yes. She regretted it, thinking, I must be insane. I'm doing all this just after getting an idea. It's not because I'm a witch or anything. Well, since Camila also wants to become a knight, she'd enjoy being a master for a bit, wouldn't she? Camila turned to Zeno. Are you ready, sir? As Zeno possessed Camila, he said, why should I refuse? Then. Swiftly, Zeno possessed Camilla's body. Camila, in a ready stance, said, I'm ready. Lewig looked at her. Camila looked at him. Camila charged forward with incredible speed. As her sword came down, Lewig managed to block just in time. He seemed surprised by Camilla's power. Camila continuously took the offensive. Looking at her unwavering expression, he thought, Camila, how can you use these techniques? Under the blazing sun, they clashed. They continuously exchanged blows. Zeno, inside Camilla's body, thought, when was the last time I held a sword? This is so much fun. The battle raged on, with neither side losing ground. Zeno slashed across Lewig's face, but Lewig dodged just in time. Zeno flashed an excited smile. I can't believe I'm enjoying fighting such a formidable opponent. I've truly missed a battle like this for too long. The two swords clashed, creating ferocious sounds. Lewig's sword, in that moment, cracked and shattered. He spoke in disbelief, Camila, you're quite good. Camila forced a smile. It's just that my skills are good. Zeno thought, it's a shame the match is over, but I should be satisfied with this. Well done, Camila. After Zeno left her body, Camila collapsed to the ground. Lewig shouted in panic, Camila. She felt dizzy, thinking, it feels like my entire body is about to crumble apart. Zeno asked, hey, are you alright? Camilla's head was spinning. Do I look alright to you? Do I? Zeno forced a smile. I'm sorry, I guess I got a little too excited. She thought, annoyed, what the heck? I won't be human if I keep doing this. That afternoon at the mansion. Duke Sophin roared furiously, child. What were you thinking? Have you lost your mind? How hard did you train her to get her into this state? Even if it's you, Lewig, I can't overlook this. Camila thought, who's Duke Sophin yelling at now? I'll just pretend to be asleep. The Duke roared even louder, Lewig. Camilla's eyes snapped open. Lewig? She immediately sat up. Father, wait. It's not his fault. I was the one who insisted on training. She thought, annoyed, this pain makes it hard to even breathe. My physical condition is worse than I thought. The Duke asked again, are you sure? He gently embraced her. Thank goodness. The incident at the party now this. Camila, child, you truly worry me so much. I don't know what to say. I was afraid you wouldn't open your eyes again. She hugged him tightly. I'm sorry, father. Then he turned to Ludwig, frowning. No matter how much she insisted, proper training is fundamental. Ludwig. This time, I'll punish you. With that, he coldly turned and walked away. Ludwig asked, Are you all right? Camila replied, Yes. She thought, it seems he told the Duke it was just training. I can't believe he's still hiding the truth, even while being misunderstood. I'm so grateful, but I still feel guilty. Anyway, everything's resolved. Turning to the other ghosts, Ashen and Deke were grilling Zeno. Why did you do that? How could you do that to an untrained body? Did you really enjoy controlling her body that much? What did you possess her for? Whatever I did, it was because the girl allowed it. Zeno avoided their gaze. I couldn't control myself, so I have nothing to say, I'm sorry. Ashen chided him again. Even as a ghost, you should have a conscience. Zeno, annoyed by the interrogation, snapped, Hold on. Who are you guys? Why are you scolding me? Do I have to apologize to both of you? Both of them, in unison. Camila smiled. They're like my family. She thought, so don't bother my old men. Both old men were immediately touched. Family, lady. Zeno walked towards her. I'm sorry, and thank you. It's been a long time since I wielded a sword. That was a truly wonderful match. Camila replied, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Zeno continued, next time, I'll pay more attention to you and be more careful. Last time I got too excited and couldn't control myself. From now on, I'll check your condition first. Camila, puzzled, asked, ha ha ha? Zeno wondered, is there something wrong with what I said? Camila asked, you're satisfied now, so shouldn't you leave? Zeno laughed like a child. But I haven't had my fill of wielding a sword yet. Besides, my desires have just begun to flare up. So, from now on, I'll ask. Camila immediately yelled, get lost. Not long after, Camila went to Ludwig's room and knocked. Brother, it's Camila. Ludwig said from inside, come in. Camila entered the room, holding a slice of pudding. This is pudding I made. Please try a piece. She looked up and around. This is my first time in Ludwig's room. I never interacted with him, except for the time I died by his hand. She put the plate of pudding down. I guarantee it's delicious, so please try it. Ludwig replied, okay. Before he could even take a bite, Camila asked, do you want to ask me anything? She stared at him, thinking, it's been 5 days since we sparred, but Ludwig hasn't asked a single thing. Even after Camila, who has no talent for swordsmanship, used the Javelin family's techniques, I'm sure he has so many questions for me. Ludwig asked, will you answer if I ask? Camila replied, of course I will. Ludwig bit into the pudding. You won't lie, will you? Camila stammered, that she thought, how can I tell him about Zeno? That's impossible. Ludwig gently lowered his head. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. In the future, if there's something difficult, it's fine not to tell me. However, I prefer you not lie to me. Because if you don't talk about it, I'm okay with that too. She smiled. Thank you, brother. She thought, thank you. Even though it was an unreasonable request, you still sparred with me, hid the truth, and didn't press me for answers. From the bottom of my heart, I'm truly grateful. Camila smiled and continued, next time, I'll make another one for you. Suddenly, she noticed the flower vase nearby. Is that the vase from before? Are those the mist flowers I gave you last time? Ludwig replied, yes, they are. She was a little surprised. I didn't know he still kept them. Suddenly, Camila was stunned when she heard Ludwig say, I like dried flowers. She asked, puzzled, dried flowers? Ludwig replied, yes. Camila, confused, wondered, why mention dried flowers all of a sudden? Then she stood up and turned to leave. Well, I'll be going now, brother. After Camila left, Ludwig also stood up and walked toward the vase. He gazed at it for a moment, then looked away. A smile unconsciously bloomed on his face. Camila was walking down the hallway, thinking. He ate it all. Of course, it's delicious. He ate the whole thing. It's because Deke helped. Next time, I'll make another one for him. Ravi approached her. Why are you coming out of that room? She replied, I made pudding for Ludwig. What about it? He frowned. Hey, why didn't you make one for me? Camila asked, why should I? Ravi said, oh, by the way, I heard you fainted during training? You should relax. Camila glanced at Ravi. Are you provoking me? At least I can hit you, right? If you beat me in a sword fight, I'll make you one. Ravi, annoyed, immediately asked, you? Where do you get the confidence to say that? Camila provoked him, you only use magic, so you can't possibly beat me. Ravi scoffed, fight you? That's hilarious. Camila smiled. I believe so. As the two chatted, Xena watched from behind, a smile gracing his lips. The scene shifts. Hello. Camila, reveling in her wealth, replied, that's right, I'm very rich. Ashen forced a smile. Now you only smile like that when I tease you? Ashen looked at Camila, humming a tune about money. I know she's not afraid of anything, but thinking about her handling that murder alone. I was going to say something, but I had nothing to say. Then he spoke, how do you plan to use that money? Camila giggled. Ehehe. This money? Ashen frowned. Don't laugh like that. Camila thought, Duke Sephra sent this. It's the first month's revenue from selling those products. Furthermore, the magic brooch introduced at Duke Javelin's birthday party is currently in high demand, even though it's not an actual product for sale. Just mana stones alone brought in a massive amount of money, even though they aren't magic items. Thinking about receiving this much just from mana stones, imagining herself sitting on a pile of gold, Camila giggled, hee hee hee. Ashen asked, you like it that much? Camila replied, so I should hate it? Say something reasonable. Ashen rested his chin on his hand. Is money so important that you're obsessed with it? Camila immediately threatened, your words could get you a beating. Of course you can say that, you've never had money. Ashen replied, if anyone heard that, they'd think you were very poor before. Camila turned back. Me? Well, I was poor when I was little. I entered the Duke's mansion when I was 7. Ashen was stunned. What? That's no lie. Before meeting the Duke, I was very poor. One day, we found the Duke collapsed on the street. And so, Duke Sophin and my mother were linked by destiny. Duke Sophin fell for her kind heart and beautiful appearance, and then they got married. Actually, I think she helped him because he looked rich. There had to be a reason for her to spend money meant for 3 meals on expensive medicine for him. Ashen scratched his head. I didn't know that. Camila handed him a slip of paper. Forget it, give this to the Duke. Ashen asked, why? He told me to give it to you. Camila replied, he can keep it for now. I'll take it back later. Actually, Camila had a new plan. Before this, she'd had a conversation with Duke Sephra. He'd said the revenue for mana stones is higher than I thought. Sooner or later, it'll cause gossip if you keep handing over the revenue like this. To our family. It's fine now, because mana stones are distributed through our joint venture. But once demand soars, management issues are bound to arise, so I have a suggestion. Why don't you start your own business and manage it yourself? Camila exclaimed in surprise, start my own business? Duke Sephra continued, of course, I know you're wary of public appearances. That's why I'll introduce you to a trustworthy person. You can have them pretend to be the business owner. Back in the present, Camila thought, that's not a bad idea. This money will be the necessary foundation for my business. If I give it to the Duke, he'll understand my intention. Ashen spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. But speaking of which, you have more troublesome things around you than I do, don't you? Xena was surprised. What? He can see me too? Camila replied, that's why I told you not to follow me. Ashen immediately exuded killing intent. What? He followed you even when you told him not to? Camila replied, no, he's like family to me. Xeno and Ashen glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, someone approached. Lady Camila. There you are. I've been looking for you. I brought you some desserts. Suddenly, she looked at Ashen and broke into a cold sweat. Ashen's gaze was far from friendly. Looking at his attitude, Camila thought, that attitude chill out, bro. He didn't pay Layla any attention, even though he used to be smitten with her. In my previous life, Layla was the only one who could control him after Duke Sephra died, although the situation is completely different now. Duke Sephra is still alive and well, and he hasn't gone mad, so maybe he doesn't need Layla anymore? Seeing Camila deep in thought, Layla asked, are you worried about something? If so, what is it? A moment later. The dishes were laid out by Layla. She said, here are some desserts you like. Camila looked at the pile of food. Layla, I'm going to gain weight because of you. Layla replied, you need to put on a little weight. Camila took a bite, then looked at Ashen. Cheer up. She offered Ashen a plate of cake. Try this, Ashen. Ashen turned away. I don't like sweets. Camila asked, puzzled, but last time you ate everything I brought, didn't you? Ashen, embarrassed, immediately tried to explain, that was because of you. Camila looked at him, waiting for an answer. She bit into the cake, thinking, he ate it last time, so why is he acting like this now? He's the one who needs to gain weight. With that thought, she forcibly fed Ashen, yelling, come on, say ah. Ashen squirmed, huh? Me. Before he could react, Ashen's mouth was full. Looking at his expression, she thought, he dislikes it that much? Because Layla had left, Ashen ended up eating all the food I brought. He ate it all so deliciously back then. How strange. Ashen's expression looked like he was about to vomit. Camila handed him a glass of water. Here, drink. Layla, seeing how close they were, also smiled. She said, oh, by the way, have you heard? Camila asked, heard what? Layla replied, the royal family is hosting a hunting competition soon. Camila suddenly remembered. That's right, I completely forgot. The person with the most strained relationship with Camila, the crown prince of the empire, Edison de Febvre. He has golden hair and golden eyes. His lineage spans generations of the imperial family, and he is the first truly worthy of the throne. And that crown prince sent a handwritten letter. The crown prince hated Camila so much he couldn't bear to look at her yet, he naturally found a perverse pleasure in her. He sent invitations to Camilla's family members. That crown prince personally wrote and sealed an invitation to Camila. Crown prince. What exactly are you plotting? Not long after. Today is the hunting competition hosted by the crown prince. I'll take the carriage there. Along with Duke Sofin, Ravi, and Ludville, I finally have to participate. Camila arrived, with Doma behind her. As soon as she arrived, someone called her name, Camila. Ludville came to help her. She thought, I'm fine, but I can't ignore his help. Then she smiled and replied, thank you, big brother. When she got into the carriage, she sat next to the Duke. Sure enough, the seat next to her was Duke Sofin. The Duke saw her and greeted her happily, Camila, you're here. She glanced at Ravi Kothambi's not-so-happy expression. Soon, the carriage began to move. Inside the carriage, the Duke said, it's been a while since we all went out together, hasn't it? Ravi asked, Camila, what's wrong with you? Puzzled, she asked, what do you mean? Camila thought, what's wrong with him? Why has he been acting like this? Ravi asked, are you really going hunting, instead of having tea with the other young ladies? Camila fell into thought. Now I get what he means. Women usually don't participate in hunting competitions. During the competition, the girls usually gather and chat, but even at tea parties, there's a different kind of hunt. They target each other, laughing while enjoying the hunt, mercilessly crushing their opponents with words. It's a place where a young lady can easily be made to look foolish. I'd rather go hunting than sit there and become prey. Then she said, you're asking if I'm really going hunting? I'll catch a bear. A bear, and give it to you. Ravi immediately yelled, what? Are you insane? He glanced at the Duke, so Ravi didn't dare to scold her further. Camila secretly smiled, thinking, he can't argue with me in front of the Duke. Then she chuckled, or perhaps a fox? Ravi fumed but couldn't do anything, Meanwhile, at the camp where the competition was taking place. Everyone was busy preparing, moving about. Officials were also present to maintain order and security. The atmosphere was bustling and lively. The hunting competition, hosted by the Crown Prince, was on an unprecedented scale. Everything seemed designed to showcase the organizers' power. While Camila was standing, someone approached. There you are. Camila smiled brightly, Duke Javelin. Duke Javelin approached and said, you look vibrant. Camila, are you all right? Come here, Elisa. Elisa came over and hesitantly said, I truly apologize, big sister, I made a huge mistake last time. Camila looked at the girl, thinking, I'm not sure if Elisa's apology is sincere. But since so many people are watching, I can't be rude. Then she crossed her arms and smiled, replying, it's all right, don't worry, there weren't any serious injuries. Duke Javelin patted his daughter's head and said, well done, Elisa. Ashen also appeared from somewhere and asked, what did you eat? Ravi, next to her, also looked confused, are you all right? Then the two men stared at each other. Camila thought, when did Ashen get here? Ravi glared at him and said, why are you pretending to be friendly with my sister? Ashen wasn't to be outdone. Sister? Oh, you're the brother she spoke of. The one who hates her, is that right? Ravi frowned. You two talked about that? I told you not to get close to this guy. Ashen immediately said, interfering in your sister's relationships is a bit much. Camila, confused, wondered, why are they acting like this again? The two men kept arguing. Camila shook her head, I have to avoid trouble before things get out of hand. I don't want to get stuck in these kinds of situations. By the way, isn't it interesting? That Ashen is arguing. He's the kind of guy who'd rather use violence than argue. Even stranger, he's at such a formal event. Why is Ashen at the hunting competition? While deep in thought, someone approached and asked, are you planning to participate? Camila turned around, surprised. Petro. Petro asked, do you know how to shoot a bow? She replied, yes. Quite well. Camila turned away and thought, I learned it when I acted in historical dramas. I'm pretty good at it, so I play it occasionally. Petro silently watched her for a moment, then pointed and said, don't say anything. If you go hunting, stay on the outer perimeter. It'll be very dangerous if you go deeper inside. Camila replied, all right. I thought going hunting would mean no more gossip, but I was wrong. Everyone was now looking at Camila and gossiping. Camila's eyes flickered in annoyance. She thought, these hateful leeches. Even though I'm all dressed up, they still find fault somehow. At that moment, a voice rang out, greetings, your highness. Greetings, little son of the empire. We are very pleased that you are here, your highness. Camila stealthily left. The main character has finally appeared. This area is restricted, I'd better get out of here. As she was sneaking away, she heard a familiar cry. Camila turned around and saw King nuzzling her leg. She gasped, did you crawl out of the Duke's pocket? When did you get out here? Wait, I know it's a bit stuffy in there, but you have to bear with it. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, it's been a while, hasn't it? He smiled. Lady Camila. This person is none other than Crown Prince Ashen de Faber. Camila thought, damn it. I'm screwed. The Crown Prince approached her and said, it's been hard to see you these past few days. It seems you haven't been around much. You weren't present at the recent royal party, were you? Camila replied, it's because I wasn't feeling well. The Crown Prince continued, I thought you were in some other kind of trouble, and were forbidden from going out. Camila fumed, trouble? What does he mean by that? That's the reason. It's true I caused trouble, but is that something you should be concerned about? He knows perfectly well that we hate each other, so why is he coming to stir up trouble like this? That's why I hesitated to meet him. Ashen de Faber, Crown Prince of the Fabre Empire, not only never let go of those he found annoying. He also had a top-notch ability to maintain a smile while hitting his opponent's weak points. Moreover, his personality was like a combination of Petro and Ashen. In other words, getting involved with him would be very troublesome. The Crown Prince spoke, there are interesting rumors surrounding you lately. Camila, confused, asked, rumors? The Crown Prince replied, I heard you have prophetic abilities? That you can see a person's past through prophecy. Camila stammered, that. The Crown Prince suddenly asked, what about me? Did you see something in me too? Camila fell silent for a moment at his question. She avoided the Crown Prince's gaze and said, that cannot be controlled, your highness. Occasionally, an event or person just flashes by. However, I can't say. I can tell you one thing. The Crown Prince, surprised, smiled and asked, what is it? Camila smiled and replied, your highness will not be the winner of this hunting competition. She thought, I hardly have any information about the hunting competition held around this time, during this period. Camila was forced to leave the capital because she had bullied Layla. No information was provided to her because she was considered special. She was practically caged, meaning. However, there was one thing even Camila knew, the Crown Prince was severely injured and fainted during the hunting competition. I don't know how he got injured, but how could an injured person win? Instead, he would be treated. The Crown Prince raised his head and said, you know, don't you? About last time, when I saw you trembling in front of me for no reason. For some reason, something urged me to draw my sword, but now, it's strange, I don't want to hold a sword at all. Camila thought, annoyed, what is this crazy guy talking about? And why is he standing so close? The Crown Prince smiled and said, why is that? Do you know the reason? Lady, it will be very interesting to see if your prophecy comes true, won't it? With that, the Crown Prince turned and left. Camila turned her head back. Finally, that crazy guy left. What was he even saying? I'm going to scold Doma because I'm furious right now. Doma, hearing that, was like, what the hell is going on? Not fair. Camila also muttered, if he really gets injured, I hope it's serious. Not long after, the hunting competition began. After the opening ceremony, the two dukes had to leave the hunting grounds, because if they participated, everyone would know who the winner would be. Duke Sofin turned back, worried about his beloved daughter. He instructed, be careful, Camila. Camila replied, yes, father. He reached out to King. King, come here. But it seemed King preferred to go with Camila. No other way then. The Duke said, it seems you should take King with you. It will protect you if you're in danger. Camila bid farewell to her father and thought, that's right, even though King is small, it's still a spirit beast. After the competition began, a certain situation arose. Lord Ravi, Lord Petro, please accept this. It was the girls vying to give gifts to the handsome men. They were scrambling, please accept my gift. The protective charm inside will protect you. Camilla secretly smiled, thinking, my business is finally flourishing. The demand for brooches has recently soared. A trend has spread where young ladies use them as gifts for family or loved ones. These jeweled brooches are really expensive items, but they sell incredibly well. How much did all those cost? The ladies there asked each other, who are you giving a brooch to? That lady replied, Lord Ravi. Camilla beamed, thank you, little ladies. Suddenly, everyone looks like an angel. Suddenly, someone approached Camilla and said, excuse me, Lady Camilla. Lady, I have something to say, I truly thank you for. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Ashen came and kicked him. Camilla asked, what are you doing? Ashen replied, he's blocking my way. The young man, after being hit, immediately ran away. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Camilla sighed. This is why you're not popular at all. Ashen asked back, what did I do? Camilla immediately said, I'm talking about those guys over there being surrounded by ladies. Don't you think you should be like them? Shouldn't you be popular enough to receive at least one brooch? Ashen asked, what's the point of receiving those? Camilla was speechless. How can you talk like that about my profits? Suddenly, he smiled and asked, should I receive them? Camilla asked back, huh? Ashen replied, forget it. By the way, do you know how to hunt? Camilla said, hunt? Of course, I know how. Not long after, despite her bold words, Camilla was panting. Do I really know? I'm exhausted to death. How can I hunt such adorable things? I know how to hunt with a gun, but I can't bring myself to shoot. How many times has this happened? Shooting a living creature requires determination. How can those people hunt as if nothing is wrong? Zeno, who appeared from nowhere, crossed his arms and said, interesting. Camilla jumped and turned around. What? Zeno replied, you didn't even bat an eye when making a pact with demons like me, but you're getting emotional over these tiny creatures. Camilla sighed, making a pact with the dead and killing the living are two entirely different things. Zeno glanced elsewhere. Is that so? Suddenly, the crown prince's voice rang out, startling her. It seems the rumor that you've lost your mind is true. I can't believe you're talking to yourself. Camilla awkwardly explained, when did I lose my mind? I do. I'm sometimes like that. Why are you here, Your Highness? The crown prince approached and said, didn't you say I would have a hard time winning this time? Camilla asked back, you believe it? The crown prince glared at her and asked, if you're asking about that. Are you lying to me? She immediately replied, you'll never win, Your Highness. You're about to be severely injured, let alone win. Suddenly realizing she'd blurted it out, Camilla immediately clammed up. Oh no. The crown prince smiled shrewdly and asked, interesting. What will injure me? Camilla replied. I was just talking nonsense. Before she could finish, a huge explosion suddenly occurred nearby. Camilla turned back in shock, an explosion? The explosion occurred right in the middle of the hunting grounds, where almost everyone had gathered. That place was. Ravi was there. She cried out loudly in fear, no. Explosions and screams erupted everywhere, big and small. The hunting grounds immediately turned into a bloody battlefield. Camilla immediately turned and ran. Her heart filled with ceaseless worry. Where is he? Where is that guy? As she ran, she shouted loudly, Ravi. Ravi. I don't know, I don't care if he lives or dies. That's normal. But why? Why am I worried? Quickly, appear and answer me, you bastard. Camila incessantly shouted her brother's name, Ravi. As she ran, she searched around. Suddenly, someone called her name, Camila. The one who called her was Ravi. He was treating those affected by the explosion. He asked, why are you here? Then he yelled anxiously, what are you doing here? Are you crazy? If you heard the explosion, you should have run away, right? Why did you come to this place? She said nothing, directly ran to him and hugged him, making him embarrassed. Ravi asked, hey, what's wrong with you? Camila bowed her head, I don't like it. Ravi, confused, asked again, what? She replied, I said I don't like it. I don't want to be an orphan again, so don't die. Ravi looked stunned and asked, what are you talking about? When were you an orphan? She glared at Ravi and said, if you die, I'll hate you forever. I will curse you. I'll make you regret it after you die. Ravi chuckled, what you're saying is really cruel. Don't worry, because I'll live longer than you. Camila froze. Huh? That's not right. Ravi wondered, huh? She said, I'll live longer than you. Ravi was speechless at his sister and angrily pinched her cheek. Then he added, it's very dangerous here. No sooner had he finished speaking than another boom explosion echoed, attracting both their attention. Camila turned to Ravi and asked, what if I go down alone and get caught in the explosion? Ravi replied, just stay here. She wondered, are there many people who need healing? He replied, yes, I don't have time to mess around with you. She said, if there's anything I can help with, I will, brother Ravi. Ravi immediately refused, you won't be of any use. Camila frowned, I said I'd help, so why are you like that? Nearby, the crown prince watched the two of them, involuntarily smiling. After hearing many explosions, nothing else happened. Camila looked around. The situation is worse than I thought. The explosion caused many injuries. Instead of explosions, there were people's moans. Something is definitely abnormal. This is what severely injured the crown prince. Everyone rushed to Ravi because he knew healing magic. And those unaffected by the explosion gathered around Crown Prince Ashen, gathering the few remaining survivors in one place. Lewig did the same. Petro joined them. And Ashen also rescued the survivors. Ashen could use healing magic, so he also healed the victims. Camila spoke, how strange. Ashen, don't you think it's strange? Ashen, finishing a sip of water, turned back and asked, strange what? Camila replied, no one has come. There are thousands of guards below the hunting grounds. Mages and healers were also here early to prepare for various situations. The explosion was so big, and they continued, big and small. The refugees have reached the starting area, and enough time has passed for them to relay the news. Suddenly King cried out, startling her. King? What's wrong? Lewig suddenly ran to shield Camila. She wondered, brother? Lewig, with a grim face, said, Camila, be careful. Even the crown prince asked, confused, what's wrong, Lewig? Ravi also paid attention to the movements around them. Lewig reached out and drew his sword, saying, Your Highness and everyone, I need everyone to draw their swords. Something is coming. A group of people, like soulless beings, approached. Camila was horrified, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. What is that? Ashen also came to shield Camila. You, stay close to me. Lewig focused his gaze. They're numerous. Everyone, prepare. A very large number of people, surrounded by strange purple light, were slowly approaching. They had soulless eyes, as if being controlled by something. Petro saw them and said, they don't seem like good people, do they? Lewig turned to Ravi and said, Ravi. You stay with Camila. Ravi immediately agreed by nodding his head. Lewig charged forward, shouting loudly, charge. Followed by Ashen and others. Even Petro advanced. Camila stood nearby, observing, and worriedly thought, why is this suddenly happening? This is horrifying. My heart is racing. Whatever they are, they're killing people. The battle had begun. A group of unknown people kept advancing. In an instant, this area was stained red with blood. Ravi created a magic circle and turned to Camila, filled with worry. Camila, are you all right? Camila, terrified, paled and lowered her head. I can't lift my head. I can't move. Zeno stood nearby, observing the unknown people, and made an observation. Those people are too strange. They don't resist at all. Even if their bodies are pierced by swords. Or burned alive by fire. They didn't scream or drop their swords until the very end. Like puppets, they stop when their necks are severed, just like cutting a puppet's strings. Are you just going to stand aside like this? Think carefully. Camila blinked, silent for a moment, thinking, Zeno is right. Except for a few, most people were trembling or couldn't lift their swords. Although the front line is holding up well. In a situation where enemies keep coming. Running out of strength is only a matter of time. They kept coming relentlessly. The crown prince raised his head and said, as I recall, I didn't send this many invitations. I wonder why these uninvited guests keep showing up. Camila closed her eyes tightly, perhaps she had made her decision. Then her eyes lost all fear and she said, Zeno, kill as many as you want. I can endure it for about 2 weeks. Zeno grinned. He replied, then I won't hold back anymore. But the platinum-haired man was struggling. What are these guys? I need to escape quickly. If I stay here, I'll end up like them. Suddenly, an unknown assailant attacked him. But luckily, someone blocked it for him. He slowly opened his eyes, wondering, who was that? Zeno, in Camilla's body, smiled. Her eyes were filled with confidence and determination. She thought, I can't feel anything. As she thought, Camila slashed down one foe after another. I'm not afraid anymore. Instead, I feel happy and excited. Petro looked at Lady Camila in surprise. How does Lady Camila know Javelin's secret sword art? I dare say this is the first time I've seen Javelin's sword art so perfectly executed. Not only Petro, but Ashen was also incredibly astonished. What's going on? Camila is known for being bad at swordsmanship, when did she get so good? Ravi yelled, hey, calm down. You're attracting them all. The knights nearby were stunned. Oh my, Lady Camila. Look at her swordsmanship. Oh my god. Ludwig couldn't help but be surprised. Even seeing it again, I can't take my eyes off her swordsmanship. The crown prince roared, pulling everyone back into the battle. What are you doing? Are you just going to stand there and watch? At this, the knights snapped out of it. That's right, even a lady like that is holding a sword. Thinking this, his hands clenched. Can you see him, kids? Immediately, everyone returned to the fight. Ravi exclaimed, damn it, they're surrounding Camila. Idiot. What if you get hurt? As he worried, a loud noise startled him. Doma arrived just in time, striking down an unknown assailant who wanted to harm Ravi. Doma wiped the blood from his face and said, oh my, you'll get extra penalty points for interfering. But if anything happens to you, the lady will be very sad. Is that not what is truly essential? The call of blood. I won't interfere anymore, so you do what you want. Ravi heard him rambling but didn't understand anything, so he asked, what are you saying? He wondered, confused, what's wrong with that guy? The moment the area turned red, everything ended. The strange people no longer appeared. Zeno's voice now echoed in Camilla's head, well done. Camilla's eyes slowly lost consciousness, oh no. How many times have I fainted now? Thinking this, she collapsed to the ground. Everyone cried out anxiously, Lady Camila. Lady. Camila had no strength left. Please, just let me rest. Not long after, she slowly opened her eyes when she heard someone ask, are you awake? How is your body? Camila was startled. What? I don't feel any pain anymore, I was even struggling to breathe. Ashen looked at her and said, you're not fully healed yet. Right now, I can only relieve the pain with magic. Camila now realized the situation. I understand the situation, but why am I lying on this guy's lap? There are so many people here, I need to sit up now. When she tried to sit up, Ashen gently pressed her head back down. Lie down a bit longer. The healing isn't complete yet. Camila refused, no, I'm fine. She looked around and thought, however, I've moved to a different place. Did I leave the battlefield? There's no one around, and everything is clean. And it seems I'm being watched, or I don't know. In a situation where the Duke's daughter wielded a sword, this is the reason. Just then, the Crown Prince spoke, let's go. There might be an attack, and we need to check on those who went down below. He thought, annoyed, it's irritating that it's so quiet around here despite such a huge commotion. Were the people below also attacked? The Crown Prince ordered, first, let's go. Everyone replied, understood. Suddenly Camila asked, Ashen, what are you doing? Ashen was now carrying her in his arms and replied, I told you, you need to continue receiving healing magic. Camila asked, but you want to travel like this? Ashen asked her back, is there a problem? Camila remained silent. She looked at the people nearby and thought, there are too many problems, it's a disaster. I'm a little embarrassed, but this guy is beyond words. The queen of romantic comedy, I am the queen of romantic comedy, and I've overcome countless acting scenarios. So why am I embarrassed by this? Then she suggested, let me walk. You can just use magic next to me. Ashen refused again, this is more convenient. Why are you worrying about so many things when you're being helped? Just then, Zeno nearby whispered, Camila, look at your brothers. When she looked, she saw the two of them glaring at Ashen, as if wanting to devour him. Haha. Zeno said, those expressions are great, aren't they? Some interesting things happened. The reason for those faces is because of the guy carrying you. Your brother Ravi was pushed aside. When Camila fell, Ravi had said, I'll heal her. Ashen immediately replied, if you can do better than me, go ahead. After that, Ravi silently clenched his fists behind his back and asked Ashen to heal her. Zeno continued, with those words, that was the end of it. Camila looked at him and thought, just as I thought, he's the type to throw his personality out the window. I can understand why Ravi doesn't like Ashen. Besides, what if it triggers Ravi's inferiority complex? It's strange that this arrogant guy just lets everything happen like this. He's definitely not the type to concede, right? Furthermore, Ludville, why is he being so patient? Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed in her head. Camila immediately jumped to the ground and said, I'll be right back. Ashen pulled her back, hey, you're not. Camila said nothing more and immediately ran off. When she arrived nearby, Camila was horrified. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. A more gruesome scene than that. The area below was covered in corpses. They all died terribly. Everywhere. What was worse was, their souls took turns screaming. Help me, boo-hoo, save me, please save me. Stop. Please stop. Father. Where's father? I can't see anything. I need to find my daughter. They didn't know they were dead, they were in so much pain. Immediately, Ashen came and covered her eyes, saying, close your eyes, Camila, let's go back. You need more healing. Not long after, Camila returned to the mansion. She crossed her arms and said, I'm not dead. Layla cried like a child. Camila loudly said, I said I'm not dead. With that, she let out a sigh. After the hunting competition, the entire empire, of course, was in an uproar. News of the chaos at the hunt, and the injured and dead, quickly spread throughout the empire. Casualties quickly spread throughout the empire. The consequences were severe because several esteemed guests from other countries had lost their lives. The post-competition banquet was also cancelled. The Crown Prince's birthday celebration ended in disaster. Camilla's face filled with worry as she said, I'm so glad to hear you're all right. When I found out Lady Camila was there, oh. Camila looked at her and thought, anyone who saw her would think someone actually died in this house. Well, I almost died. As soon as the healing magic wore off, I couldn't get out of bed for a while. Layla wondered, it's strange, why didn't anyone hear the explosion? Camila replied. There must have been magical interference. Those waiting outside the hunting grounds heard no explosions. Everyone pondered. Powerful magic had been cast around the hunting grounds, isolating everything from the outside world. Suddenly she paused, thinking, wait, when such powerful magic is cast, mages would obviously feel something, but how did the mages there not know anything? No mages in the hunting grounds felt any signs of magical power. When soldiers arrived to clear the scene to identify the enemy, everything had vanished. Bloodstains disappeared as if nothing had ever happened there. From beginning to end, nothing made normal sense, but one thing was very clear, their target was the Crown Prince. All eyes were on the Crown Prince. While deep in thought, someone called her back to reality, Lady Camila. Doma approached and said, someone wishes to see you. It's someone from the imperial court. Camila immediately froze. At this moment, in front of Camila were many gifts sent by the Crown Prince. She wondered, what are these? A man stood before Camila and said, I think we've moved everything in. Finally, there's a letter for you, Lady Camila. Camila replied, yes, please give it to me. The man handed her the letter and said, I hope you recover quickly. Camila held the letter in her hand, thinking, it feels like dark energy is pouring out of this letter. The content of the letter was as follows, Lady Camila, you're quite skilled in swordsmanship. The sight of you bathed in your enemy's blood was the most beautiful sight I've ever seen of you. Camila finished reading, then angrily tore the letter apart. Doma saw this and immediately said, if one tears up that letter, they could be accused of treason against the imperial family, couldn't they? I'm glad the imperial court officials have left. Let's open the gifts. Camilla's eyes were weary. No, open them when you're alone. Considering who sent them, do you think there'll be anything normal? If there's poison or explosives, it's better you open them alone. Doma grumbled, you're so heartless. A moment later, Camila was walking down the hallway. As she walked, she thought, I recovered very quickly. After resting, I feel much better. Seeing a maid, she asked, are father and my brother out again? The maid bowed and replied, yes, both are out again today. Camila listened and mused, I haven't seen them lately. Who knows when that meeting will end? Meetings were held daily due to the incident at the hunting competition. They still hadn't found any evidence of the culprit, however, someone had sufficient motive to commit it. Second Prince Patter was the only one suspected of causing this incident, as the target was Crown Prince Addison. Although there was circumstantial evidence, there was no physical proof, so they couldn't corner the second prince just because of suspicion. Camila asked, what about Brother Ravi? The maid hesitantly replied, He hasn't left his room for over a week now. Camila was surprised, over a week? The maid replied, yes, he's been like that ever since he returned from the hunting competition. Camila said, I understand, thank you for letting me know. She propped her hand on her hip and sighed, thinking, this idiot is at it again. I should go check on him. Then she went to Ravi's room and knocked. Standing at the door, she thought, he must be in his room now. Well, I have my ways. Camila said nothing more and walked straight in. Ravi was startled. What? Didn't I say not to disturb? Seeing Camila, he froze. Camila, why are you here? Camila walked up to him and asked, why do you think I'm here? To disturb you? Seeing Ravi's state, she was confused. What's with this messy hair and face? Did he hide in here without eating, drinking, or bathing? Ravi said nothing and turned his face away. Camila pushed the food cart in and said, I brought you some food. Ravi refused, I don't want to eat, take it back. She glanced around the room and thought, this room is too messy. All these books are about healing magic. Camila said, I made the effort to bring it, so eat it now. Ravi annoyedly asked her, who asked you to bring it? Camila angrily clenched her fists. Are you really not going to eat? Ravi replied, stop being noisy and get out. Camila said nothing more and immediately applied the right-hand rule to Ravi. Ravi cried out in pain and clutched his chest. Camila asked, do you want to eat now? Go take a bath immediately, before I hit you again. Ravi said nothing, he just sighed. Then he turned and said, I was going to take a bath anyway. Camila asked again, really? Ravi turned back and warned, don't mess with my stuff while I'm gone. Camila tilted her head and replied, I have no interest in pigsties. I'll call the maids to clean up. Ravi immediately flared up, what did you say? Pigsty? Not long after. The maids also arrived to clean the room. Camila thought, finally, this room is clean. I brought fresh food, why isn't he out yet? Just as she thought of him, Ravi, now clean and refreshed, stepped out. Seeing him, Camila thought, now he looks human. Then she laid out the food. I brought it from the kitchen. Come on, eat, big brother. Ravi continued to refuse her. I told you I'm not hungry. Camila frowned, do I have to spoon feed you? Ravi pressed his lips tightly. What, do you think I can't even feed myself? Because I can't use magic and I'm useless, unlike that bastard. So you must think I'm a joke, right? Yes, I'm sure you think I'm trash. Ravi clenched his jaw, unwilling. Damn it. She looked at her brother's attitude and thought, just as I thought, he's acting like this because of Ashen. Everyone knows he's a genius, but he always digs himself into these holes. At first, he was insecure because of Leadville, and now it's because of Ashen. She sighed and said, brother. Last time, I almost died. Ravi looked stunned and asked, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the hunting competition? Camila interrupted, no, I'm talking about the JV professor incident. I almost got taken out by that bastard. Ravi immediately scolded her. Hey, you didn't tell me then. You said there was no danger at all. Camila held up the bracelet Ravi had given her and said, that's right, there was no danger at all, just like the magic bracelet you gave me. That guy was stronger than I thought. When he choked me, I couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for this bracelet, I wouldn't even have thought of catching him. I relied solely on this bracelet. I told you before, without you, I would have become an orphan. In other words, because I have you, I can act freely without worrying about anything. After hearing a long lecture from Camila, Ravi felt better. He smiled. Camila continued, if you don't eat, I'm really going to force it into your mouth. Ravi immediately asked, why are you getting more violent every day? She replied, I'm just like you, big brother, aren't I? At this, Ravi finally reached for the table. If you can't stop talking, just eat, okay? Camila let out a sigh of relief. Success. He must be really hungry. He's eating so deliciously. Feeding him is truly difficult. I thought I'd lose 10 years of my life. One afternoon at the academy, Layla was packing the last books into her bag when someone asked her, Layla, aren't you going home yet? Layla turned around and replied, just a little longer. Then she ran off. Done. At that moment, someone held a piece of paper in their hand, a calculating smile on their lips. Layla. Let's play from now on. Not long after. Someone wearing glasses, carrying a pile of books, muttered in distress, I'm so tired. How much longer do I have to do this? My arms feel like they're about to fall off. To survive, I need to run faster. A loud crash. All the books scattered on the ground. He immediately became anxious. Damn it. I need to hurry. Layla sat down to help him pick them up and said, sorry for bumping into you, let me help. The other person immediately refused, no need. Don't you know me? I'm Kevin Bryan. Don't you see how harsh they all are with me? Listen, if you help me, you'll also get into trouble with them. With that, he awkwardly picked up the fallen items. What should I do? I'm already late. I have to hurry. Camila stood nearby, observing everything. She silently thought, complete chaos. Anyway, I don't like anything about this academy. Kevin Bryan, the academy's official outcast. He was born into a baron's family, with only the title but no money or power, and that alone was enough reason for Kevin to be bullied. As usual, there would be a leader of the bullying, the one who pulls the strings behind the scenes, changing the situation. Changing targets like this is a game. She is the student council president, the academy's top student, and a beloved student, student council president Maris. As they left the classroom, Zeno, from behind, asked in surprise, what? The whole school bullies one student? Camila replied, not all, except for people like Petro and Ashen. Zeno wonders if it's okay for the student council president to act like that, with everyone just watching and nobody confronting her. Camila adds, that's obvious. Because it's not happening to them. They're not the target. Zeno leans closer to Camila and asks, then why don't you at least help him? Camila replies, thanks for thinking I'm kind, but I'm sorry, I have no intention of getting involved. Zeno, unable to contain his anger, shouts, damn it. No matter what, this is just too much. Camila turns her head and says, don't get so worked up. The student you just saw will soon leave the school. Unable to bear the bullying, he'll eventually drop out and leave. His parents will advise him to leave this academy. He can't even report it because the bully has such a high status. Maris is the daughter of a marquis in the city. All of them are noble children. As she's lost in thought, someone approaches and calls her name, Lady Camila. Unexpectedly, it's the student council president, Maris. She holds a bouquet of flowers and says, long time no see. I heard you've made great contributions lately. Many students want to express their appreciation, so we've decided to deliver gifts to you personally. The student council has taken responsibility for this. We want to reward you for your contributions. This bouquet was prepared by my own hands. Many students admire you. So, will you kindly accept? Take it, Lady Camila. Camila smiles. Maris, puzzled, wonders why she's smiling. Camila replies, I'm sorry, but I've already received many bouquets today. I'm also very particular about who gives me flowers. Thank you, but I'll only accept your sincerity. With that, Camila walks past them. Maris clenches her teeth in anger, trembling. Not long after returning, Maris can clearly see her situation. Maris throws the bouquet to the ground and stomps on them. Maris angrily says, that little brat isn't special at all, yet she acts like she's so noble and great. Just because she's a noble lady, she thinks I can't touch her? Oh, right. We need to decide on our next target, don't we? Not long after, in classroom 2C, Layla looks at the things in front of her, surprised. What are these slips of paper? She then picks one up to read it. Everyone there sees her, smiling awkwardly. It seems like some kind of scheme. The slips of paper read, Layla, you're from the orphanage, right? Shouldn't you know your place? Is it true your parents work on a farm? You sometimes smell strange. I hear you wear the same outfit every day. You're clinging to this academy like a beggar clinging to a scholarship. Aren't our scholarship funds being wasted? You don't know your place, daring to enter this academy with that pathetic face. Layla is surprised. Wow. But then she flashes a bright smile. You all must know a lot about me, huh? Thank you for being so concerned. Hearing her words, the others freeze. Layla cheerfully sways back and forth, saying, although I do my laundry regularly, I apologize. I'll be more careful from now on. I grow a lot of crops. At this moment, a noblewoman approaches, crosses her arms, and says, Layla, don't you know your mother gets work from my house? She thinks, of course it's a lie, but I heard it through rumors. Layla is surprised. Really? Thank you. She was so sad about not having work. The noblewoman, confused, asks, are you thanking me? Layla replies, in the future, I'll put my trust in you. Camila, listening from outside, thinks to herself, as expected, Layla is the next target after Kevin. I wonder what will happen this time. Many people helped Layla when she became Maris's target, Petro and Ashen. Thanks to these two, the truth was revealed, and the student council collapsed. That only happened because those two cared about Layla. But this time, who knows what will happen? I'll observe the situation from now on. The bullying targeting Layla is getting worse and worse. They'll suddenly drench her. Or she'll get bruises from tripping over them. The severity is increasing day by day. Camila watches everything they do to Layla from above. She muses, how strange. They've never bullied anyone this much before. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Then she turns and calls, Zeno. I have a request. On Maris's side, she's contemplating, at first, I bullied others just for fun. Maybe some people found it annoying, but I did it anyway. It was just a little game to break the monotony of everyday life. But as things progressed, I discovered some benefits. Seeing the fear on their faces. And the relief of knowing they weren't the target. Besides all that, this game granted me ultimate power. To maintain this immense power, I must continue this fun. Only by trampling on others can I truly change my perspective. Lewis, standing behind her, says, Layla still seems to be smiling. Maris says, this one is interesting. She should have realized by now, shouldn't she? Lewis, Camila helped you at the hunting competition, didn't she? She seems fitting. Take Layla to that place. Lewis is surprised, to that place, ma'am? Maris laughs and replies, that's right, you heard correctly. It's time to start the real game. Lewis worries, but what if Lady Camila finds out? Maris glares and cuts him off, Lewis, don't make me repeat myself. Take her there. Lewis has no choice but to agree. I'll do it. After everyone leaves, Maris ponders alone, if she still can't comprehend, then she's just a plaything. Then next, I should set the stage for her. A stage so miserable, she'll wish for death. At that moment. Meanwhile, on Layla's side, she's walking when someone calls out, Layla. Layla turns around and asks, Vice President Lewis? Lewis says, I heard you're being bullied. The student council will help you. So. Layla blankly replies, okay, I'll follow you. Then the two leave. Zeno is also there, observing everything. He lets out a laugh, I also laughed. I need to talk about this with Camila. Not long after, Layla is utterly astonished. What? What's happening? Lewis clearly brought me to the student council. He said they would help me. So why? Unexpectedly, everyone suddenly splashes cold water on Layla, drenching her. Maris flashes a wicked smile, look at your foolish expressions. How have you been lately, Layla? Do you still think what you're facing is just a coincidence? Layla asks, puzzled, excuse me, what are you talking about? Everyone immediately jeers, she really is different from the others. I told you, this target is a complete idiot. Maris orders, make her kneel first. Layla struggles. What are you doing? Then a hand reaches out and pushes Layla down. Layla, panicked, kneels herself. Okay, I'll kneel. Have I made a mistake? I don't know what it is, but I'm truly sorry. Maris remains smug, you don't seem scared at all, how disappointing. I don't like your long hair. Maybe if we change your hairstyle, you'll be scared? I'll cut it really short. How about that, Layla? A pair of scissors is immediately brought over. Maris takes them and continues, I think I'll only be satisfied if I do it myself. Layla still doesn't understand what's happening. She repeatedly asks, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Honestly, Layla knows why they're doing this to her. A reason she's known for a very long time. When she was little, someone called, Layla, want to play with us? Then they snatched the doll from her hand, smiling. Let's play catch the doll, haha. It's all broken now. Come on, your toy broke because you're so clumsy. Hey, if it's broken, let's just tear it apart. Layla, aren't you going to get your toy? That girl is so stupid. Back to the present, Maris lifts Layla's chin and replies, do I need a reason to play with you? This is just a game. I don't need a reason to play my games. Layla sinks into despair, thinking, haha, that's right. It's just a game. It means nothing. A game. Their game has no reason. I'm just an easy target. The games they play always destroy something precious. That's what game means to me, so I have to pretend I don't know anything about these things. Maris raises the scissors and asks, what are you doing? Layla, if you don't close your eyes, you'll actually get hurt. Layla cries out in despair, save me. Then her memories flood back, the person who always protected her, who always smiled at her. Just then, Camila bursts through the door. You've gone too far. Are you going to keep that scissor? Layla, let me ask you something. Are you okay? Layla remained silent for a moment, not replying. Then, with a trembling voice, help me. That past floods back, the person who was always there for her. And the person who always protected her, that is. My Camila. Tears fall from her eyes. Help me. Then she bursts into tears. Help me, Camila. Just like always, just like back then. The first time I met Camila, I was 5 or 6. A beautiful girl who had just moved to town. She had very beautiful eyes. Her clothes were nicer than mine and orphans. But her face was just like a princess from a fairy tale. Little Layla turned to her peers and asked, why don't we play with her too? The purple-haired girl immediately refused, I don't like her. The brown-haired boy said, she said she doesn't want to play with us. Layla wondered, but why? She's so pretty, like a princess. The two looked at each other and replied, we just feel uncomfortable whenever we see her. Layla thought, she keeps looking over here. Does she want to play? Then Camila turned and walked away. Layla watched her, thinking, the princess-like girl looked away the moment our eyes met. That was the first time we met. After that, I would often see her. She always watched us play. But she never came closer or talked to us. At that moment, Layla ran up to Camila. Hello, what's your name? I'm Layla. Camila simply replied, Camila. Layla smiled brightly and exclaimed, wow. Even your name is beautiful. Camila, let's play together. Camilla's eyes lit up as she asked, can I really? Layla flashed a smile. She pulled Camilla's hand and replied, of course. Let's play together. She's already as beautiful as a princess, and her smile makes her even more lovely. And that's what happened, I gained a friend named Camila. Not long after, the inevitable happened, Layla was bullied by her friends, who threw a stone straight at her head. The children came closer. Hey, are you a beggar? Hey, why did you start a fight like that? Is that what your mom said? She said all orphans are beggars. Layla immediately retorted, no, I'm not a beggar. Just yesterday, the children I played with suddenly started bullying me. The children continued to mock her, I heard you wear discarded clothes, huh? I heard she even steals fruit from other people's gardens. The red-haired boy asked again, so that makes her a thief, right? That's right, haha. A thief. Look at the thief. Layla yells loudly, no, I'm not. The little girl clenches her fists so hard they tremble. Then she runs back to confront the group and shouts loudly, take back your words, right now. As a result, Layla is pushed to the ground by them. The little girl can only burst into tears at the insults, beggar. Beggar. Little thief. Before that, the red-haired boy gets a stone thrown at his head. And the other boy also suffers the same fate. Layla holds a slingshot in her hand and asks, want to get hit more? I can certainly hurt you 2 more if that's what you want. The 2 boys immediately flinch and run away, screaming. Camila reaches out to help Layla up. Don't cry. If you cry, they'll bully you even more. People will hate you more if you cry. Don't cry over these things anymore. Layla regains her composure and replies, okay. Camila was truly a good friend to me, enough to make me forget about the bullying. Not long after, Camila holds an apple in her hand. She turns to Layla and asks, Layla, do you really want to give me this apple? Layla readily smiles and replies, of course. Just eat it. Camila looks at the apple in her hand, touched. Thank you, but can I give it to my mother instead? Layla is surprised, thinking, she has a mother too? I'm so jealous. She seems to really love her mother, that's why she's giving her the apple. Camila says, I want to give it to her right now. I'll be right back. Layla asks, now? Right now? See you later, Camila. Camila also waves goodbye. I'm sorry, and thank you for the apple. Layla turns away, thinking, I wanted to play more with Camila, but there's no other way. We can't play together. Wait, should I go to Camila's house? Then we could play together again. That day, I realized the situation of my princess-like friend. Layla then saw Camila's mother yelling at Camila. Camila, tell me the truth. You stole it, didn't you? People are saying there have been thefts in the neighbor's garden lately. Why can't you just live peacefully? The moment I heard her voice, my body froze. Camila tries to explain, no, Mom, this is really. Her mother clenches her teeth. Too noisy. Are you arguing with me again? This is really exhausting. Then she glares and says, I should have never given birth to someone like you. Camila doesn't shed a single tear, as if these were normal words her mother would say to her. My new friend, Camila, was living with a witch, not her mother. The very next day, I gave the remaining apple to Camila. I told her to eat it instead of giving it to her mother. Camila said she couldn't eat it because it made her heart ache. Even though I had promised Camila I wouldn't cry anymore, tears still streamed down my face. Not long after, Camila suddenly left the village. And I didn't have time to miss Camila. I also faced a change in my life. At that time, someone adopted me. We will be your parents, Camila. Nice to meet you, Camila. I thought I wouldn't see her again after that. Until we met again. Back in the present, Layla can't hold back her tears. She wails like a child, help me, Camila. Camila replies. Good. I will help. Camila steps inside. What are you doing bringing her here? And why are so many of you gathered? Camila walks forward, drawing Maris's attention. Camila continues, you people. You've certainly caught my attention now. The scene shifts to another location. A man shouts loudly, what did you just say, sir? The leader of the Magic Tower, Cadre, replies, the Magic Tower will cease all trade with the Marquis family from today. You no longer need to supply magic stones to the Magic Tower. The Marquis immediately asks, don't you know how long the Magic Tower and my family have traded? Cadre replies, I know perfectly well, but if we don't break ties with you, they said they won't supply their goods to us anymore. The Marquis immediately stiffens, thinking, is it Duke Sephra? The Marquis Gabriel family was the sole distributor of magic stones. However, recently, Duke Sephra has emerged as a magic stone supplier. They supply high-grade stones never seen before. Even the most influential Marquis can't afford to offend the Empire's guardian family, so they reluctantly significantly reduced the quality and quantity of magic stones they supplied to the Magic Tower. Why would Duke Sephra get involved in this? Cadre turns and leaves, but not without saying, by the way, some strange videos have been circulating lately. I think they concern your daughter. Just then, the Marquis servant rushes in, panicked. Marquis. You must see this. The Marquis looks at the orb and asks, what is this? The servant replies, this is a video recently circulated among the nobility. The orb is showing Maris bullying others. The Marquis's face darkens. Maris. I told you. The Marquis furiously smashes the magic orb and shouts loudly, damn it. The orb falls to the ground and shatters into many pieces. He slams his hand on the table and orders, arrest whoever leaked this video immediately. The servant hesitates, but the Marquis glares, now. His servant says, the one who leaked this video is Lady Camila. A beautiful morning at the academy. People walk by, chatting. Look who it is. Isn't that Maris? She's getting what she deserves. Camila stands with her arms crossed, smiling from above. Saving Layla wasn't that difficult. At that time, Camila had threatened them, I'm very skilled with a sword. Do you want to test me? That was enough. Perhaps what happened at the hunting competition had spread. They all backed away. Maris stares intently at Camila. Camila glances back at her, unfazed. Finding videos of Maris and the student council bullying wasn't difficult either. The gray-haired one asks, what now? The blonde also wonders, what crime is it to play with a weak? Camila holds the magic orb in her hand, smiling. I'll keep this video with me for the rest of my life. The blonde is stunned, huh? Camila continues, her eyes sharp, even when you start working, when you get married. Or when you attend parties later on. I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of people you are. Who doesn't know the power of the Saffron family? If someone without power threatened them, the outcome would be the opposite. But when I threaten them, that's a different story. Camila continues, however, if you follow my instructions, I won't reveal what I have on you. I only have one condition for them. Cut off all ties with Maris. Ultimately, I was able to find out. I made sure only Maris's face appeared in the video. Maris is now kneeling below, getting water thrown at her. Layla looks down from the window and says, but with her family's reputation, it'll probably be resolved soon, right? Camila replies, Marquis Gabriel is probably panicking right now. Layla asks, puzzled, huh? Camila turns to her and smiles, I have my own reasons. Layla, with a question mark over her head, doesn't understand what the hell Camila is talking about. The Marquis Gabriel's main business is definitely magic stones. I just happen to have the power to interfere with that. By similarly threatening the parents of the student council members. I could easily interfere with Marquis Gabriel's other business dealings. Because all of them were connected to him. I didn't even bother hiding what I did. I wonder what he'll do about this. Layla asks, what will happen to Maris now? Camila muses, I can't predict the outcome. I can only set the stage, just like Maris did. I'm done here. Let's go. Anything beyond this isn't my concern anymore. If I go any further, it'll just cause a fuss. Then she turns to Layla and says, do you know what people are saying about this case? Layla asks, what are they saying? Camila replies, you reap what you sow, calmly. In the academy hallway. Camila is now running with her eyes closed, her steps getting faster and faster. Ashen and Petro are also walking in the hallway. Her target is Ashen. She immediately struggles to get closer to him. Then she hits him on the head. Petro freezes, not understanding what happened. Ashen, with a bump on his head, asks, why did you hit me? Camila replies, thank you for acknowledging me. She grumbles to herself, I've suffered because of them. On a beautiful day, at an orphanage. The children happily run out as if greeting someone, and it turns out to be Layla. She happily hugs the children. If you enjoy that. If you're wondering why Camila is here, then. Earlier, she had a conversation with Layla. Her eyes wide, she asked, you're in a club? Layla replied, that's right. If you're having trouble deciding on a major, you could join a club instead. Camila puts her hand to her chin, pondering, a club I'm not really leaning towards any major, so this isn't a bad idea. Club activities. It's a system designed to broaden people's options. And for students struggling because their specialized courses aren't a good fit. There are countless clubs in the academy, and some choose to participate in club activities instead of main classes. These students will still receive course certification if they participate for the required amount of time. Layla asks, how about joining my club? Camila wonders, you also participate in club activities? Layla replies, of course. Camila asks, which club? Layla replies. Layla leans closer to her and whispers, it's the volunteer club. Camila doesn't say much and turns away, no, thank you. Layla tries to persuade her, my club is great. It's a lot of fun, the children are adorable, and the elderly are kind. Usually. They sing, act, and hearing this, Camila suddenly perks up, stopping in her tracks. She turns her head and asks, you mean I can act there? Back to the present. That's why Camila is here. As expected, Layla is the most popular. Petro suddenly appears and says, so many children, huh? Camila looks at him and asks, you're also involved in club activities? You must be very busy with your major. Petro grins and replies, recently, I discovered the volunteer club and joined right away. Camila thinks about Layla and Petro, well, that makes sense. In the past, he always joined clubs Layla was in to curry favor with her. So he finally likes Layla now? Petro continues, I heard you're quite close with Layla. It seems true, huh? I didn't expect you to be here. Camila frowns, thinking, what is he saying? Is he implying I don't fit in here? Petro turns and asks, did you also decide to join this club? Camila immediately replies, no. Petro asks, surprised, no? She replies, I only came here today to observe. Petro is stunned. Ah, I see. So there's still hope. Camila looks at him, confused. Hope? Hope for what? Not long after, we would meet again. The children play lively with the club members. Layla sings with the children, while Camila sits nearby with her arms crossed, observing everyone. Something catches her attention. A little boy walks up, holding a book. Camila asks, what's your name, Rio? Rio holds the book out to Camila and says, please read this book to me. Camila asks again, you want me to read to you? Rio replies, yes. Camila holds the book in her hand. This story. Petro enters through the door from outside and sees Layla intently watching. Camila says, mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Petro is surprised. Camila. How surprising. Because of this, Camila clears her throat. Then she continues reading, once, you were the fairest in the land. But today, Princess Lulu is 1,000 times more beautiful. It's only then that Petro realizes, she's telling a fairy tale. I know the story of Princess Lulu, but... is it supposed to be this scary? Camila glares and shouts, what did you say? Bring me Princess Lulu's heart, immediately. The children listening to her story are also very scared. The children start screaming, startling Camila. The queen is really scary. The queen is evil. She's a witch. Camila rubs her face, embarrassed, thinking, did I get too carried away with acting after so long? Suddenly, something catches her attention. The children are confused, picking up things. What Camila notices is a teddy bear. As she stares at it, Layla speaks up, how impressive. Camila, you're really amazing. How do you act so well? Camila replies, of course. Petro also exclaims, if you said you were possessed, I'd believe it. Camila clicks her tongue, thinking, demons are everywhere, no matter where I go. That night, when the children had fallen asleep, the teddy bear suddenly moves. It seems like it wants to go somewhere to help itself. Its surroundings grow dark. In just a moment, it's no longer on the bed. Now, it stands up by itself. That same evening, at Duke Sephron's mansion, Camila, at this moment, has also fallen asleep. Daman stands outside the room. Then he notices something. A person approaches from afar. Daman quickly recognizes this person. This person is a soul manager named Harvo. Daman immediately asks, why are you here? Harvo says, long time no see, senior. Daman clicks his tongue, I used to be your superior manager, and you were just a junior employee, but now you act like my superior. Why are you here, going to such lengths to come to the mortal realm? Harvo steps closer and says, I have a request for the person you serve, Sir Daman. Daman asks, surprised, a request? You've come to see Lady Camila? Harvo replies, yes. Daman flashes a smile, oh, I see. Then Daman puts his hand on Harvo's shoulder, making Harvo confused. Daman smiles and replies, understood, Sir Harvo. Not long after, Camila asks, puzzled, who? Daman points to Harvo beside him and says, he's one of the soul managers, like me. He's a talented individual. Harvo refutes, no, I don't deserve to be called a manager. Camila asks, so, you mean he's higher ranked than you? Daman replies, yes, that's right. Harvo's face darkens. You said higher ranked? Why did you suddenly pick up a shoe? Camila holds a shoe in her hand, a cryptic smile on her face. I have a lot to discuss with you. Let's start with a little warm-up, shall we? Harvo freezes, standing dumbfounded for 5 seconds. Huh? Once everything was settled, you could search. Camila asks, so you came to me for help counseling a spirit? Harvo, with a bump on his head, replies, yes. Camila clenches her fists and asks, who told you to come here? Are you crazy to think I'd help you? How dare you show your face after what you've done? Daman interjects, even so, it's at least worth hearing him out first. Camilla's face shows boredom, why should I? What's in it for me? Daman says, well, at least I won't take away the spirits lingering around Lady Camila. Camila thinks for a moment, realizing, come to think of it, there haven't been many spirits lingering around me lately. I don't care if Sino gets caught, but Dasan and Deke would be a bit much. Then she speaks, all right. Let's see how this goes. Harvo begins to explain, there was a guardian appointed for the next generation of children. She dedicated her entire life to caring for the children in the orphanage. But 2 months ago, she passed away and needed to go to where she belongs. However, for some reason, she refuses to leave. Camila says, it seems she's unwilling to become a deity. So she really has to be taken away, then? Harvo replies. If she keeps refusing to leave a mortal realm after being appointed, she will gradually fade away. Camila is surprised, what? Harvo continues, if an appointed spirit refuses to leave the mortal realm and rejects their role, they will gradually fade away. That's how the next deity's position can be decided. Camila grumbles to herself, they really do whatever pleases them. Then she speaks, wait, do you really think I can counsel her? Just suddenly appear in front of her? You're familiar with spirits and can continue trying to persuade them yourself. Harvo replies, I want to, but the problem is, where is she? Camila tilts her head and asks again, where is she? At this moment, at the orphanage. The teddy bear is checking on the children. It raises a hand to the little girl's forehead. Then carefully tucks the blanket for each child. Next, she walks along the hallway, searching for something interesting. Then, seeing some messy books, she straightens them. Then she stands, wiping sweat, as if taking a breath. There's no sound. She immediately lies down as if she hasn't moved at all. Camila approaches and picks up the teddy bear. She smiles, found you. I'm glad I stopped by to check. I almost forgot to give gifts to the children. Now, please follow me. Headmistress. Then Camila takes her to a secluded place and says, come out. Being silent won't solve anything. The headmistress remains silent. Camila also silently looks at her. She recalls their previous meeting. She had thought she knew there was a spirit residing in that teddy bear. But she never expected it to be the headmistress. Camila crosses her arms and says, I hear it's not good for the children if the Grim Reaper keeps visiting the orphanage. Should I call that person over? That's why Harvo had to come here on his behalf. The headmistress lets out a sigh, and the teddy bear stirs. Camila is surprised, her eyes wide. When? At this moment, the headmistress also appears. The headmistress finally speaks. I told the Grim Reaper not to come. I worry it will affect the children. I also made it clear that I would leave this place. Camila asks, you'll fade away if you stay here. You still won't leave? The headmistress's eyes are filled with sorrow. I have no choice. The children need me. Camila immediately asks, what can a dead person do? Care for the children for a while? Is that more important than fading away forever? The teachers here can manage it. Don't you trust the people you've chosen? The headmistress replies, it's not that. Her hands clench tightly. I'm worried. Camila asks, about what? Her eyes filled with deep worry, she replies. About my son. Her son, the orphanage manager, Heman, says, we need to cut back on food expenses. Everyone looks at him blankly and asks, huh? Heman frowns and continues, not just food expenses, there are too many unnecessary costs. Why are the ingredients for the children's meals so high quality? This isn't a noble's house. The clothes too. There are so many cheaper options. Everyone, hearing him say that, seems to disagree. The purple-haired person says, but those were all instructions from the former manager. The blonde girl adds, that's right, we were told to buy the best for the children to eat and use. Heman immediately cuts them off, enough. That's why I said we need to change. Charity also has its limits. When did it become acceptable for everything? Now, report every expenditure to me. The other person says again, but. Heman's eyes flash with killing intent as he says, if you have any complaints, you can leave now. I'll calculate your exact severance pay. With that, he leaves. When he goes downstairs, a little boy catches Heman's attention. He covers his face and sighs, I don't like any of this, from beginning to end. The little boy, not understanding why, looks at Heman with tears streaming down his face. Heman glances at the boy, thinking, what's the point of looking at me like that? So annoying. It's not that my mother's treatment of the orphans was wrong. She really cared for them. But my mother didn't raise me, her own child, any differently from the orphans. The food I ate, the clothes I wore, the love I received everything the same as the orphans. In fact, because I was her biological child, I was often pushed aside. Others treated me as if I were an orphan myself. When she was on her deathbed, she called her son and said, Heman, please take good care of the children. The older I got, the less I understood why I had to do that. Back to the present, Camila crosses her arms and asks, you don't like the way he's managing this place, do you? She immediately replies, of course not. Camila states her observation, I think he hates it too. Who would like their mother caring for other children more than them? It's true she was a good person. From another's perspective, she was extremely kind. But from her son's perspective, she was the worst. The worst. I wonder what it feels like when your mother always cares more about other children. Did he ever truly feel love from his mother or proper family? Camila asks, do you think your son truly understands? The headmistress doesn't understand Camila's meaning and asks, what do you mean? Camila replies, that you love him. The headmistress says, of course, I love him very much. A breeze sweeps by. Camila gently strokes her hair and says, well, even though people say family affection can be easily felt without words, sometimes it needs to be expressed to be truly understood. The headmistress wonders, I thought I had shown enough motherly love to my son, but was that not actually the case? Back when Heman was little, he shyly approached his mother, intending to show her something. Mom. I got a perfect score. The headmistress strokes his head and praises him, my dear son, you did very well. Today, Mom will make something really delicious for you. Heman is excited, wow, really? She replies. Of course. Let's go home early today. At this moment, a little girl approaches. Ma'am, Jenny finally learned all her alphabet. She immediately praises, oh my, really? Our Jenny is amazing. Heman then hesitantly calls her, Mom, But she's still lost in joy, saying, Jenny, I'll make something delicious for you today. Heman, let's have dinner here today. Heman could only quietly agree. Yes, coming back. Back to the present, she puts a hand to her chest and says, I love him. If he knew how much I love him, wouldn't the things he's doing to ruin this place wouldn't they be a little better? Camila replies, I think so. The headmistress takes out something. Can I ask you for a favor? Not long after, at the orphanage, Heman is working hard. There are so many things that need fixing, from top to bottom. Why does this place cost so much money? Why do I have to do this? Meanwhile, with Camila, she closes the door. She brings in a box. Mistress, I'm here. Is this the box and the plan you wanted? Camila replies. Yes, this is the orphanage management plan written by Heman. Camila had said earlier, we need to bring something along with that box. If there's anything that could be Herman's weakness, bring it here. Back in the present, she holds a stack of papers. If this doesn't work, I might have to blackmail Herman to make him leave his manager position. No matter what. After all, the manager cares about the orphanage and the children. Let's take a look. Something inside surprises her. This won't do. The next morning. Herman greets her with a smile, welcome, Lady Camila. I heard you visited a few days ago, too. This way, please. Inside, Camila sits down and says, I believe I have a connection to this place. Herman asks, puzzled. What connection? She smiles and replies, with your mother. Herman is shocked. My mother, he thinks. I have no connection to the Sofin family at all. Besides, wasn't this her first time here recently? Camila calls for Dadomung and says, I have something to give you. It's what your mother left for you before she passed. Herman asks, curious, what is this? Camila replies, I don't know either. Herman asks again, you don't know? Camila stands and says, I was simply asked to deliver them to you, precious. She told me to give them to you after her passing. Herman wanted her to stay. Are you leaving already? Would you like some tea? Camila immediately refuses, no need, I have some at home. You should use your time to thoroughly examine these things. She then leaves, leaving Herman silently staring at the box in front of him. He walks over, opens the box, and wonders. What could this be? Seeing what's inside, Herman is surprised. These are just scraps of paper. What are these notes? The notes read, my beloved son's first use of a tool, my beloved son's first outfit, Mom's first treasure, Herman's first letter. Herman freezes. I thought everything had been thrown away. She kept everything. A moment later, Herman's furious voice echoes, didn't I tell you to switch to cheaper ingredients? We need to save money. Are you buying everything just because the kids like it? Think about the future. Do you think we have money for this? The headmistress keeps staring at her. Camila asks, is there something on my face? The headmistress says, you said he would change once he realized my feelings. She sighs, thinking, it seems very difficult for things to be that way. Suddenly, Camila turns and asks, how well do you truly know your son? The headmistress flinches. Camila then smiles and says, you should observe more. Camila thinks, she really doesn't know anything about her son. If he didn't care about the children, no plan like this would have been written. It's a meticulous plan written for the children. It even includes the costs for their independence. Herman sits, deep in thought. If I continue this way, I'll run out of money soon. My mother used everything why? Her assets were used because she truly loved the children, but I will handle things my own way. Giving love is important, but fostering the strength to stand on their own is also essential. To provide what the children need, I must be meticulous about cutting costs elsewhere. Herman stops and turns to the person behind him. Keep the lighting around the stairs good. The little ones might slip when walking around. The person replies. Understood. He walks, thinking, children should always be in well-lit places. The headmistress had also been observing everything about her son during this time. She smiles contentedly. Herman. Afterward, she approaches Camila and says, you were right. Camila asks, have you realized that leaving the children to your son isn't a problem at all? The headmistress bows her head. Yes, my son has his own policies. Thank you very much. I apologize for causing trouble. Harvard arrives. You must leave now. The headmistress replies, yes. Then, the two of them prepare to leave together. Before departing, she adds her final words, from now on. Please take good care of the children. Camila is dumbfounded. Huh? Nanny? Then she bids her farewell, well then, I'm leaving. Camila raises her hand to pull her back. No, wait. Then she sighs when the headmistress has truly left. She then turns and calls, Dato Mung. Dato Mung replies, yes, lady. Camila frowns. That guy isn't your superior, is he? He seemed very respectful of you. Dato Mung tries to make excuses. My superiors are always polite. Camila is very suspicious but says nothing. Dato Mung says, I apologize. Camila turns away. Anyway, perhaps we won't meet again. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the little girl picks up her teddy bear, wondering if something is different. Some time later, at the academy, Layla asks, her face flushed with joy. Camila, are you really joining our volunteer club? Camila replies, arms crossed, I just plan to stay here long enough to get the required credits. Layla smiles brightly. That's a great decision. You just need to be by my side. Camila breaks into a sweat. You shouldn't say things so casually. Layla suddenly asks, puzzled, but why did you suddenly change your mind? Camila avoids her gaze. Oh, it's just. She thinks, the other clubs are all about aristocratic topics. This one is better, actually. Some clubs like art collecting, ceremonies and tea rituals, history, and dress styles. Then she pouts, I don't particularly like any of them. And there's something that needs to be done. She remembers what the orphanage's headmistress said, recalling her words. It's wrong to be mean to someone who has become a benefactor. It's Leo, right? There's also a child I've kept an eye on. Layla asks, curious, what is it? Camila says hesitantly, something like that. Suddenly, Layla remembers something and says, oh, I have to quickly share this good news. Camila immediately asks, with whom? Layla replies, with the club members. Because this club has fewer members than others, everyone was worried. Camila understands. She thinks, I can imagine who would be interested in volunteering. Layla continues, but that's not a big deal. We already have someone joining. Camila is confused. Someone like that? Layla smiles brightly. Of course. Axiom. Hearing that name, Camila nearly chokes. Camilla's memories of Axiom were simply of a violent person, nothing more. Earlier, Layla had met with Axiom. Axiom asks, what club? Camila? She replies, the volunteer club. Axiom doesn't believe it and asks again, Camila joined? Layla replies, that's right. Axiom flinches slightly. His gaze drifts, suspicious. It doesn't suit her at all. Is she sick? Then he speaks, she's actually going to spend money on volunteering? Layla immediately smiles. Yes, that's right. Surprisingly, our club is quite popular. Axiom scratches his head and says, this is the first time I've heard such a club exists. Layla looks surprised. Oh my, really? Not long ago, Petro joined it too. Axiom hears this, as if struck. He immediately asks again, what? His eyes are like bullets as he asks. Who? Layla replies, Petro. Last time we went to the orphanage, he helped us. Axiom immediately asks, they went to the orphanage? Layla touches her cheek and replies, that's right. They played with the children and read books to them. Axiom asks, there? His eyes seem to have made a decision. That club still has openings, right? Seeing Axiom's reaction, Layla flashes a cunning smile. This girl is cunning, haha. Then she smiles brightly like spring. Of course there are still openings. And just like that, the club gained another member. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Sofan's mansion, Camila is holding Kin in her arms. She walks to the storeroom. Dasan follows behind. Camila says, this storeroom is cleaner than I imagined. Dasan, following closely, adds, just because it's a storeroom doesn't mean we neglect it. Camila looks around and replies, good. There must be many things we can take to the orphanage. She thinks, including Ludville's and Ravi's. Anyway, we won't use all of them. Shouldn't we save some money? Ludville and Ravi already agreed. Earlier, she had gone to meet her two older brothers. Ravi asks, donate? Ludville agrees, alright, go ahead. Ravi asks, raising his head, me too? But you the orphanage? What are you doing there? Camila replies, playing with the children. Ravi falls silent, imagining Camila bullying the children. Just like these siblings. Seeing his disbelieving gaze, Camila immediately asks, what's with that look? Ravi replies, I just feel bad for the children. Back in the present, Dasan behind her speaks up, you should call for help, my lady. It will be very difficult to sort things by yourself. Camila replies, I just want to look through the things I used to keep. Camila glances around the storeroom. Let's see. Maybe there's a diary or something. Camila opens one of the boxes and asks, are these really from a long time ago? They look brand new. It's been 10 years, but they're still spotless. Dasan smiles proudly. That's a storage magic box. I had it specially made at the magic tower. Camila can't help but marvel, as expected of the Duke's family. A box with magic. Dasan asks, will you donate everything? Camila smiles and replies, suddenly, she sees something and freezes. Huh? A memory orb? Why is something like that here? Dasan hurries over. That. He falls silent for a moment, then shakes his head and says, it's nothing. Camila holds the orb in her hand and gently touches it. As expected, it's not charged. Dasan says, I understand. It's best to put it back in the box. Camila stares at the orb, thinking, so blurry. What memories are stored in here that they kept it in a storeroom? Suddenly, Kinder keeps yapping, attracting her attention. Camila approaches and asks, what? You want this? Kin barks a few times then runs to touch the orb. Seeing the orb start to glow, Camila is extremely surprised. You're charging it? After charging it a little, Kin immediately collapses from exhaustion. Dasan is also a bit surprised. So spirit beasts can charge things? Camila picks up Kin and hugs it. She replies, I didn't know that either. Well then, shall we take a look? Then, images begin to appear within the orb. Dasan ponders. He seems to know something but says nothing. A voice from within the orb speaks, Ludville, over here. Oh my, see? Our Ludville. We're taking our first steps, Lewig. Come to mama. Lewig, you're doing great. Oh dear, be careful now. He must be cold. Camila is stunned. She recognizes the woman. That person. That's the Duchess, and Ludville's mother. On a solo vacation trip, the Duchess's carriage overturned. It suddenly fell down a cliff, and I heard they couldn't find the body. So, this is what she looked like. While she's lost in thought, Dasan calls, Lady Camila, Lady Camila. She snaps awake. Oh, yes. Dasan says, it seems we're done sorting. Let's go. Camila places the orb down. Alright. She's puzzled. But why is it here? Did my father leave it here out of respect for my mother? She thinks, perhaps he cleared out his ex-wife's belongings after remarrying. To show kindness? Dasan avoids her gaze again and replies, who knows? I'm not sure either. Seeing his attitude, she wonders, why has he been avoiding my gaze since earlier? So, Dasan. He's an amateur actor. How can he be the leader of the Black Shadow? Camila says, I don't know. She looks and thinks, he looks too tense. I can't ask any more. Then the storeroom door slowly closes. Let's go now. Not long after, at the orphanage. Layla is surprised to see Camila bringing so many things. Wow, Camila. The children will love these. Camila crosses her arms, looking at the pile of items she brought, and replies, I hope so. Layla exclaims, you even wrapped them up like gifts. Camila adds, it's better to receive them as new items, right? Camila thinks, besides. These things belong to Ludville, the sword master, and Ravi, renowned in the magic world. They'll certainly be better than ordinary items. Even adults would want to get their hands on them. Camila glares at the person next to her and says, so, then. You actually joined? It turns out to be Axiom. He replies, MHM. Hearing this, Camilla's hairs stand on end. You're volunteering? Axiom sees her reaction and asks, what's with that response? Camila forces a smile. It's because I'm happy, very happy. Just then, Petro also arrives. Camila, Axiom, come inside. Camila turns. You're here, sir? Petro smiles brightly. I've joined, so I have to be active, right? Camila thinks, doesn't he have any other commitments besides teaching sword fighting? Not long after, they also went inside. As soon as she enters, Camila asks, surprised, are there other people here today? Just then, someone walks over and asks, you're here? Camila turns. Where are they today? The girl replies, yes, they come often. They're from the nearby temple. A little boy sees Camila and cries out, it's the witch sister. Then the whole group gets excited. Really? Which sister? Sister. Camila. She frowns. These kids. Hearing Camila called a witch, Axiom immediately speaks up. They're calling you a witch. Impressive. Camila glares at him and asks, what's so impressive, huh? Axiom smirks, teasing her, the children recognize your true nature. Camila immediately tenses her neck. What about my true nature? The children continuously yell. Which sister? Which sister? Axiom just laughs, while Camila freezes. She clenches her fists with determination. Today, I'll shed this witch title. Just then, a platinum-haired girl approaches. Hello. Camilla's eyes widen in surprise. Huh? The platinum-haired girl asks, you are Lady Camila, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Camila asks, puzzled, do I know you? The girl replies, I heard the children talk about you. My name is Rania. Camila mumbles, Rania suddenly, the bracelet on Rania's hand catches her eye. Wait, that bracelet. That's the bracelet the late Duchess used to wear. The blue stone bracelet the late Duchess wore was not something you'd see every day. Earlier, she had asked Dassen, that bracelet seems very special, doesn't it? Dassen replied, the Duchess cherished it very much. The Duke gave it to her on young Leadville's birthday. It was the last piece created by an artisan before his death. He was famous for his extremely unique works and never made the same thing twice. Especially since the blue stone matched young Leadville's eye color. They searched for it all over the continent. Back in the present, Camila says, the bracelet. Rania holds up the bracelet and asks, isn't it beautiful? My mother gave it to me. Hearing this, Camila is stunned, unable to hide her astonishment. Just then, someone approaches. Sister Rania, it's time. Rania turns and asks, is it late already? Then she turns back to Camila and says, well then, see you next time, Lady Camila. Camila stands rooted to the spot, wondering, next time? Axiom approaches. What's wrong? Camila stammers, oh, it's just. Then she falls silent, deep in thought. Watching Rania's departing figure, she realizes she resembles her too much. So much that I could believe they're mother and daughter. That afternoon, at the Duke of Sophin's mansion. Dassen calls, Lady. Why do you keep looking at it? Camila calls him, Dassen. Dassen replies, yes? Camila asks. If I told you I saw someone wearing an identical bracelet, would you believe me? I met a girl wearing that bracelet. She thinks, perhaps Dassen knows something about that girl. Dassen can't hide his astonishment. What did you say? Then he asks, louder, you actually met a girl wearing that bracelet? Was she around 40? Camila is stunned. What, 40? Dassen nervously asks again, she wasn't? Camila replies, no, she's about my age. She said her mother gave her the bracelet. Dassen goes from one astonishment to another. What? Camila wonders, why did he mention? Someone around 40 years old? The late Duchess? Then Camila says, Dassen. Are you hiding something from me? Dassen closes his eyes tightly. Lady Camila. That is something I cannot freely speak about. Please understand, my lady. Camila thinks, he reacted the same way last time. There's definitely something. What could it be? Not long after, Zeno, I have a question. Zeno is taken aback. Why are you suddenly wondering about something? Camila asks, are twins common here? Zeno is puzzled, not understanding her meaning. Twins? What are you talking about? Camila explains, I mean twins where one died and one is still alive. Zeno still doesn't understand. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Camila replies, that's not what I mean. Recently, I met a girl who looks exactly like the woman I saw in that orb. Just then, a voice from outside echoes, Lady, Ruth has arrived. Camila replies, come in. As soon as she says it, Ruth opens the door and enters. Once inside, Ruth glances around. Camila immediately asks, what's wrong? Ruth's eyes are full of vigilance as she says, nothing, my lady. I thought I heard you talking to someone. Camila replies, oh, really? But I'm alone. She marvels, as expected of the Black Shadow leader. So perceptive. I need to be more careful from now on. Ruth approaches, hands her a stack of papers, and says, I must have misheard. Camila takes the papers. What's this? A list of nobles? Ruth replies, that's the guest list you requested earlier, for the 10th time. Camila remembers. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. My birthday party will be held in 15 days. This birthday is very special. Camila always died before her next birthday in the past. At least last birthday, Petro declined the invitation, so it went smoothly without any hitches. This time it'll be calm, right? Petro would never ruin it, huh? Ruth speaks up, if you wish to invite anyone else, please tell me. Camila replies, alright, wait. Edison? And the Crown Prince is coming too? She thinks, furious, why is this guy on the list? She immediately turns to Ruth and asks, do we really need to invite the Crown Prince? Ruth replies, yes. By custom, events hosted by the Duke's family must send invitations to the royal family. Camila has no other choice. She says, alright, it's mandatory, but not everyone who receives an invitation will show up. Camila looks at the list and thinks, so the Crown Prince won't come, right? Time flies by like a dog running across a field. Just like that, her birthday arrived. Camila dresses herself in a pure white, incredibly elegant gown. Just then, someone approaches. Long time no see, Lady Camila. Seeing who arrived, Camilla's face darkens. The one who arrived is the Crown Prince. He smiles and wishes, happy birthday. Camila lowers her head, awkwardly. Greetings, Your Highness. In her heart, she screams, damn it. He shouldn't be here. Since when did he become the type to accept invitations? He doesn't like me. He's. As she fumes, the Crown Prince speaks, good, you remember who I am. Camila is stunned. Yes, Your Highness. He continues, I thought you didn't remember who I was, and that's why you haven't replied. Camila is extremely confused. Excuse me? The Crown Prince smiles and asks, or perhaps you didn't like my gift? Only then does Camila remember that she had received a gift from the Crown Prince. Ah, a gift. I forgot to write a reply letter. Then she immediately makes an excuse, I haven't been feeling well for a while, so I couldn't write a reply. The Crown Prince exclaims and asks, you're often sick? Camila pulls out her specialty, acting. She says, I'm more fragile than you think. The Crown Prince continues, I thought you just piled them in a corner and hadn't even opened them yet. Camila is hit where it hurts. How does he know that? Did he crawl under my bed? The Crown Prince asks, did you like the gifts? Camila smiles and replies, yes, I liked them very much. The Crown Prince then presses her, really? Which one did you like best? Camila quickly thinks on her feet. Since they are all Your Highness's gifts, how could I dare choose just one? The Crown Prince suddenly moves closer to Camila, startling her. What is this bastard doing? The Crown Prince asks again, you didn't open the gifts, did you? Camila avoids his gaze. Damn it, why are the men around me so perceptive? Camila replies, I did open them. The Crown Prince presses, really? Camila replies, of course. The Crown Prince continues, do you know something? Camila is confused. Know what? The Crown Prince suddenly starts flirting, when you lie, your smile is annoyingly beautiful. So don't lie in front of others. You're only allowed to do it in front of me. Camila steps back slightly. This lunatic, what is he saying? What does he want from me? Unfortunately, she trips on her dress and falls backward. Luckily, someone arrives in time to catch her. Axiom appears and says, be careful. Camila calls out in surprise, Axiom. Axiom's eyes glance towards the Crown Prince. The two exchange death glares. Camila thinks, SOS. Oh God, save me, save me. One crazy guy just met another crazy guy. Axiom says nothing, and the Crown Prince has a similar expression. Camila immediately grabs her lifeline and says, well then. Your Highness, I hope you have a pleasant time. Then she drags Axiom away. Axiom, running behind, asks, "What did he say? What did he do to you?" Camila wants to explode and scream. Then she calms herself and says, "Just follow me quietly." Axiom still wants to get to the bottom of it, but the crown prince stands still, watching them with a smile. After leaving that place, Axiom can't wait any longer and asks, "Tell me what he did. You know I want to live a long life, right? What are you suddenly talking about?" Camila glances at Axiom, thinking, if you want to die, die alone. Don't insult the royal family when I'm nearby. Camila then says, "Today is my birthday." Axiom retorts, "I know. Why do you think I'm here?" Camila continues, "So don't cause trouble." Axiom asks, confused, "What trouble have I caused?" Camila stays silent for a moment, not replying to him. Seeing this, he says, "All right." Axiom turns his head away. Camila stares at him, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. So that's why they say men look so handsome in suits. Under the incredibly romantic sunset sky, Camila compliments him, "It suits you very well." Axiom's face also flushes red. Camila asks, "Where's the Duke?" Axiom replies, arms crossed, "He's busy, so I came instead." Camila immediately asks again, "What? So you're saying if the Duke came, you wouldn't have come?" Axiom awkwardly replies, "No, I mean." He lets out a breath and takes something out of his pocket. "He told me to give you this." Camila takes the gift box and opens it. Her eyes can't leave the present. A sparkling, luxurious piece of jewelry, perfectly suited for Camilla's beauty. Camila then says, "Tell him I said thank you." The boy asks, puzzled, "Do I really need to tell him?" Camila sighs. "I'll thank him myself later. Now, let's go inside. Remember, today is my birthday." Axiom frowns. All right. Quickly, the two of them also went inside. As soon as she entered, contrary to her expectations, the atmosphere seemed a bit gloomy, making her freeze. Huh? Why is the atmosphere like this? The house is already surrounded. What's going on? No one appears, leaving Camila speechless, as if dead. The girl wearing the hooded cloak approaches. Rania removes her hood, smiles, and says, "Lady Camila." "My lady, is it your birthday today?" "Happy birthday." "I didn't know, so I didn't prepare a gift." "I apologize." The Duke sees her and approaches, his hand clenching into a fist. She says, "That bracelet." Rania immediately replies, "I apologize for surprising you with my sudden appearance." "I apologize, father." The entire atmosphere settles into silence. Camila is also surprised. Then she walks over and calls Rania. "It seems you have a lot to say, don't you? Would you mind waiting somewhere else? As you can see, the current situation is a bit complicated." Rania flinches. "Oh, I apologize. Did I ruin the atmosphere? What should I do? I really..." Camila immediately turns and calls Ruth. She says, "Lead her to the drawing room." Ruth bows her head and replies, "Yes, my lady." With this situation, everyone there immediately begins to whisper and discuss. The Duke's daughter? But the Duchess died in a carriage accident, didn't she? They couldn't even find her body afterward. That girl looks too much like the Duke, doesn't she? The Crown Prince, nearby, watches Camila with crossed arms and murmurs, "That smile again." Camila still tries to keep a smile on her face. At this point, wasn't it fated for my birthday party to turn into a mess? Not long after, when the birthday party ends, Ravi can't hold back anymore and asks his father, "Father, what is going on? Your daughter? How?" Camila sips her tea and calls out, "Brother, aren't you going to have some tea?" Ravi immediately says, "Whether it's a tea party or whatever, I don't need it." Suddenly, he stops speaking. Camila calmly thinks, the one who should be shocked and angry right now is me. Ravi lowers his head. Damn it. Camila now speaks up. Camila turns and replies, "Yes." The Duke asks, "Have you met that girl before?" Camila replies, "I met her at the orphanage I visited recently." The Duke asks, surprised, "The orphanage?" Camila replies, "Yes, she came to volunteer." And Rania also knows about the bracelet she wears, and she knows everything about the late Duchess. "I saw it in the memory orb in the storeroom." The Duke hesitates. Camila, that. Camila puts down her teacup, interrupting him. "Father." She falls into deep thought. "Over the past few days, I've considered every scenario I've seen. There's only one conclusion I can draw." Then she speaks, "Anna, the late Duchess, she didn't die in that carriage accident, did she?" Anna, the former Duchess and Ludville's biological mother. And if Anna's story is true, she's also Rania's biological mother. The late Duchess's daughter appeared with a bracelet identical to the one only the Duchess possessed. And Dassen's reaction when the bracelet was mentioned 40. If the Duchess were alive, she'd be around that age, wouldn't she? Compared to what was announced, the Duchess isn't dead. There's no other explanation for this situation. Camila asks, she's alive, isn't she? Ravi immediately speaks up, what nonsense are you talking about? How could she still be alive? The Duke lowers his head. I apologize. Ludville and Camilla stare at him in silence. The Duke continues, Camilla is right. The former Duchess, Anna, was not from a noble family. Anna was a talented and beautiful dancer. She was the one Duke Sofin fell in love with at first sight. Many people opposed their marriage, but he was too infatuated with Anna, so Duke Sofin hastened the marriage. Contrary to what others rumored, the Duke and Anna had a happy family. But that happiness didn't last long. When Ludville was just 5 years old, Anna left, leaving only a short message. The Duke searched for her for a long time, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Like someone who had never existed, Anna vanished like smoke. The Duke clenches his hands on the armrest and continues, finally, I had no choice but to announce her death. I couldn't let it be known that the Duchess had run away from home. The Duchess, who abandoned her child. That would be a huge stain on Ludville's reputation. As time passed, I decided to forget Anna. But suddenly, a daughter? The Duke falls into thought. Rania, if she truly is my daughter. Does that mean Anna left after she became pregnant? It can't be. I've endured until now, thinking there must be some reason, but I can't understand her anymore. After hearing him recount the whole story, Camilla says, Father will have to talk to Rania. The Duke agrees, I think so too. She looks over at Ludville, wondering, is Ludville alright? He must be as shocked as the Duke, but is he really that shocked? He's lived his whole life believing his mother was dead. Suddenly, he remembers something and exclaims, startling Camilla. But then Ludville hands Camilla a gift box. He says, Happy birthday. Camilla holds the gift box, forces a smile, and replies, Thank you. Camilla wonders what Ludville is thinking right now. Not long after, Rania stands before the Duke and says, My mother passed away 2 years ago from illness. She never, ever told me about father. Then, not long ago, I accidentally found a letter mother left behind. She hands the letter to the Duke and says, Here. The Duke takes the letter and reads the contents inside. I apologize. Due to unavoidable circumstances, I have finally caused you and Ludville pain. If Rania comes to find you, it means I am no longer in this world. Though I may have been foolish, please do not abandon this child alone. Rania continues, At first, I couldn't believe I had a father. When I was little, I thought he had passed away. The Duke asks, This bracelet, is it also Anna's? Rania replies, Yes, father. The Duke reminds her, I think it's better not to call me that yet. This makes Rania flinch. Rania immediately replies, I apologize. The Duke thinks, Anna. I searched for you until I despaired, and finally I received news of your death. Rania is definitely my daughter. There's proof of that. But why? It's hard to accept this truth. But I also can't abandon her. Many people have seen this child. It's too late to resolve this discreetly. Then he calls for Ruth. Ruth immediately appears and replies, Yes, Your Grace. He orders her to prepare a room for the girl. Ruth replies, Yes, sir. Rania immediately breaks into a bright smile. She says, Father, Duke, thank you very much. Not long after. At the academy. Camilla, are you all right? Camilla replies, perfectly fine, why? Layla hesitates. Yesterday Camilla asks, yesterday what? Layla says nothing again. Oh, nothing. Camilla looks at Layla's worried expression and thinks, I know exactly what Layla is worried about. She's asked me countless times today. Everyone has been talking. The Duke's true daughter has appeared. What will you do, Camilla? You're about to be kicked out. I'm so worried. Because his biological daughter has appeared, everyone thinks my status has become a joke. But this is a tricky situation. But why am I so calm? Is this really a big deal? I don't really understand it. If I make a fuss, I'll actually lose everything to the Duke's daughter and be kicked out of the house. Lose everything? The word lose makes me quite uncomfortable. Why? Just then, Layla asks, so, will she continue to stay at the Duke's mansion? Camilla replies, probably. Layla clearly looks dejected. I see. But then Layla quickly recovers her spirits. Camila, at times like these, sweets are the best. She quickly pours food onto the table. Camila smiles, thinking, oh my, honestly, I'm fine. Seeing Camila smile, Layla also breaks into a bright smile. Layla clenches her fists with determination. Tomorrow, I'll make something even tastier. Camila takes a bite of cake and exclaims, wow. Should I bake a dessert for father tonight? The scene shifts to the Duke of Sofan's mansion. Camila walks into the kitchen and hears people saying, really? Oh my, the pot actually exploded? Rania sees Camila approaching and excitedly says, Camila. Camila approaches and asks, what are you doing here? Rania replies, I'm talking to everyone. I used to work at a restaurant. Camila is surprised. A restaurant? Rania continues, that's right. After mother passed away, I had to earn money. I'm really good at washing dishes. Camila, I heard some things. Camila asks, heard what? Rania replies that she makes dessert for her father every night. Camila wonders, so? Rania places her hand on her chest. Oh, can I make it today? I really want to make it myself for father. Perhaps you don't fully understand because you don't have real parents. Hearing these words, Camila is utterly shocked. Real parents? Rania continues, but that's how parents are. You always want to do more for them. Even a little time, you want to dedicate to them. Camila wonders, why do these words only make me uncomfortable? Camila replies, do as you wish. Rania smiles brightly, really? Then she turns and calls, Jero. Jero replies, yes, my lady. Camila orders, tell Rania what father likes. Jero freezes. Huh? Camila continues, we can't let her make something father doesn't like, can we? After all, this is the first dish his biological daughter is making for him, right? Jero replies, yes, I understand. Saying this, she smiles and turns away. All right, good luck. Jero is puzzled. She retreated so easily? I thought there would be a big battle. Finally, Camila turns and leaves. Rania's face darkens as she watches Camila. The next day, Ravi wakes up feeling extremely sluggish. Seeing this, Camila immediately asks, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep last night? Ravi replies, I was reading a book. Camila looks at her older brother and thinks, ever since the last hunting party, he's become even more engrossed in his magic research. He's not doing this because he feels sorry for himself, so I'll just let him be. Then she asks, so why don't you sleep more? Ravi says, isn't she there with you? Camila is surprised. She? Rania? Why do you ask? Ravi replies, what? I asked. You're alone, without me? Camila looks at him, confused. Ravi turns away. Never mind. Then they both continue walking. Camila, behind him, smiles. When they arrive at the room, they also find Ludville there. Camila asks, you're here? Ludville nods slightly. Then they open the door and enter. As soon as he's inside, Ravi freezes. Rania is already there? She beams. Hello. Ravi immediately yells, his voice low but loud. Hey, you. Why are you sitting there? Ludville's voice is also cold. Stand up. That's Camilla's spot. Camila also remains silent, saying nothing more. Rania immediately jumps up. Camilla's spot? Oh, I'm sorry. A hand reaches out and places itself on Rania's shoulder. Camila walks over and says with a smile. It's fine, sit here. Rania immediately turns her head, but Camila replies, from now on, this will be your spot. Both brothers react strongly, Camila. Camila cheerfully says, who cares where anyone sits? Father is coming soon, so isn't it better not to cause a commotion? Rania tries to say, oh, I didn't. Camila interrupts her with a bright smile. Enjoy your meal. Rania's face darkens, scheming something. Camila also notices Rania. Before approaching Rania, Deke had already told me, I definitely heard it. The maid had just told her that this was her seat. Camila realizes Rania's plan, the maid pointed out the seat, but she told the maid to leave and sat in her spot, then pretended to know nothing. Well, look at that. I can understand what Rania is trying to do. Go out, cry, and apologize. Ludwell and Ravi console her. And then I'd be there, what if father or someone else saw? I would be seen as the one who maliciously harassed and oppressed my own daughter, all over a seat. Rumors always start from trivial things like this. Is this really just a coincidence? From her birthday until now. Perfect timing, as if they want me to get angry and slap her in front of everyone. If I look at it simply, it's just an act to protect her position, because seeing me in this position would make her extremely uncomfortable. Now I understand why I was so annoyed by the phrase, taking this position from the family. I never thought this position was mine. Not once. I never owned it from the start, so why should I worry about losing something I never had? I have no ambition for that position. If it comes to that, I'm willing to quietly step aside. But now, I can't back down anymore, can I? You dare challenge me with that amateur acting? Do you really think you can? Fool me with such a cheap trick? Let's clear things up. You were the one who provoked me first. Not long after. Lynn, I'll help you. Lynn worried. Oh no, you don't have to. Rania replied, I'm doing it because I want to. Lynn still tried to refuse, no need. Seeing Rania handle difficult tasks so skillfully, the Duke's servants quickly grew fond of her. If I did that, I'd be mocked instantly, as if I was born to do it. Suddenly, Zeno appears, that's right, it's strange. The reason you asked about twins before was because of that girl, right? A soul identical to a living person. Even if we call them twins. Isn't it too similar? Even my brother and I, as twins, aren't that alike. And that person she seems to lack reason. Even if someone talks to her, there's no response. Camila crosses her arms, contemplating, Rania, a person I never met in my previous life. Did she only appear after Camila died? This time, she'll show up a little earlier. Rania sees Camila and asks, oh, Camila, are you going out? Camila replies, I'm about to. Why? Rania asks, where are you going? Can I come along? Camila politely refuses, it's just a private matter. Rania's face instantly saddens. Oh. Camila gives her a suggestion, if you're free, go see father. At this time, he usually walks in the misty flower garden. With that, Camila leaves. The scene shifts to summer. Elsewhere, a person dressed in heavy, concealing robes enters. At this moment, another person comes to greet the mysterious individual. This man is Chris Miller, president of the Magic Stone Guild. He places his hand on his chest and says, you've arrived. The mysterious person then removes their hood. This person is none other than Camila. She feels hot and thinks, should I ask Ravi to cast a cooling spell on me? Chris says, the products designed by Lady Camila are already very popular. The Duke has discussed the magic stone formula in my name. Because the business is growing, he suggested a few things. Why not open a separate guild just to sell magic stones and manage it directly? It has been exactly 2 months since the Magic Stone Guild opened. Chris is the guild's representative in my name. Chris comes to give her a report and says, here's this week's sales report. Camila reaches out to take the report. Thank you, Chris. She holds the report, thinking, as expected of someone recommended by Duke Sepra. Chris then says, you said you'd show me the new items and designs today. Camila immediately presents the designs, here. Chris, holding the report, sweats. These are items that change eye and hair color. Camila confidently says, it seems the dye industry will soon be a thing of the past. For some time, I've been developing new items using magic stones, and I've decided to venture into a field I'm familiar with. That is the magic stone beauty industry. From skin whitening products to other beauty items. Color-changing products are about to be launched. Chris speaks, pulling her out of her thoughts. If someone wants a color beyond the basic options, a custom order would be good. Camila immediately agrees, sounds good, let's do that. Chris continues, however. Many people have been watching us lately. Duke Sepra is still our shield, but since we've separated from the Duke's main business line, many people have started to take notice. Camila snorts, we need to be more careful. Forming an underground office isn't enough. Chris adds, the business is growing faster than expected. We won't be able to hide this much longer. Camila replies, I know, Chris. She thinks, having you represent the business has its limits. I need to reevaluate every situation and approve everything myself. It's hard to come here every day without failure. Chris continues, and Camila asks blankly, what now? Chris asks, did you really name the guild that? Camila then smiles and asks, what's wrong with it? The Ghost Guild. Don't you think it's cool? Chris gives his assessment, sorry, but I think that name shows little confidence. Many people mock that the guild will vanish like a ghost. Camila exclaims, they're so profound, aren't they? This statement leaves Chris puzzled. Camila contemplates, the business is growing too fast, which surprises me a bit. But this venture was fundamentally started as a quick way to make money and escape. Even if we shut down one day, it's nothing. I thought living long-term with the ducal family wasn't a bad idea, but since the signs of death seem to have advanced further, now that daughter has appeared. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead. So, don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss the latest chapters. We wish you relaxing and joyful moments. See you in the next video. Thanks for watching.